Muy buenos días a todos y a todas. Muchísimas gracias por la invitación del día de hoy. Estoy muy contenta de que podamos tener una conversación sobre la economía del deporte y cómo el deporte deja de ser una especie de cenicienta en todos los temas de análisis de impacto económico, puesto que en nuestro país hasta hace muy poco tiempo era visto más como una actividad social que como una industria. Y a raíz de eso tenemos expresiones muy colombianas como hacer las cosas por deporte. Y cuando uno dice hacer las cosas por deporte, generalmente lo dice en términos de que lo hace gratis o que lo hace por pasar el tiempo, cuando en realidad es una industria que ha venido creciendo y generando un impacto importante pues por lo menos en Bogotá. Esta es mi alma mater, además. Volver a la Universidad de los Andes después de tantos años también es muy gratificante para poderles contar cuál es el trabajo que hemos venido haciendo desde el Instituto Distrital de Recreación y Deporte, de donde soy directora actualmente, y que nos ha permitido entender muchísimo más cómo está actualmente el deporte, la actividad física y la recreación en nuestra ciudad. Tenemos unos resultados que hemos venido logrando a partir de convenios e investigaciones propias que hemos hecho en el instituto, convenios como el convenio de la cuenta satélite con el Departamento Administrativo Nacional de Estadística, el DANE, o investigaciones propias como la que hicimos con el clúster del deporte, cuyos resultados seguramente María Laura presentará mañana en su panel, toda la experiencia de la investigación que hizo para nosotros. Y creo que este trabajo que hemos venido haciendo con estos distintos convenios, lo que nos ha empezado a mostrar es que el deporte tiene un potencial gigantesco en la economía de la ciudad, pero que todavía está demasiado débil en materia de formalización y en materia de creación de líneas adecuadas de apoyo y fortalecimiento. ¿Cómo empezamos nosotros? Nosotros empezamos en el año 2020, durante la planeación del Plan de Desarrollo Distrital, donde pusimos una línea que se llama Fortalecimiento de la economía del sector deporte, recreación y actividad física de Bogotá. Lo pusimos en el Plan de Desarrollo de la alcaldesa Claudia López y lo planteamos como una de las metas de nuestro instituto. Allí empezamos a pensar cuál sería la mejor forma de entender este sector de la economía y empezamos con la iniciativa de la creación del clúster del deporte. El clúster del deporte comienza analizando cuál es el sector deporte, actividad física y recreación en la ciudad y comenzamos a tomar unos códigos que tiene actualmente la Cámara de Comercio o el comercio en Bogotá o en el país y empezamos a escoger cuáles líneas económicas eran las que nos interesaba meter en el deporte. No era únicamente los clubes, las ligas, las escuelas, sino todas aquellas empresas que de una u otra forma empezaban a ser parte o eran parte del ecosistema del deporte. Por ejemplo, toda la línea de confección de uniformes y de trajes deportivos, toda la línea de implementación deportiva que iba desde los patines y los balones hasta implementación mucho más especializada, o las líneas que hay actualmente de instructores de actividad física, de gimnasios, de centros de salud que entran dentro de la línea de actividad física. Y ahí empezamos a hacer un trabajo de articulación entre estas empresas del sector, generar un tejido entre las empresas, el gobierno y la academia que es tan importante para lograr que entendamos cómo funciona, pero sobre todo que entre todos comencemos a generar potencialidades y fortalezas para el sector. Empezamos a identificar los grandes desafíos que tenía en este momento el sector y cómo entre todos en este clúster podríamos irlos superando. Es un sector muy heterogéneo porque, como les decía, puede ir desde la confección de un uniforme hasta el instructor de actividad física que dicta una clase en un parque de la ciudad. Y por lo tanto esa heterogeneidad a veces hace difícil el trabajo conjunto, pero precisamente esa heterogeneidad es la que nos permitió ir generando esos puntos de encuentro y esas fortalezas. Por cuenta de esta necesidad compartida, Bogotá creó el clúster con foco en este tema, y de él hacen parte sectores que abarcan desde la manufactura, como les decía, hasta los videojuegos y los deportistas particularmente. Trabajamos con Impulsa Colombia y con la red de clúster de Colombia, y ahí pudimos conocer cómo era la hoja de ruta para crear un clúster en la ciudad. Empezamos a participar en las convocatorias a las que se puede acceder para la búsqueda de recursos de financiación. Nos incluimos dentro del grupo de interesados en capacitación y afianzamiento de la implementación de iniciativas de clúster, y con todas estas experiencias de otros sectores, con experiencias ya pues, de mucho más años y más maduras, comenzamos a hacer y a conformar nuestro propio clúster del deporte en Bogotá. Se identificaron temas de interés como la Mesa de Sostenibilidad y Fortalecimiento de la Demanda. Se trabajó con el SENA y el Fondo Emprender para la realización de charlas con lo que se podría hacer asesoría para implementación de planes de negocios, incubación de empresas, acceso a la financiación y asistencia en establecimiento de líneas de internacionalización. Hay que tener en cuenta que muchos de estos miembros de este sector del deporte, la actividad física y la recreación son pequeñas organizaciones que incluso en algunos casos no se ven a sí mismas como empresas, sino que se ven como organizaciones sociales, que es el caso de los clubes deportivos, de las escuelas de formación deportiva, incluso los mismos instructores de actividad física no se ven a sí mismos como emprendedores o empresarios, sino que ven que su labor es una labor más social. Y eso implica que no tienen en su mentalidad el trabajo de planeación, de formar una línea de negocios, de crear productos o servicios especializados, sino que consideran que ese trabajo que están haciendo no necesita este tipo de apoyos. En el Observatorio Laboral y Ocupacional se empezaron a identificar estas líneas y acompañaremos la inclusión de nuevas líneas de investigación precisamente para poder identificar cuáles son los perfiles ocupacionales y laborales en Bogotá para este sector. Todo esto es un insumo para la mesa de trabajo de talento humano que con el SENA se está estableciendo y para que nosotros podamos empezar uno de los primeros proyectos que surgieron de este clúster, que fue Expo Activa 2022. Una feria en la cual mostrábamos los productos y servicios que el sector deporte, actividad física y recreación tenía en la ciudad y que ya este año tiene su segunda edición, que están además cordialmente invitados el próximo sábado, y permitió que varios de estos organizaciones, empresarios, empezaran a mostrar sus productos y sus servicios. Los retos que tenemos actualmente en este sector es que la reactivación económica, que fue el fruto de la pandemia, fue realmente un efecto muy nocivo para este sector en Bogotá y en el país en general, puesto que este es un sector que depende muchísimo de la congregación de personas y de estar al aire libre. Durante la pandemia, el encierro obligó a que todos estos clubes, escuelas, ligas, los gimnasios, fueran los primeros en cerrar y los últimos en abrir por las indicaciones de salud que teníamos en aquel momento. Y eso hizo que el sector tuviera un gran impacto económico negativo para todas estas organizaciones y para eso tuvimos que empezar a explorar iniciativas para reactivar el sector que nos permitieran superar esos efectos de la pandemia. Como no teníamos datos y era muy difícil decirle a un banco, al sector crediticio, al sector financiero, a las mismas entidades de desarrollo económico de la ciudad, qué pasaba con este sector y cómo era su funcionamiento, empezamos a hacer un análisis precisamente de cómo estaba funcionando el sector deporte a nivel local y a nivel nacional. Con el diagnóstico que se empezó a hacer, hicimos un convenio con el DANE para identificar y diseñar una cuenta satélite del deporte, la recreación y la actividad física. Una cuenta satélite que estableció cuáles eran las líneas económicas que hacían parte del sector, cuáles eran los tipos de empresas que hacían parte del sector y cuál era el aporte económico que tenía este sector en el Producto Interno Bruto de Bogotá. Esta investigación la empezamos en el año 2022. Este año pudimos mostrar los primeros resultados de esta investigación. Somos los primeros en Latinoamérica que tienen una cuenta local satélite del deporte que permite ya decirle al sector financiero, al sector económico, cuánto le aporta este sector a la economía. Y esos primeros resultados fueron para nosotros bastante interesantes. 1.7% del PIB de Bogotá lo aporta el sector deporte, actividad física y recreación. Realmente mucho más importante, o mucho más no, un poco más importante, un poco más aporte que el que hace el turismo a la ciudad. Esto haría que sea relevante que este sector sea apoyado. Hicimos un lanzamiento del clúster con 215 asistentes. En ese lanzamiento y en ese trabajo con el clúster hicimos mesas de trabajo, principalmente, como les decía, sobre el talento, la sostenibilidad y el fortalecimiento de la demanda. Hicimos reuniones virtuales y presenciales para el acompañamiento de la construcción de la hoja de ruta del clúster. Trabajamos con la Confederación de Cámaras de Comercio y el Ministerio del Comercio y estamos participando actualmente con 30 empresas que ya hacen parte formalmente del clúster, lo que nos permite tener ya una base suficiente para avanzar en ese proceso. Se desarrolló, como les decía, la primera feria expoactiva, se desarrolló una feria de servicios empresariales para que estas organizaciones tuvieran acceso a la oferta que tienen en la Cámara de Comercio, en la DIAN, en el SENA, y de esta manera pudieran resolver inquietudes desde el término legal hasta la parte administrativa. Como les digo, aquí hay mucha informalidad en el sector deporte, recreación y actividad física. No hay una conciencia clara de su papel como empresarios y eso hace que funcionen muchas veces sin tener una cámara de comercio, sin tener sus propios documentos de funcionamiento, sin tener una planeación financiera y todo esto era muy importante mostrárselo en esta feria empresarial. En el 2023, como les contaba, hicimos el lanzamiento de la cuenta satélite, los primeros resultados. Ese primer diagnóstico nos permite de verdad decirle a la economía del país cuánto pesa el sector deporte. Como les decía, esto hace parte el comercio de artículos deportivos, la enseñanza deportiva y recreativa, la gestión de instalaciones deportivas. En Bogotá, por ejemplo, hay más de 500 canchas privadas de microfútbol o fútbol 5 o fútbol 7 que son gestionadas obviamente por los privados y que no se ven a sí mismos como parte de este sector de la recreación, el deporte y la actividad física. La cuenta evidencia que nosotros estamos en este momento en niveles mucho mejores que antes de la pandemia, es decir, realmente logramos la reactivación económica que estábamos buscando. Antes de la pandemia estábamos en un punto por debajo de lo que estamos actualmente en el Producto Interno Bruto, y eso referencia realmente que el sector logró recuperarse de la situación generada por la pandemia. También nos señaló que hay más bogotanos y bogotanas haciendo deporte y actividad física. Desde el punto de vista de la misionalidad del instituto, esto es un gran avance. Antes de la pandemia no se veía con tanta relevancia el hacer actividad física. Con la pandemia fuimos conscientes de cómo esta actividad nos permite mejorar nuestra salud e incluso prevenir, como en su momento nos lo dijeron, las consecuencias del COVID, y eso hizo que muchas personas comenzaran a practicar un deporte, a hacer un ejercicio, a salir a caminar, y todo eso obviamente redunda en la economía del deporte, puesto que hubo más consumo de implementación deportiva, de aparatos de hacer ejercicio, de zapatillas, de camisetas, etcétera, con lo cual obviamente logramos mejorar la situación actualmente en la ciudad. Estamos en un punto bastante interesante comparado con otros países. Desde el punto de vista del valor agregado es mayor que España y es un poco inferior que el de Alemania, mientras que el nuestro está en 1.7, el de España está en 1.28 y el de Alemania está en 2.31 puntos porcentuales del Producto Interno Bruto. Eso claramente señala que es un sector vigoroso, que es un sector que tiene, por supuesto, mucha proyección. Después de la construcción, la recreación, la cultura y el deporte son las actividades que más le aportaron al crecimiento del PIB en la ciudad el año pasado. Esto incluye los eventos deportivos, esto incluye pues toda la actividad económica, y para el 2022 el valor de la producción a precios corrientes de las actividades económicas de la cuenta satélite del deporte de Bogotá presentó un crecimiento del 28.3% con respecto a los datos analizados del 2021. Realmente fue una reactivación bastante fuerte. Tenemos la primera línea de avance para mirar cómo está la recuperación del clúster del deporte, pero también somos los primeros en la promoción de la actividad física. Y eso pues se ve, como les decía, en la compra de los uniformes y de la implementación deportiva. Pero más allá de la economía, también logramos tener unos análisis del impacto que tenía la actividad física y el deporte en los indicadores sociales de la ciudad. Y por esta razón hicimos un convenio con la UNESCO, con el programa Fit for Life, con el cual pudimos identificar cuál era el impacto de la actividad física y el deporte en indicadores, pues los básicos de salud, pero adicionalmente en indicadores sociales que nos permitieron buscar mejores alternativas de trabajo con la actividad física para tener un mejor impacto en la ciudad. Por ejemplo, el 6.3% del presupuesto público de Bogotá se invierte en deporte y actividad física, y de esos el 3.52% lo aporta el Instituto Distrital de Recreación y Deporte. Eso realmente es un presupuesto bastante alto comparado con otras ciudades del país e incluso con algunas otras ciudades de Latinoamérica. Estamos haciendo una gran inversión en presupuesto público para el deporte y la actividad física, con lo cual estamos logrando que las personas efectivamente mejoren el número de minutos que hacen de actividad física a la semana, cumpliendo con las recomendaciones de la Organización Mundial de la Salud. El 56% de la población de Bogotá entre los 18 y los 64 años practica suficiente actividad física de acuerdo con esos mismos indicadores de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, y el 90% de la población que participa en nuestros programas es suficientemente activa, es decir, cumple bastante bien esos indicadores. Un tema que nos hizo preocuparnos bastante es que la población en etapa escolar, el 13.3% de los estudiantes, solamente el 13.3% de los estudiantes es suficientemente activo. Estamos en un momento en el que, a diferencia de nuestra generación, que se la pasaba en la calle jugando alguna cosa de bastante actividad física, los niños y niñas y jóvenes de nuestra actualidad hacen menos actividad física y tienen más relación con las pantallas. Eso hace que solamente el 13.3% de los niños y niñas estudiantes tengan suficiente actividad física de acuerdo con la Organización Mundial de la Salud. ¿Qué implica eso? Problemas de obesidad infantil, implica problemas de motricidad, implica menos habilidades psicomotrices para los niños que no solamente les sirven para la práctica de un deporte o si se quieren dedicar profesionalmente a un deporte, sino que también implica problemas en su desempeño normal en la vida cotidiana, ya sea por problemas de espalda, problemas en las rodillas, etcétera, etcétera, que se pueden prevenir si logramos que los niños y niñas tengan muchísimo más actividad física cuando están en el colegio. Y a raíz de esos indicadores que fueron obtenidos con este convenio de la UNESCO, empezamos a hacer trabajos para fortalecer aún más programas que teníamos en el instituto. Por ejemplo, Jornada Escolar Complementaria, que es un programa que hacemos para los niños y niñas entre los 10 y los 15 años, para que se vinculen y se enamoren de un deporte y comiencen a practicarlo de manera cotidiana, no solamente para que se conviertan en deportistas de alto rendimiento, sino para que lo mantengan como un hábito de vida. Ha logrado en este momento que 40,000 niños y niñas de Bogotá tengan una práctica continua de actividad física a través del aprendizaje de un deporte. Y esto nos permite mejorar esos indicadores de los estudiantes. Por otro lado, se identificó que en Bogotá existe una brecha de género del 25.2% en la población suficientemente activa. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que hay más hombres suficientemente activos que mujeres. Y eso pues tiene bastantes razones para eso. La primera es que las mujeres cuentan con menos tiempo disponible para hacer actividad física, ya sea porque tienen labores de cuidado, tienen a cargo el hogar, los hijos, a veces personas mayores, a veces personas con discapacidad, y todo ese tiempo que deben dedicar a las labores del cuidado no les permite dedicarlo a la actividad física, diferente a lo que sucede con los hombres, que sí pueden dedicar un tiempo tanto en la semana como en el fin de semana. Esa brecha de género es tan fuerte que incluso en algunos casos las mujeres tienen más problemas tanto físicos como de salud mental, precisamente por esa falta de actividad física. ¿Qué hicimos nosotros al respecto y con estos indicadores que nos señalaba la UNESCO? Lo primero es que hemos venido haciendo un énfasis particular en las mujeres. Las mujeres en el deporte son precisamente una de nuestras prioridades para lograr que no solamente sean más activas, sino que además sientan que el deporte es un lugar seguro para ellas. Entonces, dentro del marco del programa de la Alcaldía Mayor, que es las manzanas del cuidado o el sistema distrital del cuidado, que es una propuesta de esta administración para que las mujeres cuenten con más tiempo para ellas, nosotros brindamos toda la oferta de respiro. ¿Qué significa respiro? Que una mujer que tiene a su cargo niños, personas mayores o personas con discapacidad puede llegar a alguno de nuestros centros Felicidad, que así se llaman nuestros centros deportivos, y allí pueden que mientras ellas practican algún deporte o una actividad física, profesionales cuiden a los niños o los niños y niñas aprendan algún deporte mientras tanto, o que puedan cuidar a las personas mayores o que puedan cuidar a las personas con discapacidad mientras ellas tienen un tiempo libre. También abrimos más de 20 escuelas de la bicicleta en Bogotá para darle la posibilidad a las mujeres de aprender a montar en bicicleta y que esto les permitiera ser más activas físicamente y tener un poco más de autonomía en su transporte. Esto ha generado que más de 3.000 mujeres hayan aprendido a montar bicicleta con nosotros y que ese aprendizaje de la bicicleta, que en muchos casos no lo hacían por razones culturales, por prejuicios familiares, ahora les permita participar en actividades de fin de semana o convertirlo en su medio de transporte tradicional. También en materia de salud tuvimos unos resultados que fueron bastante interesantes con este proceso de la UNESCO y es todo lo que hemos podido hacer de prevención en salud con las actividades que nosotros hacemos. Por ejemplo, el programa Ciclovía, que es nuestro programa bandera, un programa en el cual ya llevamos 49 años funcionando en Bogotá y que es el más grande y el más exitoso, no solo de Latinoamérica, sino, me atrevo a decir que del mundo, tiene en este momento unos indicadores de reducción o de prevención del cáncer de mama de aproximadamente 29.000 mujeres sobre las 725.000 que participan domingo a domingo en este programa. ¿Cómo se calcula eso? Básicamente con la reducción de los factores de riesgo que pueden generar el cáncer de mama en estas mujeres y cómo esta reducción de estos factores de riesgo permite que estas mujeres ya no tengan la posibilidad de contraer cáncer de mama en este periodo. Y eso obviamente hace que sea una reducción de un costo potencial para la ciudad en costos sanitarios. Eso sería aproximadamente unos 133.000 millones de dólares lo que costaría atender a todas estas mujeres si llegaran a adquirir la enfermedad. Lo mismo podemos decir del caso de la enfermedad coronaria y del ictus, que también son enfermedades sobre las cuales se hizo el cálculo de cuántas personas habíamos logrado prevenir la posibilidad de que adquirieran estas enfermedades y el cálculo es que aproximadamente 49.000 personas del 1.9 millones de personas que participaron o que han participado en el programa tienen menos riesgo de adquirir enfermedades coronarias y el ictus. Y eso obviamente también repercute en reducciones de costos de salud que en este caso están calculadas en aproximadamente 267 millones de dólares al año. Con todo esto, ¿qué es lo que nosotros queremos plantearle no solamente a la ciudad, sino al país? Que todo el sector de deporte, actividad física y recreación es un sector económico, es un sector que aporta no solamente en la producción misma de ingresos del Producto Interno Bruto, sino en la reducción de costes futuros para la ciudad, como los costos en salud, tanto salud física como mental, y que este sector puede ser tan fuerte como lo pueda apoyar el gobierno nacional y el gobierno local. Si hacemos procesos de fortalecimiento, formación, de formalización de estas organizaciones, si abrimos líneas de crédito especializadas en deporte y actividad física, si logramos que haya líneas de formación especializadas para este sector, podríamos lograr que ese 1.7% del PIB de la ciudad que genera el sector deporte, actividad física y recreación aumente y además genere muchísimos más empleos en una ciudad que necesita estar más activa y más viva que nunca. Muchísimas gracias. ¿Preguntas?
So, good morning, everybody. I'm pleased and honored having the opportunity to present this paper this morning in the first session. Gender differences in the concentration of individual performance, evidence from track and field athletics. Track and field athletics is, in my view, one of the traditional Olympic sports that has not yet received the attention it deserves in the sports economics literature, and I will be a bit more precise on what I'm looking at in a minute. For those of you who are not that familiar with track and field athletics, it consists of running disciplines, throwing and jumping disciplines, and it is not by accident that half of the pictures show female athletes, because I'm particularly interested in gender differences in competitive orientations. So what is the starting point? Even in Western democracies, women continue to be underrepresented in top management positions. The literature typically uses the term class ceiling to refer to that phenomenon. And women, even in Western economies, earn about 20% less than men. And this is called the gender pay gap. How can these persistent phenomena be explained? What most people typically refer to is it's all about discrimination. I'm not so sure whether discrimination in itself can explain these differences. So, for example, two very recent studies look at or show that even in identical jobs, women earn 10% less than men. Study number one has recently been published by Bolotny and Emmanuel in the Journal of Labor Economics, and they use data from bus operators in the Boston area. And clearly, the collective bargaining agreement for bus operators is gender blind. Why then do women earn 10% less than men? I come back to that question in a minute. After having mentioned the second study in that context, it's a paper by Cook et al. In the Review of Economics and Statistics. They use millions of observations from Uber drivers, from large cities all over the US. And again, they find women earn 10% less. The most likely explanation is that this is due in large part to self-selection. In the case of Uber drivers, for example, this study finds that women tend to avoid early morning hours between 3 and 5 in the morning, and that these hours are particularly used by men. Women tend to avoid driving through parts of the city that are considered dangerous during the nights. Women tend to drive slower than men. All that adds up to a 10% wage premium for male drivers. And a similar explanation applies to the bus and train operators in the Boston area. Men typically work on weekends and during night shifts and on public holidays. All these shifts come with a pay premium. Women very often have children they have to take care of on weekends, during the night, on public holidays, and therefore they don't have access to the same extent than their male colleagues to these wage premiums. So this is, in my view at least, consistent with what large parts of the experimental literature show. They find that men and women seem to differ with respect to not only risk preferences, but also with respect to competitive orientations, self-confidence, and perhaps even choking under pressure, but definitely with respect to altruism and other regarding preferences. So the question here is, what is the impact of self-selection? Following this experimental strand of literature, researchers have started to call for convincing field evidence, complementing the available laboratory findings. Muriel Niederle, a Stanford economics professor, has been among the first to argue for field evidence. The interesting thing now is that many of these laboratory studies, and the first have been published by Stanford economists like Uri Gnisi or Muriel Westerlund herself. These studies have shown large differences towards, for example, risk or attitudes towards competition, but most of the existing attempts to measure the impact of these factors on actual outcomes failed to find large effects. So I used, therefore, field data from track and field athletics to analyze gender differences in competitive orientations. The most obvious advantage of sports data when studying gender differences is that elite female as well as male athletes have self-selected into their profession. And from that perspective, women have self-selected into a highly competitive and at least previously male-dominated industry. This sample selection, in my view, is advantageous in the sense that professional female athletes are less likely to experience a lower willingness to compete than women in the randomly selected sample. However, this comes at the price of the external validity. So in contrast to the experimental literature, I'm not at all interested in eliciting individuals' preferences, but in analyzing and comparing their observable behavior using field data from an admittedly idiosyncratic context. So, first of all, is the number of women selecting themselves into this highly competitive environment lower than the number of men doing so? Second question, is the performance heterogeneity among competitive women larger than among men? And the third, and obviously closely related question then is, are these two phenomena time invariant, or do we observe a convergence between male and female track and field athletes? The data I use covers 21 consecutive years, because the data is now available for 21 years. I will describe the data set in detail in a minute. So, World Athletics, formerly known as the International Association of Athletics Federations, publishes 2 annual rankings for each of the 19 Olympic track and field disciplines, one including the top 200 performers and one including the top 200 performances. So the former includes 200 different athletes. The latter includes up to 20 performances by one and the same athlete delivered in the same year. So, and then combining these two rankings allows calculation of the concentration of athletic performances in different ways. How do men and women, how many men and women deliver the top 200 performances? And is the variation among the top 200 male and female performances still different, or is it converging? So this is the Olympic track and field program. You have sprint disciplines, 100 and 200 meters, middle distances, 400, 800, and 1500 meters, long distances, 5,000, 10,000, and the marathon. I used to be a competitive long distance runner myself, and therefore my personal preference is, of course, on the long distances. We have hurdles, and traditionally the shortest distance is 110 meters for the men and 100 meters for the women. I have found no explanation whatsoever why women run 10 meters less than men, and then the 400 meters and the 3,000 meter steeplechase are again the same for men and women. We have 4 jumping disciplines: high jump, long jump, triple jump, and pole vault, and 4 throwing disciplines: discus, hammer, javelin, and shot put. And this is the data that I started out with. We have, as I already mentioned, 2 different data sets, one with the top 200 athletes in a particular year, and one with the top 200 performances in a particular year. We have 19 different events, we have 21 years of observations, and we have 2 genders, and that delivers in each of the 2 data sets nearly 160,000 observations, and I use that data to calculate the mean and the standard deviation of each athlete's performance and of the performances each year. That gives me 798 observations derived from each of these 2 data sets. And to give you a better idea of how this looks like, I have 2 screenshots here. The first showing the top athletes in a particular year. You see Elaine Thompson-Herah. This is 100-meter sprint, women in the season 2021. And you see each name occurs only once. And when we then move on to the 200 best performances, what we see is that among the top 6 performances, there are only 2 female athletes. And when we move on, to describe that data in more detail, it appears that Elaine Thompson-Herah showed up in 2021 among the top 200 performances 14 times. So there's a high degree of concentration among the top performances. The top 4 sprinters in that particular year accounted for 25% of the best performances. And that is the basic structure of the data set for every distance or for every event, for every single year, for men as well as for women. So we had in 2021, 51 different athletes showing up in the top 200 best performances. So 21 athletes with 1 appearance, and up to 1 athlete with 14 appearances. So here you see the kernel density estimation of the number of athletes per year. And what you see is there are events where there are nearly 200 athletes. Not surprisingly, that's the marathon. Why? Because even elite athletes can finish 2 marathons only per year, because the recovery period after such a race is very long. And we will go into more detail in a second, and you see the kernel density estimation of the coefficient of variation of performance. It's basically parallel for men and women, but it's shifted slightly to the right among the women, suggesting that the heterogeneity in the performance is higher among women than among men, but the profile is identical, suggesting that the impact of the particular event is more important than the gender differences. And I'll come back to that when I present my estimations. So here you see the average number of athletes delivering the top 200 performances by event and year. And what you see is the number of men is always either marginally higher in the steeplechase or a bit higher among the marathon. But again, what you see here is it's the type of event that matters far more than the gender of the athletes. And if you correlate the number of athletes per event and year by gender, correlation coefficient is 0.96. So if the number of men is high, the number of women is also high. If the number of men is low, the number of women is also low. And that is clear from that picture already. So you have events where few athletes deliver the top 200 performances, and you have events where a large number is required. So when we move on to the first estimation, so the impact of gender on the number of top performers, we see that the number is controlling for type of event and controlling for the year is significantly lower. However, when we add the squared, when we add an interaction term of gender and a linear time trend, we see that this interaction effect is significantly positive. And that allows us to calculate the turning point in that relationship, and that this finding seems to suggest that in 10 years from now, the number of elite female athletes will be as high as the number of male elite athletes required to deliver the top 200 performances in a particular year. And here you see the coefficients for the different events. And when we then estimate that model separately for the running events, the throwing events, and the jumping events, we see that in running, that turning point is after 9 years, in the throwing events after 11 years, and 14 years in the jumping events. Why is it lower in the running events? The running events are, from a financial point of view, far more lucrative for the athlete. There's more money to be earned outside of the stadium, outside of the running track, in road races, for example. And these financial incentives induce women to self-select into that competitive environment at a faster speed than in the throwing and jumping events. And when we now look at the coefficient of variation of the top 200 performances, first we see that the coefficient of variation is very low. Compare that to other studies looking at the coefficient of variation in performance of, let's say, pupils in school taking PISA tests or whatever. The variation is typically far, far higher. However, since we look at the top 200 performances only, it's not that surprising that the coefficient of variation is low. And what we find again is that this correlation is high across all events. So if the heterogeneity in the performance is low among men, it is also low among women. And if it is high among men, it's also high among women. Again, regression model, yes, it's significantly higher. That the coefficient of variation is significantly higher among women. But again, if you interact gender with a linear time trend, we see that this gender difference is decreasing. And here again, we can calculate the turning point, which is far later than in the case of the number of athletes. However, what you should recall is... Okay, sorry, thank you. What you should bear in mind is that women appeared on the Olympic program on average 64 years later than the men. I have a table showing you when a particular event was added to the Olympic program for men and when it was added for the women. Again, estimating the model separately for the different events. Here the turning points are much later, and with respect to the jumping events, a turning point can not even be calculated because the interaction term fails to reach conventional levels of statistical significance. Yeah, thanks. So, can you hear me now? Okay, I prefer to run around, I'm sorry. Here you see the year of the first appearance of male and female athletes in Olympic track and field events. So, for example, the 100-meter dash occurred on the Olympic program for men in 1896 already, while it was added to the Olympic program for women in 1928. Why do we have 2 years here? Well, that's very simple. The 800-meter was added to the Olympic program for women in 1928. 2 women collapsed after the finish line, and therefore the IOC immediately eliminated the 800-meter race for women from the Olympic program again. If men collapse behind the finish line, they are heroes. If women collapse behind the finish line, they are too fragile to compete in such a long-distance race, right? But if you calculate the difference here between these different first appearances, you end up with an average delay of 64 years. And if you recall my estimations that the gender differences will have disappeared in 10 years from now or in 38 years from now, that suggests that women are catching up very rapidly. So, the gender gap in competitive intensity has decreased and will soon have disappeared completely. The differences in the concentration of individual performance are mainly driven by the type of discipline, so they are significantly higher in the throwing and the jumping than in the running disciplines. And the reason is that in the latter, much more money is to be earned for men as well as for women. So when controlling for self-selection into a particular environment, no gender differences in competitive orientations should be expected. Gender differences in, for example, risk aversion and competitive orientations present in the general population are most likely absent in populations of professionals as a result of self-selection, institutional mechanisms, socialization, or a combination thereof. So we are currently working, for example, with a representative sample of university students in Germany, and we distinguish between couch potatoes. These are I'm looking forward to your comments. Stefan.
That's great, very interesting thing, but especially since my paper is on convergence as well. That'll be interesting. The question I had was, sorry. The question I had was, it seemed clear that you set out two real possible explanations here. One is that there's a smaller number of female athletes in these sports because they were slower to be adopted by the IOC, so therefore they've had less opportunity to develop in those sports. But the second explanation is that the financial rewards are higher in these sports, in some sports, and therefore the female athletes have caught up faster because the financial rewards are greater. I wonder, and I guess it's probably difficult to get financial data, but I just wonder if you don't, well, first, don't you think you should separate these two? They're two separate hypotheses. And second, could you get data on the financial returns that might help to distinguish them?
It's extremely difficult to get access to financial data. One thing I can do is to check which of the events is on the annual schedule of World Athletics major events. So the Golden League, as it is called, has a certain number of events every single year, and each of these events comes with significant prize money. That information is available, and the composition of these events changes every single year. So in some years, you have the 100-meter sprint on the program. In another year, you have the 200-meter sprint. But you always have one middle distance and one long distance. However, track and field elite athletes tend to compete more on the road than in the stadium. And in some cases, road running prize money is also available. So there is at least anecdotal evidence to support that argument. And that may enable me to distinguish between these two obviously competing hypotheses. But thanks for the suggestion.
Well, I have this question. Maybe you mentioned that women are not willing to enter to these sports due to risk aversion. Could it be possible that in the sports that you mentioned, it also happens something about regarding harassment that we're seeing in professional team sports in women? That maybe women are entering, but then it happens this kind of conflict, and they leave the sport and do not continue a professional track.
The access story is not easy to reconstruct. We can do that easily, for example, for marathon, because we can follow the development of the percentage of runners from East Africa over a long period of time. So women were first allowed to enter marathons in 1973. And in 1983, the first male runner from either Ethiopia or Kenya won one of the large city marathons like New York, Berlin, Chicago, London, Tokyo. And the women followed 10 years later. And this is due to the fact that African women entered that circus, if I call it like that, 10 years later than the first African male winner in such a race. It's far more difficult to reconstruct that development over time, but I would be surprised to find completely different results. So with changes in the social environment, it was considered more acceptable for women to pursue a professional career as a track and field athlete. And that is complementary to my access story, but again, one could try to distinguish between these different variants of that access story. I'm currently not able to tell you how I would tackle that in detail, but again, that's something that can be tried.
Very interesting paper. More of a comment than a question. Talking about external validity, I think you could argue potentially that your work is more externally valid in that you're trying to essentially control for preferences, right? Preferences that can differ in terms of risk preferences or in terms of competitiveness. You know, when we're talking about the gender pay gap, we are particularly interested in discrimination. So, you know, controlling for those things is actually really important. So I think you have maybe even a stronger motivation there than you give yourself credit for.
Okay.
Yeah, we could talk more about it, but
yeah.
Very, very interesting.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bert. Having seen this now at least twice, something has come to my mind now, and that is that you don't really talk about, and this sort of relates to the external validity, so think about this in different labor market kind of contexts, like lawyers, for example. So what might you see in the legal profession is women are entering the legal profession later, but they become more competitive with the men lawyers as time passes in the same way, so that these social norms against certain kinds of occupations for women might be declining in the same way that this degree of competitiveness that you can observe directly through the data is happening. So it maybe transfers over to outside of sports, which is where we would really like many of our sports stories to tell us about the rest of the world.
The example of lawyers is a particularly good one. There's one paper in the JPE about 3 or 4 years ago looking at the determinants of pay of lawyers using a large sample from the United States, and what they find is that controlling for experience and for household family obligations, female lawyers earn as much as their male colleagues. However, without the control for family obligations, women earn far less. Why is that the case? Because women tend to work fewer hours per week. But once you could control for that, the entire difference completely disappears. And I would expect to find similar results in other occupations, but it's extremely difficult to get access to the data. But another argument, there's one nice paper by Alison Booth and her Japanese colleague, whose name I always forget. They compare the learning curves of Japanese speedboat racers, another very idiosyncratic context, admittedly. What they find is that the initial performance of women is poorer than the initial performance of men. And these racers are randomly assigned to single-sex or mixed-sex races, and they cannot say, well, I want to be in a single or mixed-sex race. But what they find is the learning curves of female racers are much steeper than the learning curves of male racers, and after 1 year, or perhaps even less, their performance is identical.
Sí.
That means I need a translation device too, right? Sorry?
Buenos días. Bueno, al igual que el conferencista, también tengo un interés particular por el atletismo. Practiqué salto con pértiga en Colombia durante mi adolescencia y me llama mucho la atención esta investigación y sobre todo entender si esas características técnicas de algunas pruebas del atletismo pueden hacer la diferencia entre lo que se ha demorado la mujer en poder acceder. El atletismo es un deporte muy variado, ¿sí? Digamos que las carreras de velocidad y maratón, particularmente en todos los escenarios y eventos deportivos, siempre han tenido mayor participación de cantidad tanto de hombres y mujeres. No se ve de igual manera en los saltos y en los lanzamientos por las características técnicas. Es más difícil por estas características llegar al alto rendimiento, ¿sí? Esta diferenciación de esas particularidades técnicas interfiere directamente en el acceso que ha tenido la mujer.
Well, I've never been into jumping disciplines myself, and therefore it's difficult for me to explain. What is clearly the case is you need specifically designed equipment for the jumping and the throwing disciplines that you do not need for the running disciplines. And it may well be that men are treated preferentially when it comes to access to these, to this kind of an equipment. But that is something I can only speculate about. So we know that, for example, in winter sports, women have less access to training facilities than men. We have talked to officials in Switzerland and in Austria, two traditional winter sports countries, and they confirmed that it is far more difficult for talented young women to get access to these facilities than it is for young men. And typically one would consider Switzerland and Austria to be rather gender equal societies. Stefan, you don't believe my last argument, I know, but compared to the South American countries and looking at these official gender equality indices, Switzerland and Austria rank rather high, not at the top, but rather high. Okay. Thanks.
All right. Is this on? Can you guys hear me? Very good. All right. Wonderful to be here. Thank you for having me. I'm Lewis. I'm going to be presenting a section from my PhD, which is still in progress, which I call is NBA Player Load Management Shirking, Evidence of Agency Costs in a Highly Competitive Environment. So let's start off with a little bit of context. I want to talk about what one pundit spoke about as being the National Basketball Association's biggest problem, which is that the best players apparently do not play nearly enough. And there are really two interrelated reasons for this that are cited by this particular pundit and many others who have spoken about this problem. The first is injury. Now, injury in the NBA is an incredibly frequent phenomenon. In fact, just to give you some metric for comparison, in one typical season, the NBA saw 5.6 times more emergency room visits per player than the National Football Association. Talking American football, of course. So injuries are frequent, and serious injuries are frequent in the NBA. However, there's another phenomenon which is going to be the other side of the coin that we're going to focus on in this paper, which is a phenomenon called load management that's been spoken about in numerous sports, from baseball to football to, of course, basketball. And this is a practice wherein coaches decide to bench or rest healthy players, specifically with the aim of preventing injury. Right? And in the NBA, this typically takes place during game 2 of a back-to-back, representing, in some instances, as many as 17 games in a season. One particular player was known to have missed 17 games due to these load management practices. This practice has been discussed as a controversial one by those interested in the NBA. And this same pundit spoke about the problem with this as being that it is unproven and potentially unprofitable. And by unproven, what I mean is there isn't really good data or good metrics to gauge whether or not load management as a practice keeps players on court. Right? This is precisely because, in principle, load management has an ambiguous effect on the appearance of star players. On the one hand, there's a direct effect wherein those players sit out games, right, which clearly reduces the appearances of star players. But on the other hand, if the games that those players are excluded from, if those matches would have more than likely seen them get injured because they're experiencing a higher risk of injury than normal times, then the net effect could be an increase in star player appearances throughout the course of the season. Right? So this leads us to our question of whether or not load management as a practice is, from the NBA's perspective, a matter of shirking by coaches or a matter of optimal allocation of time on court to star players. So to break this down in terms of the paper, how I'm going to talk about this today, what I'm studying here is shirking and residual loss, which I'll define momentarily, in a principal-agent problem between coaches and the NBA with respect to this practice of load management. Residual loss refers to the difference between the principal, which in this case would be the NBA, their maximum attainable welfare, and the welfare that they receive given the actions of the agent that performs some function on their behalf, here the coaches. So in this context, what I mean by residual loss is I'm asking whether or not star players could spend more time on court than they do if load management was not implemented as a practice. This is harder to gauge than it might first appear, and I'm going to talk about why with a collection of simple models. They're kind of economics, call it 201 level game theoretic models. I'll show you why it can be really hard to tell whether or not load management as a practice is actually effective. And then using some data from 4 NBA seasons, I'm going to try and show you that, in fact, load management is not effective in offsetting higher risk of injury because there actually is not higher risk of injury during, in particular, back-to-back games. Right? And we can talk a little bit more about this last point towards the end of the presentation. This is not something that we'll get into in too much detail, but there remains a question: if load management is not a response to heightened risk of injury, what is motivating the practice? What is the benefit that it plays to coaches and players? And that's going to be something that I address in future work that I'm currently working on, in fact. So I'll essentially skip most of this, but I'm framing this as a paper in the principal agent literature, and one in which we can see the actions of agents, and this is exceedingly rare in an economic context. Normally, if you're studying a principal agent problem, you're studying, say, the decisions of CEOs as agents and asking whether or not shareholders as principals could be made better off by implementing different contract structures, etc. These are principal agent problems precisely because we don't observe the actions of CEOs and we don't understand necessarily what their best course of action would be, even if we could see everything they did. Here, we can see what coaches do, and we have a pretty good idea of what is optimal for them in terms of they want to win games, etc. And of course, because we're talking about injury, this paper also relates to sports medicine, and I'm going to try and clear up something that's I think been sort of misestimated in this literature, which is how the risk of injury varies with exposure essentially to a dangerous task, i.e. playing basketball. Right, let's get into some models. So the first model I want to show you is a naive model of what we might think basketball looks like from the perspective of the NBA. Right, so forgive me for a little bit of economics here, a little bit of denser economics, but what I'm laying out here is a model in which coaches, say 2 coaches, just for simplicity, play each other, game after game after game, repeatedly into infinity, right? These coaches are going to be assumed to have 2 actions that they can play against each other. They can either implement limited force or maximum force, which would correspond to essentially playing your best team, right? Or say a second-tier team and benching your best players. The NBA wants these coaches in principle to play their best team as often as possible because they want to generate the maximum spectacle that's going to drive ad revenues, etc. Right? So that's the outcome that they're aiming for when they set up this environment in which coaches play each other. The way I've set up the game, it's zero-sum. So all of these guys across rows add up to, all of the payoffs within a cell add up to 1. That's the sense in which they're zero-sum. But essentially what you have here is a situation in which, if you play limited force and your opponent plays limited force, then it's a 50-50 chance of winning. If you play maximum force and your opponent plays maximum force, it's a 50-50 chance of winning. But if your opponent is playing limited force, playing maximum force, you play a better team, you're more likely to win. And so in this environment, the only sensible thing to do would be to always play maximum force. In fact, this is a so-called subgame perfect Nash equilibrium, right, of this infinitely repeated game, is to always play maximum force. But that doesn't square with what we see in reality. Load management as a practice is an instance in which coaches choose to play limited force. And this sometimes happens in tandem. In other words, 2 coaches opposing each other will simultaneously choose to play limited force, benching their best players. So this is not a model that can explain load management. To explain load management, you need something more like this, the second model, where now contests come in back-to-back pairs, a first contest and a second contest, right? Where I'm assuming here that in the first contest, there's never any risk of injury, for simplicity. And in the second contest, if you played maximum force in the first of the back-to-back, then there's a risk of injury pi to your star player, or star side. If that star player gets injured, then they sit out for 2n+1 games, so an odd number of games. And this is, again, just chosen because it simplifies things. But essentially, what this all comes down to is that in this game, it makes sense for coaches
to bench their star players in the second of a back-to-back, in the second contest of a back-to-back. The reason is because as long as the risk of injury is sufficiently high and the number of games where they would be disadvantaged is also sufficiently high, so n+1 would be the number of games where if your star player gets injured and you're playing your opponent who plays their strongest side, their weakest side, et cetera, you would have n+1 games in which you are disadvantaged, as in you're fielding your weaker side against a stronger side. What this boils down to then is that this condition is showing that for a coach, if the expected number of additional foregone maximum contest games is greater than 1, i.e. the number of games you're considering playing your strongest side, then it makes sense to load manage here, to not field your best players in that second contest. What's more, though, is that it's actually in the best interest of the NBA as well. The NBA would lose an expected number of games equal to this pi n+1, which is more than the 1 game that they would get as a maximum contest, maximum force contest game if the coach decided to play maximum effort today. So there is no residual loss. Coaches cannot increase the number of maximum effort games by not load managing. On the other hand, and this is the last model we'll talk through, we could also think of a situation in which, for whatever reason, coaches have a distaste for playing maximum effort twice in a row in a back-to-back. And I'd like to think of this as, if you're playing maximum effort as a player 24 hours after playing a game, it's quite uncomfortable. There are other factors at play as well that we can talk about in the discussion session, but in essence, you might have a distaste for playing maximum effort twice in a row. If that's the case, then we move from what was a zero-sum game, in which there's no scope for cooperation, mathematically speaking, to a prisoner's dilemma. And the economists will see where this is going. In a prisoner's dilemma, there's scope for cooperation. Essentially, if coaches were to agree to play maximum effort in the first game, followed by limited effort in the second game, with the threat that if you ever deviate from playing maximum effort, limited effort in that sequence, that you just, as the opposing coach, always play maximum effort. If this is the strategy employed by both coaches, then you can also sustain this sequence of maximum effort games followed by limited effort games, i.e. load management. The thing is here, in this model, there is no risk of injury. That's been normalized to 0. So what that means for the NBA is that in present value terms, they lose a positive quantity of maximum effort games. Right? This is a residual loss to the NBA. So if none of the math really landed, this should sum up everything pretty neatly. Model 1, in which we view contests in the NBA as just a sequence of zero-sum games without injury, that's obviously unrealistic. That's not the environment that we live in. It cannot explain load management in particular. However, these two models that I've shown you, this model 2 where there's a risk of injury and model 1 where there's a distaste for playing maximum effort in the second of a back-to-back, they look identical in terms of the outcomes. They look identical because coaches in both of these models, they play the exact same sequence of actions. They play maximum effort in contest 1 of a back-to-back, followed by limited effort in contest 2 of a back-to-back, and no injury ever occurs. Because in the second model, you don't field your best players when they're at risk of injury, And in the third model, you don't field them because of that distaste for injury. But in principle, you could say that you're not fielding those players because they're at risk of injury. The outcomes would look the same, right? So what this all means is that in order to see whether or not coaches could increase the amount of time spent on court by star players, in order to determine whether or not that's even possible, we need to know what the risk of injury to players is during, in particular, game 2 of a back-to-back, given that that's when most load management occurs. And that's what we'll talk about for the rest of this talk. So what we need to know, in essence, then, is how minutes played translates into player injury. This is harder to get at than it first would appear, because there are several endogeneity issues involved in the allocation of minutes played to players vis-a-vis injury. Well, for one thing, there's reverse causality here, because if an injury occurs while a player is on court, they exit the court, which curtails minutes played, right? So injury directly affects minutes played within a contest. There's also potentially selection on player injury risk, which is to say that if a player who's particularly skilled is at higher risk of injury, then a rational coach might want to pull them off the court, right? And this is precisely the argument underlying load management, that players are at higher risk of injury, so we pull them off the court, right? And then lastly, given that you have, say, constant risk of injury, a more skilled player is more likely to spend more time on court than a less skilled player, because their skill makes them valuable on court. You need them out there to win games, right? So these things make it quite hard to estimate the relationship between two very simple quantities, minutes played and risk of injury, which tautologically, logically speaking, should be positively related. So in order to get at this quantity, despite these endogeneity issues, I'm going to use a natural experiment in the form of the COVID-19 health and safety protocols that were implemented in the 2020 through 2021 and 2021 through 2022 seasons. These protocols looked like this. It involved daily testing of all players. If a player tested positive, they were quarantined for 6, initially 10 days, or until they produced 2 negative PCR tests. And this resulted in more than 3,000 instances of player absenteeism in over 1,700 distinct contests in these 2 seasons. What I'm using this for, that skipped forward, sorry. How I'm using this is I'm contending that unaffected players were essentially forced to play more minutes because of players being removed from the lineup due to COVID. So in essence, what's happening here is a player gets COVID or is taken out of the lineup due to this health and safety protocol shock, and minutes played gets substituted to other members of the lineup, right? So this instrument, I'm arguing, is valid so long as the injury risk and productivity of the remaining players, these are players that did not get COVID, right, is not related to the fact of that other player or collection of other players being absent. Okay, we're about to get to some regressions where we can look at how this all plays out. The data that I use, I've mentioned 4 seasons starting in 2018, ending in 2023. And you really just have to worry about 3 variables here. All of this data is publicly available, so gotten from sources online. The 3 variables of interest here is injury, right? So injury to some player N during game G on team I, season S. This is a binary variable, which takes on a value of 1 when players become injured on the day of a contest. And these are play-related injuries, not illness. So COVID is excluded from this, and other illnesses and reason for absenteeism. And then we've got minutes played, this continuous variable. simply total minutes on court in the given game to that player. And then we've got our instrument here, this health and safety protocol shock, which is, in this iteration of the paper, a binary variable. And this guy takes on a value of 1 if one or more players on the team I, other than the player under consideration, was removed from the lineup because of these health and safety protocols. 1 second. Great. All right. So let's look at the relationship between minutes played and player injury with and without this instrument, just to show you how this plays out in terms of some endogeneity and resolving that. If we just do a regression of injury on minutes played, linear probability model, we get this coefficient here, which, to give you some interpretation, would translate into about a 0.02 or a 2% chance of injury if you had that player play 48 minutes, i.e. the totality of a standard length basketball game. Very, very low risk of injury in this particular estimate, but like we've spoken about, there are a lot of reasons not to trust this estimate. And in fact, as we go from estimating this by OLS, start adding things like player fixed effects, the sign changes. Here, this is implying that as you play more minutes, your risk of injury goes down, right? Which harks back to some of these endogeneity issues I mentioned. Once we use our instrument, though, we get exclusively positive signs from including player fixed effects, season fixed effects. And I want to focus in particular on this estimate, which it can be hard to tell because they've both got 4s. This guy has 1 fewer zeros than that guy, i.e. the magnitude of this effect is actually slightly more than 10 times the magnitude of this initial effect that we estimate. This guy here, to interpret it very quickly, would indicate that if you played a full 48 minutes, your risk of injury increases by about 1 in 5, about a 20% additional risk of injury. So much, much larger. So this is why it's important to have some sort of natural experiment to help us out with this problem. We're going to wrap the empirical part of this paper up. I'm going to skip over explaining math here. What I'm going to explain is that we spoke about how load management as a practice was implemented or has been discussed as being an important practice to reduce injury-induced player absenteeism later in the season. Right? The argument being that if a player is fatigued, they're at higher risk of injury and need to be removed from the lineup to avoid an injury that's going to see them out of commission for some time. I'm testing this directly with these models. What I'm doing here is I'm estimating the effect of minutes played on player injury, and I'm allowing that to have an effect that depends on whether or not the player played a game yesterday or played a game 2 days ago or 3 days ago. This is not using two-stage least squares, which you tend to use with instruments, precisely because I have one instrument and I have many coefficients to estimate with it. So I'm using what's called a control function approach. Wooldridge 2015 gives a nice how-to guide on that. Essentially, what I'm doing here is I'm using the error from this first stage to control for the endogeneity in minutes played. Estimate a model of minutes played, include the endogenous residual from that first stage in here, and then get consistent estimates of this effect there. And I do that for a collection of different models to allow for different assumptions on these things, precisely because the assumptions are stronger than standard two-stage least squares estimates. Here's what I get. Let me interpret these guys for you. So what this coefficient here, this is for an OLS first stage, OLS second stage, so just linear models. What this guy is this is the coefficient relating injury to minutes played if you've played a basketball game the day before. So 24 hours rest. This coefficient here is the relationship between injury and minutes played if you've had 48 hours rest. This coefficient is for 72 hours rest, 3 days between the current game and the previous game. And then, these guys I include because I need to have, I need to essentially saturate the model, make sure I've accounted for every contingency. I don't know if it's the first game of the season, it's been a while since you've played a game, or this could be the first game the player plays. Those are not particularly important here. What is important is these three coefficients. What you can see here is that they're almost identical. In fact, this coefficient here, the relationship between minutes played and injury, if you've had only 24 hours rest, is slightly lower than if you've had 48 and 72 hours rest. In other words, what this guy is saying, and this guy as well, where the modeling assumptions are technically more palatable here, but this is more interpretable. What this is saying is that there is no increased risk of injury during a back-to-back game, i.e. precisely when load management occurs, we just don't see it in the data. So I've essentially said everything that I've said here, so I'm gonna, seeing as I'm pretty close on time, I'm gonna essentially, conclude with this in the next slide. What this previous slide is saying is that those models I showed you earlier, where there's a model with risk of injury and load management is happening to offset that risk of injury, and there's a model with distaste for playing in a sequence of back-to-back games, playing your star players twice in a row. It's that model that seems to have bite here, not the first model in which there's heightened risk of injury. In other words, from the NBA's perspective, it would seem as though there are additional games that could be played by these star players without exacerbating injury outcomes, in principle. So just to wrap up, what this paper does, contribution of the paper, I identify this causal effect, really an average treatment effect, of the relationship between time on court and player injury in the NBA. And I show that load management is not a response to heightened risk of injury, because there is no increased risk of injury that we can see in the data on those back-to-back games, right? Implying that there is a residual loss to the NBA here. In other words, that we could feasibly increase the number of games played by star players. Now, this evidence comes from a highly competitive, what some would have thought to be zero-sum environment, which should prevent shirking. It's essentially an optimal contract if you can get your agents to compete in a zero-sum contest, right? So the fact that we're seeing evidence of shirking here is stark because other contexts are much more nuanced in terms of our ability to think of contracts that would induce agents to act optimally. And here I very much have shareholder CEO type relationships in mind, which is a very large literature where this has been studied. So we should be maybe a bit pessimistic in the ability of seemingly optimal contracts to simply completely offset residual loss agency costs. And then all I've done here, just to finally conclude right on time, is I've just argued from the data that we don't see a necessary condition for load management to be optimal from an NBA's perspective if they want to maximize star player time on court. What I haven't done is gone into why coaches are doing this. And that's where the rest of this paper will go in time, is estimating a model of coach decision-making over the course of a season, actually modeling their actions within each game in real time, and decomposing their actions, especially with respect to load management, in terms of some utility from shirking, just a preference for it, which would then be differentiated from risk aversion, not wanting to lose a player when you're going to need them for important games in the future, right? And yeah, that precautionary savings motive, precisely as I've described. So thank you very much. That's what I have for you today.
What has been called tanking, right?
Oh, no, not necessarily. So tanking, which has been spoken about, especially with respect to draft picks, right? Tanking is intentionally losing. Load management doesn't necessarily mean you lose. And in fact, there are many examples to the contrary. For instance, Steve Kerr, in the most recent NBA season, sat all three of his star players, Steph Curry and the Splash Brothers, Klay Thompson, etc. He benched all three of them, and they still won. So it's not necessarily that you're losing. And in fact, this happens throughout a season. So I didn't show statistics on that. Clicking buttons on here doesn't work as easily as it does when you have your laptop in front of you. But it's not a matter of trying to lose. It's a matter of deciding not to field your best players, which increases your risk of losing, but doesn't necessarily mean that you're deliberately trying to lose, right? And if both coaches do it simultaneously, you can actually offset your risk of losing. So one question is this in some way correlated with across coaches? And it is to some extent. I may be able to pull that up real quick because I have the laptop here. Click on that. So this is showing for the top 95% of earners, these are NBA players that earn a salary of about $33 million a year or more, right? This is showing on the left-hand side, the probability of a star player playing, and that variable back-to-back there is just indicating that it's a back-to-back game. So first things first, star players miss a little more than a quarter of all games and are 11 percentage points more likely to not play during a back-to-back. But to your point, if we look at this dependent variable of both teams bench a 95% percentile earner, so again, more than 33 million. Their star player increases by 6 percentage points, a little more, and this is additive. So if both teams are experiencing back-to-backs, they're even more likely to both bench star players. So to the contrary, it's not necessarily about seeking to lose. It may be more about trying to minimize losses while still giving your players what they want, which is a little bit less of an intense load. Great, lots of questions.
I will ask my question in Spanish.
Oh, so, one moment, let me get my headphones.
Yes. Gracias, Lewis, felicitaciones por el trabajo tan interesante. No soy un experto en las ciencias del deporte, mi campo de estudio es el olimpismo. Sin embargo, me llamó mucho la atención una afirmación que usted hizo en la primera diapositiva, en el sentido de que había muchas más lesiones en la NBA que en la NFL, lo cual me llamó mucho la atención y me pregunto si o cómo llegó a esta conclusión, considerando que son pues deportes muy distintos, pero sobre todo un jugador de básquetbol pues juega al año, supongo, unos 80 y pico partidos, mientras que uno de fútbol americano juega unos 20 partidos, y el número de minutos jugado por cada uno pues debe ser obviamente muchísimo más en el baloncesto. Adicionalmente, un jugador de fútbol americano pues tiene muchas más posibilidades de lesiones, hay muchas más partes del cuerpo, digamos, comprometidas, empezando por la cabeza, y supongo que en el baloncesto las lesiones son más de extremidades inferiores. Entonces, repito, me pareció muy interesante esa afirmación suya en el sentido de que se lesionan más los jugadores de baloncesto que los de fútbol americano. Gracias y nuevamente felicitaciones por el trabajo.
Thank you for your question. You raised some excellent points, which I'm very happy to get into. Absolutely. So, firstly, the NBA regular season is typically 82 games. It was 72 games in the 2020-21 season. And the NFL is typically 17 games in the regular season. So, yes, much fewer games, absolutely, completely right. So they're not comparable in terms of number of games, but I will say that if you divide those injuries by, if you rescale those injuries to equate the number of games, it's still, the NFL is about 4.8 versus 5.6 ER visits per player. Yeah, and you're absolutely right about the nature of injuries as well. It typically is knees and ankles, sometimes fingers in the NBA. Head injuries absolutely would be a big one with the NFL. I think it's very difficult to, as you essentially pointed out, it's very difficult to compare injuries across sport, especially because I'm not looking at concussions, say, in particular, or just ankle injuries in particular. You're right. So more what I'm trying to do with that statistic is emphasize that from the course of a season, or thinking about injury over the course of a season, managing injuries is much more a part of the job for an NBA coach than it is for an NFL coach. Injury is an integral part of thinking about how to allocate tasks among players in the NBA in a way that it's maybe less so in the NFL or even other contact sports. That's more my point. But absolutely, there are tons of caveats to go with that figure. I would like to add, though, that just out of interest, that basketball actually accounts for more injuries in the US than any other sport. Right? So I don't remember the exact figures, but it actually accounts for more injuries than American football if you're including high schools, recreation. Yeah, it's and again, these are all unscaled figures, so you can't be compare them too closely, but it's certainly a very high risk sport is more the point that I want to make. But thank you very much. That's an excellent comment.
Hello, thank you for your presentations. It's very interesting to know your findings, and I want to make a suggestion and make a question first. So my question is that maybe if you can consider to implement in the methodology of the research the use of the Nash equilibrium to research the cooperative equilibrium. When you propose the cooperative equilibrium, you consider that maybe in your research you can use the Nash equilibrium, and my suggestion is for open new doors in the future for other research that maybe you can do is that if you explore the use of data analytics and the artificial intelligence to try to predictive the best scenario when you can reduce the time that players be in the load management stage and try to find the best scenario that the stars players can play more time and reduce the time that they cannot play to prevent an injury. Maybe you can consider.
Very, very good suggestion. It's definitely along the lines of where I intend to go with the paper, and that's this, if we go back to, actually I think I can just scroll up to it, you're absolutely right. At this point, all I've really done is try to say, what is this thing that we call load management? What function is it serving? Is it helping to reduce injury? And my preliminary results say that it's not. But to think about both injury and load management. We have to consider that load management is something coaches are choosing to do, right? And so I want to think about how can we reduce the incentive for load management by altering the environment. For instance, part of why load management may be taking place is simply because with 82 games, not many games are actually very high stakes, right? You expect to lose some, right? So you kind of bank that in, that you're going to lose a few, and you may be choosing somewhat strategically to allow yourself to not exert maximum force here because you know you've got to lose some. So this gets a little bit close to Run's question earlier. I don't think they're trying to lose, but I think they're playing a long season. 82 games in 5 months is a lot. Players are humans, right? So I think it's worth thinking about along the lines of your question, whether or not a change to the institutional environment within this broad framing of Nash equilibrium and optimal action by coaches can reduce the incentive for load management. And thank you for your question.
Thank you.
We have one on the left here.
Okay, thanks a lot. Very, very interesting paper. So my question has to do with your second bullet point, and it's that in a sense, being zero-sum is a very strong, strict category, right?
Yes.
I mean, and I can see how we can approximate a given basketball game as a zero-sum game, as long as we're concerned, we think about winning and losing.
Yeah.
But there's also tying. I mean, and arguably that's not frequent in basketball, but then as soon as we consider tying, the game's no longer strictly competitive, right? I mean, we could think of situations, a strategy profile where, say, like the ones that you were exhibiting, that gives us 50% chance each of winning versus one in which we get 20% chance of tying versus 40-40 winning each, such that we'd rather both move from one to the other. So the question, I guess, is how, I mean, have you looked into or began thinking about how robust, for instance, this idea is to having a sort of an index of competitiveness rather than being strictly competitive versus not strictly competitive?
Your point is along very good lines. With the way this plays in practice, there are no ties because you'll go into overtime until it's resolved. And but you're very right about the fact that this is definitely not simply zero sum. And that's really what I want to do in the later part of the paper, is dig into the ways in which there is essentially surplus that could potentially be shared, divided up between coaches. So you're absolutely right about your direction of thinking. If anything, though, it's a great pain that there are no ties because it complicates the modeling dramatically. So, but no, it's something I have to deal with, absolutely. So, no, but thank you very much for your point. We're thinking along the same lines.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. My question is, in a recent interview, Carlo Ancelotti, Real Madrid coach, was asked if he used the data when players are tired, and he said that when the data says they are tired and he sees that they are tired, he pulls them off. But when he sees the data says that they are tired and he sees that they are okay, he just leave them on the pitch. So my question goes, how would the model take into account all these gut decisions that sometimes coaches make during the season?
Very good question. So here, obviously we haven't done anything nuanced in terms of that decision-making process, and that is where things are going. That I do actually have a model in mind for that, which essentially has a selection stage where the coach is deciding whether or not to play the player at all. Then a quantity stage, you decide number of minutes if you select them to play, and injury as a possible outcome in that. But you can only do so much in terms of the nuance there. I think essentially in my context, that kind of variation is a residual that I don't observe, but can be incorporated in the model, if in an imperfect way, you know, making distributional assumptions, pardon me. That is very much the plan. And you're absolutely right. That's something that you want to have factored in here. I will say, what I get from my estimates, the interesting thing, the really striking thing about the estimates that I get is that the risk of injury with 1 day rest versus 2 versus 3 is so flat. It's so beautifully flat. If there was a heightened risk of injury, if the coaches ever make a mistake and play a player who is actually too tired, if this phenomenon of being overloaded has bite, then we should have seen at least some, additional injury, even if it's not statistically significant, attached with that 24 hours rest. I'm not sure if that totally answers your question, but you're absolutely right that I think coaches are going to play it by ear a little bit, and that needs to be accounted for in the modeling strategy. So thank you very much for that question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Luis, would you mind going to the slide 11? I have a very technical question, and it's because I just saw that, and, 11, not 12, sorry. And
just this.
No, one back.
One more.
One more, yes. The one where you have your estimations. That one. It's just a simple question. Here you are doing an OLS and also fixed effects, and you're presenting a standard errors cluster.
Yes.
Have you tried, or what? I get the idea that cluster, because we have the fixed effects of the clubs or the teams. Have you tried using robust standard errors? And if so, what will be the difference and why I should use?
Great question. I have used robust standard errors precisely because, yes, you're right. This is a linear probability model, so there's heteroscedasticity built into it. They are smaller than these standard errors. These are larger standard errors than the robust ones. The main reason I chose to cluster is because I'm thinking of a scenario in which something happens in a game that causes two players to simultaneously get injured, right? A collision, say. And so that could happen across teams, right, within a game. And so I'm clustering at the full game level to allow for correlation in the error with respect to injury for two players that may be on opposing teams who got injured precisely because they ran into each other. That's my main reasoning for clustering the standard errors at the game level. But yes, robust standard errors are also a good idea here. They just won't account for that clustering or that correlation. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
I have lots of questions, but I'll only ask you one.
Okay.
And it kind of relates to this. And the issue is, for me, that the player fixed effect is capturing an enormous amount of things that I think should be directly into the regression. Like what? Position or style of play. Somebody who stands outside the three-point arc and shoots, much less likely to get injured than somebody who is driving to the basket repeatedly.
Yes.
Somebody who's standing with their back to the basket most of the game is probably less likely. So the style of the play and the position that they play, I think, is really relevant. And so
that's a very good point.
The extent that that's correlated with minutes played, then you're going to end up with biased estimates there. So I think possibly separating it by position and seeing the same kind of thing.
Absolutely, or even incorporating that in terms of heterogeneity. Here, I mostly wanted to focus just on the core story, so that's my main reason for not going into those channels. So this just averages over all of that, but that's a very good point. In principle, that's very doable. More than in principle, in practice, it's also very doable. But yeah, we will talk at length, I'm sure. I look forward to it.
Yeah, my question is related to Dennis's and more a doubt I have of how you did this. So I think even in these regressions, age matters a lot.
Oh, absolutely.
And I don't know if you have it in there.
No,
because,
very, very simple. Averaging over that.
The history of the player, I think it matters. Maybe age is a proxy, but even if you have, number of injuries in the past or something like that, that really should be included.
Those are all excellent points. You're absolutely
and the second question is a clarification one. Are you doing this for all games? Because I understand load management is really a particular game when you go back to back, and so are you doing this for all games or for load manage? For
this is for all games. Yeah, right here. So this slide, you shouldn't focus on this in terms of load management. This is not enough to talk about load management because we've not broken up the risk of injury between back-to-back games and other games, right? So that's why, that's when we get to this guy separating that out, that we can talk about load management,
and
right?
this is just the load management games, because you can play, I guess you can play, 2 games, 3 games or whatever, but I didn't know. I understood load management is like the second game on a back-to-back.
Yeah.
So if you do it for all games, I'm not sure if we're talking about load management or minutes matter.
Well, here's the, and I want to try and be as succinct as possible in the interest of time. Pardon me for going over, but the particular problem with load management, right? And this is what I was alluding to with my model, is that if load management was done absolutely perfectly and there was a heightened risk of injury, then it would not show up in the data, right? That there is a high risk of injury during back-to-back games, precisely because a player that has a heightened risk of injury because of the back-to-back game wouldn't play, right? That's the whole issue here that we're getting at with those models. And that's why I'm using an instrument, because in fact, and I'm going to show you this because it helps my cause. One moment, let me find my button. What I'm showing you here, I want you to focus on the red line on this right-hand side. This is the probability of playing games, of playing an additional game associated with the COVID-19 health and safety protocol shock, broken up by quantile of earners. If you look here, these COVID-19 health and safety protocol shocks increase the number of games played by the top earning players. So the margin you're talking about of whether or not they're load managed, what I'm arguing is that this instrument has bite there. It actually caused these star players to play those additional games that in a counterfactual world they would not have played. And that's why we should pick up on heightened risk of injury in the second of a back-to-back game if there is a heightened risk of injury, because those are the games that those star players had slack on, where that extensive margin could move, right? And so I think I'm getting it right. Your point is very astute, but I think this instrument actually delivers variation that precisely hits on that margin, that extensive margin of getting those players into a game that they would not otherwise have played. All right, great question. I'm gonna wrap it up there because I'm well over time. Thank you so much. These are great questions. Appreciate it.
Uh, I'm sorry, I just cannot get back. I really. Okay, great. So, hello everyone. My name is Tadeu Gasparetto. I apologize that I couldn't attend in person for this conference. It's really, really sad for me. But I mean, it will be weird because I cannot really see you, but I will try to do my best here. As you can see, I hope you can see the title of this presentation today is Premium or Discrimination, the Impact of Players' Continent of Origin on Salary Determination and Trajectories. So this is a really preliminary work I started recently doing this research project with Giambattista Rossi from University of London, Birkbeck, and also Francesco Adessa, a colleague here from Leeds Beckett. So I'll start moving on. I hope you can see. The motivation of this research lies exactly in the discrimination. So the meaning of the discrimination being an unequal treatment of individuals or a group in any particular context. This was one of the reasons that we decided to investigate this in sports. What we can see is that there are many sources of discriminations in labor markets. So appearance discrimination, age discrimination, ethnicity, and also gender discrimination. Even the latest Nobel Prize in economics is related to that. So in the labor market, we can see discrimination in hiring, in pay disparities, and also in career length. So the point is that from the social perspective, the discrimination should not exist, but also in the professional sports, it shouldn't exist either, regardless the utility function of the club in this case. So coming to the literature, I guess this is probably one paper that almost everybody has read before about this identification of a potential discrimination in the English football in 70s and 80s, where clubs owners were hiring below average proportion of black players, were Szymanski at that time, assuming that they were discriminating in this sense. So the teams having black players had better performance, but there were less black players playing. In this sense, would be a sort of discriminatory practices. And recently, there is this research, this literature review from Simons, where he emphasized three main points when talking about salaries in sports, where pay performance, player mobility, and one particular section was focused on discrimination. Among many other papers that he was speaking and discussing there, he stressed out the nationality discrimination that happened in the NHL, where French Canadians were discriminated in outside Quebec, racial discrimination found by Barry and Simons in 2009 in the NFL, where black players were less likely to start games and more likely to quit the league, and also ethnic discrimination by Mitchell and other co-authors in the American football rules, the Australian football rules, I apologize, where indigenous players had higher performance than non-indigenous players, and still they were less represented there in the league, and it could be considered a source of discrimination. On football, there are more evidences that I'm showing here. I just wanted to mention these three. One paper from Bernd Freyk that he was discussing, he was analyzing the salary determination in the German football at that time, and emphasized that at that point, discrimination apparently not an issue, that indeed players, non-German players, were often paid more in that particular context than similar German athletes. 1 year later, there is this evidence from Pedace in the Premier League, so in a different football league, where what he got was that players from South America were receiving some sort of preferential labor market in terms of higher salary than their equally talented counterparts. And a little bit more recent, Bryson Rossi and also Simons, they found a substantial wage premium for migrants in the Italian Serie A. So what we could see here is that individual evidences in individual leagues, let's say evidences in different leagues. And what we decided at this research was somehow gather more recent data and combine different football leagues at the same time to analyze whether particular nationalities based on continents were enjoying premiums or facing discrimination in their salary determination process in the top 5 football leagues in Europe. So we had these 2 simple research questions for this particular research. That the first one is fully related to the aim, and the second one that is some sort of novelty from our research. We decided to track the salary trajectories. So how much players from particular continents were earning at point in time of their career. So at 18 years old, 25 years old to 32 years old, we could track this graphically. Our methods, so we gathered data of 19,000 observations and several players without salary data, some players without performance data, some other issues with few observations. It has been reduced to 11,000. That was a substantial reduction, but it still is a pretty robust and large sample size. And as I mentioned before, we investigated 5 top football leagues in Europe, so England, France, Germany, Italy, and Spain, in a kind of long data set, a kind of good panel from 2013-14 to the last season before the pandemic, so 2019-20. As an econometric approach, we implemented 7 different equations and actually 4 different models. So OLS, quantile regression, simultaneous quantile regressions in 15th, 50th, and 70th, and also ordered logit regression. So the idea was to see how robust the baseline would be for the whole distribution of the data, but also to try to find out whether there were particular differences in some points of, for example, higher and lower quartiles in the case of this. So our dependent variable was the player annual salary. So we took this in a logarithmic form, and the explanatory variables that we had and that we have at the moment are age and age squared, the experience of the player. So we consider the number of professional matches that each particular player had in his whole career. Our recent performance, we decided to take the rating in the previous season. So it comes from a specialized website that is the Who Score, because this could be possible to compare different playing positions rather than simply taking goals or an assist. We could, from the rating, compare them with other players, and also the playing position as dummies. And our variable of interest in this case was the dummies for continents. We definitively want to run this with individual countries, but consider that we would have basically every country in the world, plus few countries would be not very much representative there. So some countries with 1 or 2 players, it would generate a lot of noise in terms of analysis. We also included the football league's fixed effects and also the season fixed effects. So for the second part of the research, that is the salary trajectories, we took exactly the same models, but we decided to include this interaction term. So we took age and age square and interact these 2 terms with the nationality dummy. So we could see where the graph for Europeans, South Americans, North Americans, Africans, and Asians during the time according to their age. And for the visual comparison, in the kind of presentation purpose, so we plotted the margin after these regressions, and the trajectories are represented in 2 different graphs. Firstly, just splitted by the continent, so all the players, the overall of the players, and also we divided by quartile, so we could see the differences between the top earners and the lower earners according to the age and the nationality. I hope it was a little bit understandable. So as I mentioned, this is really preliminary results. We are just starting running these models. I mean, we ran some months ago, but still we didn't have much time to keep doing things. And really, we are hoping for your suggestions too. So as you can see, I mean, just part by part, most of the results corroborate with the previous literature. So as you can see, the age and the age square, we can see this typing point. We didn't calculate it right now, but it's between 29, 32 years old, and doesn't vary much regardless the kind of estimation. The experience is significant in every single model, positively associated with higher earnings, and also the rating that would be the previous performance in the previous season. Analyzing playing position, what we could see is that forwards consistently earn more than the defenders that were the base group. Goalkeepers, even that the OLS shows a significant negative compared to the defenders, then we realize that only 2 quartiles that this happens. So for the top earner goalkeepers, there's no significant differences. And for the midfield is exactly the opposite, that what we realize that the top earned midfielders do earn more than the top earned defenders, but it doesn't happen to the other 2 parts of the two parts of the distribution. And for the nationalities, that is our focus here, what we could see, there is a robust premium, not discrimination at this point, a robust premium for South American players in the European football, where North American players and Asian players doesn't face any discrimination nor premium. And for African players, we could see that the lower earners, Africans, earn more than Europeans' counterpart when controlling for performance, rating, and playing position. And moving to the second part, that I would say that is a little bit what we can provide as a new source of finding. We could see that the trajectories vary. Mostly and more interesting in our case is observe the South American players, where they do not, the salary of South American players, it doesn't vary very much over time. They do entry in this particular labor market in the top 5 European football leagues, already earning a significant salary when comparing to all other 4 continents. They have a peak as expected, but even the reduction is not so substantial as you can see for Europeans, North American, Asians, and Africans. However, when we split this data into the quartiles, what became interesting here for us was to see that European, South American, Africans, they essentially have the same pattern regardless the level of the earnings. However, for North Americans and for Asians, those less talented and young players have a substantial difference compared to the other 2 groups. We definitely acknowledge that the number of players can also lead into these results, but still is what the preliminary result shows to us. So this briefly just a summary, as I say, most of the findings corroborate with the previous literature. As a new, I cannot call this wage premium as a new evidence because part of the literature I mentioned before, they already found out this. And what we could say that to somehow update this knowledge, we show that is still consistent that South American players still earn higher salaries than their counterparts in the European football. But as a new, we can get that also lower quintile African players are earning more when entering in the European football. And lastly, this discrimination or bias, as we can want to call. So the South Americans experience a higher salary stability when comparing to other players, and the industry trying to underpay young and less talented North Americans and Asian players. Further analysis that we have in mind, we really would like to add some extra explanatory factors, but as you may see, it's something difficult to collect more data when operating with 11,000 data points, but reputation, media value, potentially skin color, and other performance metrics could be implemented. Probably adding club fixed effects instead of league fixed effects could change a little bit of the estimations. We still didn't estimate this, but we are interested in seeing this. Alternative modeling, not talking about continents, but we could say only for national and foreigners or Europeans and foreigners. We are talking about 5 European leagues this would allow us to use some decomposition methods to understand what is driving this potential premium. And in terms of the South American players, that is the most relevant or the most robust premium that we found here, we could think that Brazilians and Argentinian players are driving this effect. It can be tested, but we acknowledge that there are Uruguayans like top earners like Cavani, Suarez, now Araujo or Darwin Nunes, and some Colombian players like James Rodriguez and also Falcão Garcia. So individually we could analyze, but we still think that overall potentially Brazil and Argentina might be driven this effect found. And lately, I guess it's super important, goes more or less into this line or potential other source of econometric approach, try to investigate this mechanism driving the observed premium, because previous research also have done this. So sad that I cannot see you. As I told you, this is really, really preliminary research, was just to get your feedback, but thank you very much for your attention. That's it. Muchas gracias. I cannot hear you. I don't know if someone.
Can you hear me
Yeah,
now?
I'm here.
Can
Yeah,
you hear me?
I do.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. Very interesting. I was wondering, do you have a good way, or do you have an idea about how to measure media value? Because I'm particularly interested in seeing how that plays out.
Actually, we do not have this variable. It's something that we would be interested. There are some proxies that other researchers are using. For example, the Google in Google we can track how many times the name has been searched. For example, some research use this. We could use social networks, and then definitively it would drastically reduce the sample size, but we could see Instagram followers, TikTok followers, or any other, or Wikipedia as well. For example, how many times has been accessed the web page. So there are some alternatives, but still they are not extremely consistent. If you do have some suggestion, it would be great too.
No, I'd be very, very interested to see what you come up with. It's hard, but very, very worth doing, I think. Sorry, I have a related question. Do you think there's anything at play in terms of like, call it like national hero kind of premium, right? Like being able to make it into these leagues is a pretty big deal. Do you think that accelerates maybe a player's brand or something along those lines, and that could be part of what explains the premium? Maybe it's considered to be, in some ways more prestigious as a non-European player making it in the league.
That's a very good point. I mean, I really don't know how I could measure, let's say, this national or domestic hero that could be somehow, as you say, related to the media value or the reputation, but could be potentially not necessarily the nationality. Perhaps we are capturing individual effect. I would say we do have a very large data, and then we cannot say that it happens or not. But if we found a proxy for that, would be super interesting. Perhaps, I don't know, all players that are in the national team or the top scorers in the national team, the captain of the national team could be some source of proxy.
That's a very good idea.
That's good, thanks.
Like you said, including an indicator for whether or not you play for your national team outside of Europe could be a very interesting one. Great idea. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Very interesting.
Thanks, cheers.
Hello, I am Alisa.
Hi.
Well, you can see me, but regarding media value or a way to measure it, maybe you can see Pedro Garcia del Barrio. It's a researcher with I work a lot, and also Giambattista worked with him, and we have, he has this index, and he used it in several papers, and I think it's been very accurate. Regarding Google Trends, it's a good idea too, but however, Google starts to delete information, so it can change from time to time when you are retrieving that data. So perhaps you can look to this media value. It can help.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, as far as I know, Pedro has used data from Google to generate his media value index. I might be wrong,
Yeah.
but I remember him presenting something in Formula One many years ago that he was using, and there was this discussion related to it's the global search or is the domestic search, and considering that what could be positive and negative related, but definitively it's like if they can quantify and can be implemented in football, definitely we have to go into that paper, no doubt. But I mean, thanks a lot.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but yeah, indeed we did one using Google, but then he used this another one that is searches from different I forgot how to say it, like Google, Bing, Yahoo, different web search, and he can obtain information. The thing is that you cannot see how much visibility is raising from pure sport performance and how much visibility is due to other things like I don't know, something personal or scandals that happen. That's the issue. That's it.
No, nice. I have to see this paper anyway. I mean, it's good to know that there are alternatives, or let's say a kind of extension. But yeah, I mean, what we also have to consider that even some negative media could lead into potential salary premium as well. That's not only saying good things but bad things, but being the person in the media all the time could potentially lead to this source of reputation. We don't know. I mean, we should test. But okay, I agree with you, and I acknowledge for the comment. Thanks a lot.
Hi, Tadeo. I have a similar question. We have a forthcoming paper in Applied Economics where we show that capacity utilization in the Italian Serie A is negatively affected by the percentage of players from sub-Saharan countries, while we do not find a similar effect for the other big four leagues. So I really suggest to estimate your models separately league by league, because I think that spectator reactions to, for example, black players are completely different across Europe.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. Bern, right? The same. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I mean, definitely. We have to estimate. Considering that we have a sample size for that, that's great. And in this sense, we could also then, for example, get rid of the league fixed effect, separate them individually, and then add the club fixed effect that could control for some sort of other elements that are not observable for each of the clubs. Thanks. And I would like to read your paper soon.
Hi, this is Stefan here. My comment relates a little bit to what Bernd just said, and Bernd and Dennis have heard me say this at conferences many, many times before. And they can actually say right now what I'm going to say, because they know exactly what's coming. You do not know what the salaries of the players are. That data is not publicly available. Unlike the United States, where the players' associations publish the player salary contracts, that's not done in Europe, never has been. So when you say salary, I don't know what you're using. I assume you're using something like Transfermarkt, which is fine. And I think the way you can frame this, it's still worthwhile doing what you're doing. It's just, I think you have to frame it in a different way and say, you know, this is really about the valuation that people who are not directly involved in the hiring the players, how they perceive their value. So it's a perception, it's a market perception of value. And I don't know if you are using Transfermarkt, that's actually a very good measure of people's perception. And those values are quite closely related with player performances. So it's not that it's not that you shouldn't run these regressions, it's that I think you need to say what they really reflect, which is some external perception of what the value of the player is, rather than the actual amount of money that's in their bank account at the end of the month.
Hi, Stefan. Thanks a lot for the comment. Actually, we are not running with the transfer market. This data set, Giambattista, the University of London, they purchased this data set, so I cannot say much about what are originally the source of the data. But there are few web pages that recently, that they provide club by club, and they do have individual salary data as well. For example, off the pitch is one of the examples. So I really have to ask Giambattista exactly what is the source, but it's not from transfer market. This data has been purchased, and I don't know at the league level or some collective agreement, but still we could run, we do have the transfer market aside, and they are not the same.
Yeah, but I mean, the point is that individual players, I mean, people, I mean, this is just a cultural thing about Europe. People in Europe do not tell you how much they earn. It's not something they do. It would not be legal for the club, for example, to tell an outside party how much a player earned. That would be a violation of their privacy. Unless you, and it's really unimaginable that anybody would go around and pay the players individually to tell them. Sorry, it's unimaginable that somebody would approach each of the players and the players would show them what their salary was over a period of years. This just doesn't happen. So it's not, again, to be clear, it's not that you can't, I'm sure these values are highly correlated with salaries. But here's the problem. Suppose that the person making the assessment of how much this player earns, suppose they have a bias. Suppose they're prejudiced. They might think, for example, that an African player is worth less than the team is actually paying him. Because the coach might know exactly what the player is worth and pay them their market wage, but the person making the external assessment of what they think they're being paid, they're prejudiced. So that's the problem. You might be capturing the prejudices of the people who are, well, I don't know what you'd call it, estimating these numbers, might believe, rather than anything that's inherent in the actual employment process.
No, I mean, I 100% agree with you. It's something that, firstly, I have to ask him, like say, the details behind these data, and considering that we cannot deal with these potential, let's say, bias or any source of bias, let's say, we could highlight this as a limitation, saying that it might be highly correlated with the actual salary, and we appreciate that some minor variation may exist across the distribution, but we as a researchers, we cannot deal with that. Or maybe we can try to work with potential subsamples where the correlation is even higher, and to emphasize that whether it remains robust could be somehow one more evidence of robustness of our model. Do you think that going into this line it would be okay?
Well, the problem is you're never going to know unless you see the actual salary set. No, what I would say is reframe this as a paper about the perceptions of value amongst the public, and I think it relates to what Bernd says about how the publics in different European countries might view particular players in different ways. So I think there's a valid research question here. It's just not, but salary sounds like it's what the employer decided to pay the employee, and that's not what this data relates to. It isn't that, whatever it is.
Okay, great. No, thanks a lot. I'll speak with them. Thanks a lot.
Hi, Tadeo.
Hello, Dennis.
It's been too long. We haven't been out drinking together in many years, and I'm missing that.
Yeah, that's sad.
That's right. So this all relates to both what Stefan and Bernd have said. I was out of the room when you started, and so I didn't know what your source of salary was. And Bernd told me it was the Capology website. As I understand it,
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, it's cutting all the time. I think that you finished the question. I'm sorry, go ahead and then I answer. I'm sorry, Dennis.
so our actual salaries, and the rest of them are educated guesses. So it might, and this goes back to doing it country by country, you see what's going on with actuals. If I'm right that they're actual salaries, you see if it's what's going on with actual salaries in Italy, but then you see what's going on with perceived or somebody's educated guesses about salaries for players from the other countries, and recognize that those things may be quite different from one another. So that's one thing. The second thing is, I think it would be really interesting to interact your performance measures from who scored with the continent dummies. So I'm not a big fan of indices of production. And part of the reason is that I think not every country is going to pay equivalently for some aggregate of production, and they may pay quite differently, for example, for goals scored. The style played in some countries is very different. So the Netherlands plays a very different style than they do in Spain. And so you may be compensated more for goals in Spain and more for tackles or red cards or something in a place that plays a very physical match. And so I just don't like this index very much. But I think it would be interesting to see what happens if you interacted that with your country variables. And then the last thing I'll say, and this is a nice result that you got, was you see the outfield premium that people have found in other circumstances, that forwards get paid more than midfielders, midfielders get paid more than defenders, defenders get paid more than goalkeepers. And so that's a nice consistent result in the literature that you found, and you could play up a little bit. And with that, I'll shut the heck up.
Thanks a lot, Dennis. As I said, that long time that we don't meet each other and have a drink. So let's go point by point. The first one, really, it's super interesting. Again, I have to ask Giambattista, as I just said to Stefan, to Bern, is like, I really don't know all the details of the source. They provide me the data and I decide to do the estimations and see what we could get. So I'm gonna go into this to see how reliable it is in terms of league by league or according to the whole sample size. Giambattista told me that was really trustable, but still, I guess it's worth it to ask, because as you say, perhaps if the Italian one is the true salary, whether the others are not, then we can make this comparison and also see whether they corroborate with each other or particular differences are found. That's really good that we have to do. The second one, the interaction, I have to check how others performance variable metrics, which others we do have. As far as I remember, we just have this rating, and we have used the rating because it would be somehow possible to compare different playing positions, because if we just speak about goals, then we would naturally need to exclude midfield defenders and goalkeepers, but plus also there are 2-3 different playing styles being a forward that not necessarily represent the quality or the quantity of the goal. Perhaps all other attributes like assistance or participation, maybe non-directly related to the goal, would be also valuable. So yeah, on the one hand, I totally agree that we could try to find all the performance metrics to test. But I agree that this interaction between performance and the continent can be done. It's easily done, and we could see whether some source of thresholds could be important for one league and not for another in terms of premiums of salary. That's great. And just the third point, I don't really remember, you mentioned was something that I should answer or just comment. Dennis, can you remember me, please? Remind me, please.
About the outfield premium?
The outfield premium, I really didn't get what exactly do you suggest me?
So what, just to point out that in the literature, many people have found that forwards are paid more than midfielders, who are paid more than defenders, who are paid more than goalkeepers, and your results actually show that as well.
Ah, great. Just to emphasize
Yes.
that we corroborate with recent data. No, perfect,
Exactly.
perfect. This we're gonna stress it out. No, thanks a lot.
Hi, Tadeo. This is Jorge. Thank you very much for presenting. It's to our South American eyes, it's very weird to see a result where we get a positive bias of something. So I've been thinking, and you have it in your future agenda that's probably that driven by Brazil and Argentina, but I really think it goes a bit beyond that, because think about for Brazilian players to go to play to Europe, there are two ways. You don't have Portuguese data, I think, no?
In this data set, no.
No, but so they either jump to Portugal because they are not foreigners there, considered foreigners, so there are a bunch of Brazilians playing there, and then they jump to Europe. Or they directly jump, to Europe. Whereas a number of African players, they were either born or the second generation Africans, but were born in Europe. So in a sense, I'm not sure when you include all Brazilians, for instance, and all Africans, for instance, where the comparison is valid. I suggest, and I don't know how valid would be this, but thinking here, maybe, because your question is whether there is a bias or some kind of bias against some continent or in favor of some continent. I would consider the lower 25% performance players from Brazil, Argentina, and some African countries, and see how your regression goes. Because when you're including everyone, well, Brazil had this superstar. I mean, most Brazilians that play in the national team, and I would count 20, not only 11, are superstars. Whereas that is not true in African national teams. You have a couple of superstars per national team. So if you compare low performance players, maybe we can, or you could say more about whether there is really you're paying more to this guy just because he's Brazilian, even consider all what we have been talking about. I don't know. I was thinking about this, but I think it would be a bit cleaner maybe, or at least an extra exercise.
Okay, thanks a lot, Jorge. Really, it's interesting to think. It's like, as we do have this long data, we can really try to get deep into some particular aspects into this. I would say one of your points relate very much in the beginning when they were saying how I could control or test whether national heroes have an impact that perhaps could deal with these 2 points. Let's say if we found a way to create a dummy for national heroes or for the top players, and then we could isolate the national effect from Brazilians, Argentinians, or whatever, and see that no, it's Neymar and Casemiro who is driving high percent of this premium rather than the Brazilian passport or the Argentinian passport. But this comment that you say at the early beginning, consider that Brazilians go to Portugal as the first step, or a bunch of Brazilians go to Portugal, and some Africans, even keeping the nationality, they might have been born in Europe, or they moved to Europe at a very early age and they are still there, the whole youth category is over there. How to understand and interpret this would be interesting. I don't know, some sort. I really don't have a clear answer for that. It's very nice, but I don't have a way how I could address this point. But I'm making a note here that it's a potentially interesting development for this research. Thanks a lot, Jorge.
Hi, Tadeo. Bernd again. I have 2 points.
Oh.
One minor point. Many players, I guess around 10 to 15% have 2 passports. How do you treat those guys? Do you take into account the first one that is mentioned on the player's profile, or what else do you do? And the second thing is somewhat more complicated.
The first nationality.
First, okay. The second issue is perhaps a bit more tricky. You are talking about salary trajectories. And that means, to me, you need to take into account the development of overall player expenses. See, over the course of a contract, a player's salary is virtually flat. If you have signed a 4-year contract, you are on the same salary, more or less, for the entire period. However, if the league in the first season after you have signed your 4-year contract signs a new TV contract, everybody else's salary goes up and yours remain constant. So I suggest that you include in your estimations a variable that controls for changes in the overall revenues of the clubs that can be attributed to a new TV contract. And in the past, a new TV contract always meant that player salaries went up.
Fantastic. No, thanks a lot.
These things happen at different points in time in the different European leagues, right?
Mm-hmm. That's a very good point. That's a really very good point. It's like at that we preliminarily discussed about this, and we were saying that the league fixed effects plus the season fixed effects could somehow capture this. This was our first assumption, saying that as we are controlling for Spain, and any potential increase or decrease, even compared to the other, the dummy would capture. But considering that, let's say, the TV deals, they haven't changed much, and they change in a different point of time, we potentially can create individual dummies for these chains that the leagues experience. That's really, really great. And another alternative that that was in my mind would just focus in the subsample of players that renew their contract or changed the club. So reduce the sample size and focus only this to see whether the other elements impact this particular group that experienced change in their career paths. What do you think?
Do you have information on the length of the individual contracts in the data set?
I cannot recall right now. I can double check. I don't think so. Otherwise, I guess we would be used as an explanatory variable as well. But what we could do, as we have the names and the IDs, we could track any increase in the salary and also whether the player has changed from club A to club B. This we could track.
But changes between clubs, well, that means you need to control for the market size of the 2 clubs.
Definitely.
If you move from Bayern Munich to, let's say, FC Augsburg, that's different from moving from Augsburg to Bayern Munich, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. But then, I mean, we would have few reasons for that are counted in the model, right? The previous performance that could be poor for this particular move that you say, or increasing in the age, or any other of the factors that we have control, for example, could lead into this particular move from a big club to a smaller club, right? Or inverted, from a guy moving from a small team in Spain to Real Madrid, likely the potential, the quality, the previous performance would lead into this particular transfer. But I mean, it's just ideas. We haven't started doing anything, but these changes in the revenues that you suggested, they are fantastic. I made a note here. Thanks a lot, Bernd.
Tadeo, thank you very much for your presentation. I hope to see you in Colombia in the near future. Take care.
Thanks, thanks everyone. Enjoy the conference. Bye bye. Thanks for the opportunity.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Okay, vamos a parar para ir a almorzar.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you very much, Jorge, for inviting me. It's a wonderful privilege to be here, and it's an even bigger honor to be asked to give a keynote address. It's the first one that I've properly done, and one thing I've noticed from speakers, observing speakers over the years, is that a lot of them will have 3 punchy points, and they'll make use of alliteration. So Jorge, you'll excuse me for changing my title slightly. I've got 3 alliterative and punchy ways of thinking about what I hope it's not too pompous to call them insights, but insights that we'll maybe garner from elites down to grassroots football, and we'll think about development, depth, and diversity. So the central plank, the really central plank is that sport generates numbers. We've talked about this. People that know me well know that I like the numbers as well, and sometimes I need to be encouraged to think about the economics behind them. And the economics behind the numbers that I've always had a bit of an obsession with, if I'm perfectly honest. I realized it was good for me to talk about attendances because the first publication I had was in a student journal, and it was on modeling the demand for attendance at my own football club. I always kind of try and hesitate when using the word demand, though, because particularly in this context, as you'll see, there's obvious questions of supply as well. We are economists, so we are thinking about demand and supply as much as we possibly can. But the central idea is something that sports economists talk about a lot, and some people, I think, do believe that it matters, but I don't think that many sports economists actually believe it matters, at least not centrally, for the determination of the number of people who decide to watch a sporting event. So the idea is this thing called the uncertainty of outcome hypothesis, proposed by Rottenberg and Neal in their seminal contributions to the field. And the idea is that we as observers, fans, viewers, we like things to be more uncertain. So we're going to go and watch something more likely the more uncertain it is, the more uncertain the outcome is. Anyway, and it obviously must hold to some extent. If we know what the outcome's going to be, we're not going to turn up. But we've got other motivations for watching things. And the literature, which I've not linked up particularly well, and so there's apologies because people in the room have contributed centrally to this literature over the years. But there are other ideas, such as, well, I like my team to win. I've picked a team, or a team picked me at some point in my life, and I'd like them to win, so I want to go along and I want to see that. And my motivation for attending might also be, there might be some kind of behavioral aspect, a habit, preference. It's something that I do. But also, in terms of behavioral economics, perhaps we're loss averse and we might not want to turn up or not want to watch if we're worried about an adverse outcome. My mother watches tennis, and I think she just shouldn't watch it because she's more stressed in life when she watches tennis than when she doesn't watch tennis. But she claims to like tennis, so I don't quite understand that. But there's clearly something there about she worries about the worst possible outcome for the person that she likes most in the event. But I'm not talking about tennis. And again, anyone that knows me knows that I literally talk about football all the time. And what I'm going to do is exploit the richness of football data from where I'm from, England. And I'll try and take you through that, and I'll give you a few maps to give you a sense of where things are, give you a few photos to try and nest these ideas. But my 3 Ds are, as mentioned, development. So that's the development of the game, really. And I decided it was quite nice to bring this into my talk. I'd said to Jorge, I'd talk about the depth of the English game. We talked about this when he visited Reading just over a year ago. It was, wasn't it? No, just less than a year. But we talked about the depth of the English game back then. But also many of my conversations with Jorge and with other people in the audience are about the development of the game. And so it seemed quite appropriate to actually tap into that a little bit as well. And so I'll talk about the development of the game. We'll look at these numbers of people that have turned up to watch games since the 1800s, the late 1800s, the late 19th century, through to the present day. And then that's the development of the game from when it first started to become organized, and as that organization, and arguably that organization has led to what we see today as a global phenomenon for the sport. But it also led to the sport becoming ubiquitous in the UK, certainly in England, in Scotland as well. And one thing that struck me, my wife's Canadian, so I've got a little bit of outside experience from England, but what I was struck about when I visited Canada was that everything that's football or soccer in England is hockey in Canada. Every conversation is hockey. Around the corner you can see a hockey rink. You can see some kind of hockey infrastructure everywhere. It just infuses every conversation in the way that football or soccer does in England. And it's given a depth that's fairly remarkable, I guess. And then, well, maybe it isn't, maybe it is. But what's remarkable is a website that I came across a while back, which takes you down from essentially professional football down to guys on a park kicking a ball around. And someone, I guess, happens to report the scoreline. No one knows how many people actually watch that game. And this website takes you all the way down from professional players down to guys with physiques a lot worse than any in this room attempting to kick a ball around every other week or so. And then the final D is diversity. And it's not diversity that we perhaps necessarily understand. It's a male-dominated diversity, I think. It's all men, of course, by and large. But what I'm going to do there is split the numbers of people attending games by the type of fan, i.e., are you a fan of the home team or are you a fan of the away team? And again, some people will be familiar with some of the work that's been done here and increasingly done in this area. But of course, if we just simply treat all fans in attendance at a game as being fans of the home team, we might not necessarily get the full picture, because in certain parts of the world there are significant numbers of fans of the away team that are in attendance. And so what we'll do is we'll talk a little bit about that in due course. So I think this is my attempt to make sure that I don't skip over the what's the point, why are we here. We're thinking about the economics of sport, and sport, intrinsically sport is a leisure choice. If we're thinking about economics and the decision-making process of the individual, work versus leisure. But of course, my leisure choice, if my leisure choice is to go to a sports centre, is to enter a 10-kilometre race, a half marathon, that implies some work for somebody else. If I choose to go to watch my football team play, there's some work there because the football team has to exist and to function as an economic entity. But sports clubs, of course, we have to think about them as economic entities. And their existence relies on good decision-making, strategic decision-making, investments. But also it relies on a network of similar types of clubs existing and other clubs that can provide competition along some dimension, particularly on the field. And this leads to this uncertainty of outcome hypothesis, or as Walter Neal called it, the Lewis-Schmeling paradox, that you need to have an opposition that's of sufficient quality. And another principle is the idea that that competition is sufficiently interesting that people are willing to pay for it as well. And that willingness to pay is, again, kind of what is the economic bit that underlies my fascination with the numbers of people that part with money to watch sporting events all around the world on a day-to-day basis. And then a related question, which kind of brings in the regional economics aspect, certainly when I think about this in the UK context, is the extent to which sports clubs, football clubs in particular, are a function of local economic activity. Is it the case that my team will do better because it's in a more affluent, more populous part of the country? Or is it the alternative? Is it that a more successful sports club will lead to an area doing better? And this kind of comes to almost the core of the economics of sport, since many of the claims are that this investment in this sports team, in this sports stadium, this sports venue, This mega event, bringing the Olympic Games here, will lead to great economic benefits. And that's saying that having some sports, some sporting organization has positive economic benefits. I think, again, by and large, I'm probably stealing from other people's talks, the conclusion that economists draw is that an awful lot of this generation of economic value is just diverted, arguably, from other sectors. But this is the economics beneath it. My context, as mentioned, is going to be football or soccer, and there's a wealth of data on outcomes. I've said 1888 in the previous slide. That's because that's when football started, the Football League began in England. But the FA Cup, an organised competition for any team to take part in anywhere in England, started in 1871. 8 years before that, the association rules of football were written down, and before that, there were different sets of rules, if there were even sets of rules. And so that's the context. This football and the development of football since into a hugely in-depth sport that infuses the very fabric of nations all around the world. Well, there's got to be some economics there, as well as it just being a leisure activity. Lots of strategic behavior. And I've put in a quote there from a paper recently, which is ask not what economics can do for sport, but ask what sports can do for economics. And what I will do in the main part today is I will think about understanding, trying to understand these numbers of people that attend games, and that's a very sporty applying economics to sport. But another important aspect of sports economics is what can we learn about economics, about strategic behavior, about interactions from the wealth of data that we have. And the talks already today and the rest of the talks in this conference are a really great example of data being used for really interesting tasks to evaluate strategic decisions being made by people, actors, agents, principals all around the world in sports leagues. So this is football in England. Just to finish off the discussion of the economic motivation, we talked about the sports club being maybe the economic unit of interest, but there are externalities to any decision that a sports club makes, not least this idea that you need sufficient competition. You need other clubs not to be too strong and you not to be too strong in order for sufficient competition. And the argument then is that the sports league, the sports competition, becomes the economic entity of interest, and that's the point, it's argued, where the externalities, the decisions that you make and the effect that they have on the ability of other firms to produce, the sports league is where those externalities are internalized, even if decisions are generally made at club level. And so what we have is a timeline of sports becoming organized in England. I'm going to see if my links work. This is what we're looking at. We're looking at this FA Cup, a competition where anyone can play, a knockout competition. But then, not too long afterwards, a football league becoming formed to give clubs a regular source of income to pay players. Because the competition, the popularity of the game, it's argued, necessitated this. Many of the early players of the game were sufficiently wealthy that they didn't require to be paid. They had particular lines of work where they could take time out. But as the game became more popular, players needed to be paid because they had to take time out for more demanding jobs. And so you had a football league being formed. Within 4 years, a second division was created. And you can see it was created from a different league, a league called the Football Alliance. In 1894, a Southern League was formed, and I'll show you in a second why. Because the Football League was a northern English enterprise rather than a national enterprise. And so one thing to say here is that this is another interesting aspect from the perspective of economists, because you've got rival trade associations or rival sports leagues developing. And it's perhaps sometimes thought that England and the promotion and relegation system that exists, where teams move up and move down based on their sporting merit, means that there's never been rival leagues, but that's not quite true. certainly in the very early days, there were rival leagues. It was only until, 26 years later, in the First World War, that the Southern League was absorbed into being the third division of the Football League. And then a further 20-odd northern teams were permitted the following year, in 1921, for a North and a South division. And by this point, the Football League had become a set of 88 professional football teams. That North and South split carried on until 1958. The other thing to note in 1921, and before that as well, is that the Football League operated, so you had your 12 that began in 1888 to 88 by 1921, but you didn't have promotion and relegation into that 88. You had election. Every year, the Football League, the worst teams in the Football League would apply to be re-elected to stay in the league, and teams that wished to join would apply to be elected to the Football League. And this led to, and this was the only way you could join this club for a very long time. So while you have this idea that we have promotion and relegation, it's a meritocratic system throughout, actually this wasn't the case. This was only achieved, you can see down towards the end of this timeline, this was only achieved in 1986. So basically between the Southern League joining in 1920 and 1986, the only way you could get in, well in fact, from the start really, the only way you could get in was you could be elected, cozy up to the people in power, bribe enough people perhaps, whatever. These were meetings every year, not always particularly well recorded. There's recordings of some votes, but not all every year. But this was your cozy club. Lots of other things happened in the meantime that you might think about from an economic regional perspective perhaps. The North-South split was abandoned in 1958 and it became 4 divisions where you went up and down based purely on merit rather than where you were geographically. There were tight labour market regulations, worries about the effect that allowing clubs to recruit. So again, going back to these externalities on decisions that clubs make to ensure competition. There was a maximum wage in place that was abolished, labour market type restrictions on how footballers could operate and earn a living. As far as 1976, there was a minimum admission price to watch games. That was abolished in 1976. After the Southern League was absorbed into the Football League, there were regional leagues outside of the Football League. But the frustration at not being able to get into that Football League led to a nationwide 5th division being formed in 1979, called the Alliance Premier League, which became what we now know as the National League, and became the league from which promotion and relegation began in 1986, which was then doubled to 2 teams in 2003. So that's our English football timeline. Lots of economics going on there as well. I promised in the lunch break a picture of the popularity of the game over this time period. And every single dot on there is a recorded attendance in an English football match since essentially the beginning of football time. So going back to the very early days, FA Cup matches and then league matches on a more regular basis. I'm not sure exactly what the gap is there. I'll have to look at that. Then we've got the impact of the First World War. There were wartime leagues. Attendances for those were obviously lower than they would be in normal times. The interwar period, the Second World War, again, wartime leagues with small crowds. And then this was the post-Second World War boom in attendances. I'll show it to you more clearly in a second. With a long decline until the mid-1980s, before the recent Premier League revival in England. This gap, of course, is the COVID-19 pandemic, and that's probably the only time I'll mention the COVID pandemic. My talk isn't about that, but of course the COVID pandemic gave us lots of interesting things to think about when it comes to attendance, because people couldn't attend football matches. So here are the different divisions involved. So the first division began in 1888. A boom time, stadiums being constructed, supply of space to watch football teams. Obviously these teams wanted to restrict attendance so that they could charge for entry. And then the second division is the red line, which It starts with the Football Alliance, but you can see it's starting to pick up. The grey line here is this Southern League. So the grey line is this competitor, this rival league. Now, why do I talk about it as a rival league? Because a number of the members of this Southern League are now Premier League members. They're household names. Tottenham Hotspur were members of this Southern League, for example. Southampton were members of the Southern League as well. So were Reading, my university, the University of Reading. But you can see that certainly in terms of attendances, it was on a par with the second division of the Football League for a decent chunk of time. So it wasn't a nothing league that could be discarded interest, disregarded. I'll talk about that again in a few moments. But then you can see this post-Second World War boom, and a long decline, and then the recent resurgence. What we've also got is a similar resurgence in the lower levels as well, but somewhat more moderated. This is your third and fourth division, where these were north and south split before that. So numbers of people parting with money to watch the game. Of course, football, the thing that I personally enjoy is the numbers, and so a quick foray into other numbers that are there. Total number of goals scored. Total number of goals scored started very high, fell down in the early 1900s, increased in the interwar years and in the post-war years, and sharply fell off after 1960, maybe after 1961, to the kind of the situation we see now where we get about 2.5, 3 goals a game. 1961 was the year that maximum wage was abolished. Maybe it's pure coincidence, but one of the many coincidences that we might want to model and think about more in the context of football. Something else that's often thought about is, well, who wins? Who wins a football match? A football match is a competitive outcome between two teams. We as economists are most interested in competitive outcomes. And so it's quite interesting that the home team wins more often than the away team if it's a competitive outcome. And this is the difference between goals scored in games over this 130-odd year period. And you can see that there was about a goal per game different between the teams in the very early days. And then after the Second World War, that's had a pretty steady decline down to now, where we're kind of a quarter of a goal at most between the teams. So the home advantage, at least from the perspective, well, the size of the home advantage is steadily decreased over time, which poses a challenge for some explanations of why teams might win more often at home. But most fundamentally, I guess, just in terms of a brief overview of this, is there's an argument that you might want the home team to win more often than the away team because, of course, more fans in the stadium are fans of the home team. And if you turn up to watch your team win, you're going to be happier if your team has gone away and won. So that's the development of the game. Actually, it's not. What I wanted to take you through was also the quick look at the geographic location of those teams. So this is England, this is Northern England, and literally the furthest south team of those 12 is in Birmingham. London's down here, Heathrow's down here, and you can't see the south coast, it's somewhere down there. So the Football League was a very northern endeavour as it began. And then what we had was the second division formed and the Southern League formed by 1894. And you can see that there is a red dot there, that's Arsenal in the second division, but all these green dots are the Southern League teams. And the Football League is really very much of a northern endeavour, so clear regional separation. What happened? This is 1914, so just before the First World War. You see it's still Football League, red and black, still northern dominated, but you can see a bunch of teams in London now. Bristol has a team, and the Southern League is still down here, but the Southern League has also encompassed Coventry and Norwich as well. So it's kind of a diagonal north-south divide there. And that's what the Football League did. And this does, to some extent, conform with what, Brad Humphreys has written about how a sports league, an incumbent sports league, should respond to the threat of an incumbent. And the Southern League is obviously an incumbent when you have a situation like this where you've got clear geographic separation. And so, arguably, the Football League expanded via the election process to incorporate the better of those southern teams, and arguably the southern teams with the larger population base, such that by the time you got to the end of the Second World War into 1925, when the North and South third divisions have been set up, you're incorporating those southern teams, which arguably there's no reason why they're not that bad. They're on a par with teams in the second division in terms of attendances, but you're able to incorporate them as inferior members, third division members, from which only one team could be promoted at any given season. So lots of teams were stuck for many, many years. This is just to add population data. We can look at census information, and we can look at the kind of the population, or roughly speaking, the population associated with these divisions. And you see that the Football League First Division has about 8 million people in the local areas surrounding the clubs by 1920. Division 2 is also expanding, but the Southern League, again, in this metric is similar to the second division, so it's not a trivial threat in terms of a rival sports league. But the Football League accepts Bristol, a very large population base, and other teams in London with, of course, a huge population base. And what you see is that long before 1921, when those Southern League teams were absorbed, the amount of population that's covered by Southern League teams has shrunk down, and it's no longer a rival in the same way that it was. And that work on rival sports leagues, you may have seen Patrick Massey has presented on this in conferences in the past, and that's ongoing work that I've been doing with him. And that's the development of football. I'm going to skip past this to talk about the depth of football. Since 1921, the Southern League became a non-league division, a real non-league division. So you often hear this trivia in England that the Tottenham Hotspur were the last non-league team to win the FA Cup. And that's because Tottenham Hotspur were in the Southern League, which wasn't really non-league. Because once the Football League expanded to its 92 teams, non-league became this inferior product. All football leagues below the Football League, they were leagues, but they were called non-league. And so the Southern League became a non-league division. You had the Isthmian League as well, also based for teams in the south of England, and the Northern Premier League. These became the top divisions outside the Premier League. This Alliance Premier League that I mentioned was formed to kind of bring those teams together. But what happened over the years, and it's increasingly been more formalized, is that a pyramid structure has been formed where, and I guess it probably accords to major minor leagues in other sports around the world. But you have a structure of many, many levels beneath the Football League where each level gets wider and wider like a pyramid. I've not got a nice pyramid-style picture, but I do have this graphic from my local football association, which tells you that in Reading, and this is also a little bit old, Championship, the second division of English football, Reading, they're now in the third division, sadly, which is FL1. But MK Dons, Wycombe Wanderers, these are all clubs that lie within the BBFA, the Buckinghamshire and Berkshire Football Association. Step one is the National League. This is non-league, so this is Football League up to here. 4 divisions, Premier League above the Championship, no Premier League teams in Berkshire or Buckinghamshire. But then here's your non-league. So Maidenhead United, that's near Heathrow Airport. Step 2, National League North and South, where you've got a couple of teams there. Then you're starting to move further down. You've got more divisions. Southern League Premier, then South Central, 2 divisions here, 4 divisions here, and these divisions keep on increasing. I'm going to point out to you there, Didcot Town, okay? Didcot Town is one of these venues that I've got a photo of that I can show you to allow you to visualize this, what these steps look like. That's the mighty Didcot Town. Didcot's a small town between Reading and Oxford and Swindon. You can see it's a pretty rough surface, it's pretty hodgepodge. This actually wasn't built that long ago either, this ground. It was kind of, they were turfed out from a more prime section of real estate in the town, so they could build a large Sainsbury's superstore, and they were given this little stadium, and it's a hodgepodge of areas where you can stand and watch. But it's that's kind of steps 3 to 5 of this pyramid, and it carries on. It carries on well below step 6 even. So step 6 is 6 divisions below the Football League. There's 3 Football League in the Premier League, so that's the 10th division. And then these guys are all 11, 12, 13, 14, 15th division, etc. This is another team that I'll also take you to another slide. This is a team in step 1 of the non-league system. But they've also been in step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, step 6 of the system. They also have a third generation artificial surface as well. And that's something else that's a key development at the moment in England and in the UK, is the development of artificial surfaces to play football on, rather than plain old grass, as in the Didcot picture. Didcot's your muddy grass, makes a mess, lots of use in the winter. But Dorking have a third generation artificial surface which allows for more wear and tear, allows for more use to be made, more community use perhaps, so the community can be brought in. And then, I can never resist a picture of my own team, but this is a team that's in step 1 of the non-league system now. And you can see it's significantly larger than the rest of those stadiums, grounds. But it is a team that's spent time in the Football League in the past. And just to kind of emphasize, let's just have a little bit of a look. These non-league levels, what are we looking at in terms of attendances? So this is the Premier League at the top here, with an average attendance of about 30,000. North of that, Championship, log scale, 17,000, 15,000. Third division, 4th division. This is this non-league division now, so the dashed lines are all the non-league system, so you've got about 2,000 people on average watching these games. Then you're down below 100, and then you can get right down to step 12, 1 man and his dog, but people are recording these kinds of things. They're recording the number of goals scored by teams, but also the outcomes as well. And what that means is, let me see, we can have a little bit of a look at things like the number of goals that take place. So if you want lots of goals in your football match, you want to go down to these lower levels, because you're getting on average 2 goals a game for the home team, whereas only 1.5 in the Premier League, only 1 goal for the away team. So you get more goals the further down you go. You get roughly the same number of home wins. So you get 46% of games won by the home team in the Premier League, 43% in the 4th division. But then we start to tip up again to 47%. And it isn't necessarily that the home advantage is stronger down in these really tiny bit part grounds, fields in the middle of nowhere. It's that a lot fewer draws are happening. So it's 28% of draws in the Football League, and it's steadily falling off, where you're down to 15% draws, and you're getting a lot more away wins in non-league football than you get in the Football League. And just in terms of data, so I mentioned it's a website, nonleaguematters.com. I can be a little bit more specific with my sources than today I was able to be in his talk earlier on. But what we've got is an increasing number of matches as we go down these steps. So you can see per season this is almost 10,000 matches per season at level 7, step 7, 6,000 matches per season at step 6. Step 7, step 6 is an important distinction in terms of the requirements put on teams at that level. And the final thing I wanted to just show you was what's possible. Because I showed you a picture of Dorking. So Dorking was a club that was formed in 1999. And they played in the Crawley District Division 5. If you've ever flown into Gatwick Airport, you kind of see in the Crawley area, which is a small town near Gatwick Airport. They then got themselves onto this system of steps in the 16th step, the West Sussex League Division 4. They've achieved promotion after promotion to get themselves last season into this National League, the 5th division in English football. My team, on the other hand, has spent that whole time going down. So Premier League, 1st division, which was still that, but they called it the 2nd division, 3rd division, 4th division, 5th division. And so last season and this season, there was a game between these two teams for the first time. And that's what's possible in principle with the structure. Oh, that's interesting. There we go. So that's the depth of football. And it's worth saying that in this stage, these are almost all non-rivalrous leagues. It's not quite true, but the nature of kind of competition between them it's more on a geographic basis. So teams that are in certain parts of the Berks and Bucks region, for example, I mentioned the region that I'm in, some of those teams will switch leagues based on geographic factors rather than necessarily in transport links. Is there a good rail link, good road links between different teams in a competition? So that's depth of the game. And I want to mention diversity of the game. There was a bit of a chat over lunch about football hooliganism. And there's a long history of football fans in England travelling to watch their teams playing in away games. Stefan will be a better source of information on this, but it certainly goes back a long time, not least because of the rail network in England, or in the UK, which was very extensive in the late 19th century. But in that post-war decline in attendances, which also was a time of economic stagnation in the UK, and a time also of stronger alcohol as well, as Stefan was telling us earlier on, hooliganism became a problem, violence between fans, sets of fans. And so at that point, fans began to be segregated in stadiums. So there'd be a certain section of the ground where the visiting fans would stay, and other parts would be for the home team. And of course, that means that you can count up the number of fans that are here for the away team, the number of fans that are here for the home team. And so those kinds of numbers have been in the background for a long time. And in recent years, football fans are a weird lot, and they like to boast about how many fans they are and how many fans they took to place X, Y, and Z. And so you have this kind of information being made available now. And so what I've collected over the years is data on the number of home and away fans in matches. This comes from the actual attendance gate books from Preston North End, a club in the north of England, one of the founder members, but now on leaner times. And then these are more recent, where teams will post on Twitter, we took 400 fans to this stadium. The attendance today was 12,000, with 1,000 from Coventry. And so the red bit is the number of away fans. And you can see that usually the black bit, the total attendance, is obviously a lot larger than the number of away fans, but they're not trivial. They're not trivial in their number, these guys. They're turning up and they're making noise. And going back to alcohol, they're often the ones that have got a bit more alcohol in their systems, and they make more noise and they give more support. But that's the distribution of the ratio of away fans to total attendance. So you can see that most of the time, away fans are about 5 to 10% of total attendance. But in non-trivial amounts of time, they are 20%, 40%. Sometimes, that might well be a data error, sometimes they are the entire attendance. But again, that's data, that's information that's collected, and then we can look at that and we can think about, well, does it have an effect? Or are our analyses of things like why do fans attend games, are they biased by thinking only about all the fans in the stadium being fans of the home team? More broadly, economically speaking, what we've come to think about in more recent years is the impact of social pressure, the fact that you and I will do different things if we're talking in front of an audience than if we're talking by ourselves in our hotel room, for example. And social pressure is the idea. So the larger the set of fans, maybe people choke under pressure. And again, Alex Krumer and other people have got papers on choking under pressure. And it may be that the social pressure is different if a significant number of those fans in the stadium are fans of the away team rather than the home team. And so that's some ongoing analysis. And it would be wrong of me not to note that Tadeo, who spoke before lunch, he has a really nice paper looking at two big teams in Brazil, whose names escape me, who play in a singles in the Maracanã in Brazil, looking at the fact that home and away team, home and away fans are there. So they've put together an analysis of home and away fans, separating the fans out, with their title being they're not the same. And then Perez Hernandez, with co-authors, have looked at the Spanish league as well. So that's the diversity. And so for the rest of my time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to essentially think about this depth, so development depth and disaggregation, or diversity. Actually, there's another D, isn't there? I didn't realize I'd thrown in a fourth D. And we're going to have a little bit of a look at what we can elicit from all of these numbers using established methods of trying to understand these patterns and attendance numbers. And throughout it all, I am trying to see if I can still rescue this uncertainty of outcome hypothesis. Even if I might not necessarily believe in it myself, I certainly don't go to watch my team play because the outcome's more uncertain, but maybe we can still rescue it somehow. And some of you will have seen Brad, who's one of my co-authors on the work on the diversity of fans, the two different types of fans. He presented this work about a year and a half ago, and he did find evidence that away fans do behave more according to the uncertainty of outcome hypothesis. So it could be that splitting the fans up does rescue the uncertainty of outcomes hypothesis. So we'll see if we can rescue it. So what's the common methodological approach? Well, it's modeling these numbers of people that were willing to pay to watch a football match. It's totally ignoring the supply question, which is dubious, especially when we're thinking about that development of the Football League. But on the other hand, most of those stadiums, before the recent investment in stadiums in the last 40 years or so in England, or 30 years, which Stefan has a paper on, most of these stadiums were vast, and so capacity constraints weren't generally binding. But nonetheless, we're going to think about the demand. And we'll think about, and it's an approach that Dennis has played a large role in, with a couple of papers in 2014, or a paper in 2014, looking at a structural model that can build in both this idea that we do prefer the uncertainty of outcome. It explains at least some part of why we watch games, but there are other things at work, as mentioned. There's the home win preference. We like to see our team win. We don't want to see our team lose. And there's also the broader competition level. That one of those early papers by Walter Neal referred to the idea that we care about the league competition and how uncertain that is. Can my team still win promotion? Can my team still win the championship? Can my team still avoid getting relegated? That's often referred to as the league standing effect, the effect that the league standings, how you order teams, can have an effect on whether or not we want to go and watch games. So we're modeling outcomes. We need an outcome variable first of all. And I'll roughly accord to this as I go through, but we're turning something that's not, something that doesn't necessarily have a numerical ordering even into a variable. So we've got an outcome variable, which we'll say is 1 if the home team wins, or team I. Team I will be the home team in these slides. I think I'm consistent in that. It'll be 0.5 if it's a draw, and it'll be 0 if the away team wins. This could, of course, be 1, 0, or -1. The numbering is totally arbitrary, but we have to find some way to quantify these outcomes. The Humphreys and Zhao paper that I follow for this, they do set up for a sport that doesn't have tied outcomes. So in football, as you saw, 25% of games in the Football League are drawn, less than that in non-league competitions. Does it matter? I don't know, but this is their setup. You have utility that you gain from winning, so you have utility gain from when your team wins. Y is equal to 1, outcome is equal to 1. And that utility that you gain is based on the fact that you would like the home team to win, so you get this alpha HW, some kind of amount of utility from your team winning. If we believe that we gain some satisfaction from a good competitive tie, then this is your uncertainty of outcome, alpha UO, and it's a function of P is the probability of the home team winning, so P is the probability that YIJT is equal to 1, and this is just simply a way of expressing that such that this takes the highest value if P is 0.5, so the most uncertain possible outcome. The idea that we care about how competitive the league is, that's LS, league standing effect. And alpha L will capture that. And then this is, I've forgotten what this is the gain from winning unexpectedly, because 1 is when you win, and P is the difference between how much you expected to win. So beta 1 is winning unexpectedly, or the size of the unexpectedness. And then finally, you like to watch quality outcomes. Okay, so this is some measure of the quality of the teams involved, and alpha is telling us how much we enjoy watching quality. That's what we get from winning. What do we get from losing or not winning? I don't know if that's a valid step to take necessarily. I haven't really thought in too much depth about that, but simply not winning, we don't get the home win effect. We still have our uncertainty of outcome effect. League standing effect still there. We've now got a different effect because we've now got, we've got 0 for the fact that we didn't win, and minus P, the amount that we expected us to win. So that's larger, the more unexpected is the loss, and we've got the quality effect still there as well. And so we've got an expected utility setup, which I've then skipped past all the steps to move us to a structural econometric model, and have a look at Dennis's paper or the Humphreys and Zhao paper for the intervening steps. But we end up then thinking about the local market, the size of the market, population, willing customers, and so on. And we end up with a model thinking about the log of attendance. There are obviously econometric reasons to take the log of numbers that can be very large and very small, especially in our case. And it's a function of the probability that the home team wins and the probability squared. PT is the price, the ticket price. This is our league standing effect. We index it by the time that it was happening at. A various set of team various set of context-specific effects for why we'd be interested in the match. And then quality of the home team, quality of the away team, and then time-specific effects, match-day-specific characteristics. So this is a structural econometric model that we can think about estimating, and we can use with all of our masses of numbers, our development, our depth, and our diversity. And we can get a sense of, so here's the uncertainty of outcome hypothesis. Most fundamentally, we need for the uncertainty of outcome hypothesis that this squared term is negative, so that we have a U shape in the probability of the home team winning, so that there's some maximum point for our attendance, rather than a hump shape, an inverted U. If we had a normal U, then we'd have the opposite. And that opposite effect, so gamma 2 being positive, implies that loss aversion, the fact that we don't like losing, dominates the uncertainty of outcome hypothesis. And this alpha L, as before, is the league standing effect, so the effect of more broader uncertainty of outcome on our desire to watch sporting events. And we can also back out the preference for the home win. And again, this is all in the paper, but gamma 1 plus gamma 2 is the preference that fans have for a home win. Now, we need measurements, of course. We've got a measurement for attendance. We've got the tickets we've got the number of people that in principle attended. I've not got too much time to carry on talking all afternoon, but there's measurement error there, potentially, especially in those early days, the 1800s. Was there really exactly 5,000 at this match and 7,000 at this match? But even more recently, do teams announce the number of tickets sold, or do they announce the number of people inside the stadium? You might even ask why we know these numbers from as far back as we do, and the answer is that there are various revenue sharing agreements in the Football League and tax purposes for why teams had to keep records, and a number of sports economists in the fraternity have been to the Football League's archive in Preston, where they have the books that note down all the attendances and the gate receipts from all of these matches back to 1888. For now, I'm going to ignore ticket prices because the information is pretty limited. You've got that information on that minimum admission price, and there's work done by Dobson and Goddard in their famous Economics of Football book, giving annual price indices for the 4 divisions of the Football League. But for now, I'm going to ignore prices because there's just too much potential there. And that's why I always feel a bit reluctant to talk about a demand analysis when we don't have prices involved. The biggest sticking point, of course, is going to be how do we measure this probability of the home win? A lot of the studies that have looked at this have used bookmaker probabilities, and we do that for the splitting the home team and the away team. Because as many studies have shown us, bookmaker prices, they might not be efficient, but they're pretty close to being efficient. So bookmaker prices are pretty good, turning into probabilities for giving us the best possible probability of an outcome. But they are biased. Biases exist in bookmaker prices. The favorite long shot bias is a well-known bias. There's an overround, which doesn't necessarily have to be attributed to each outcome. There are reasons to be concerned about bookmaker prices, potentially. And so statistical models, fan predictions are possible. And of course, most fundamentally, maybe we don't actually want some fancy statistical method to predict what P is, because we actually are interested in what fans perceive the uncertainty of outcome to be, or what they perceive the probability of their team to win being. The final thing just to say on the league standing effect, what I've used here is one of the measures that Humphreys and Zhao use, which is the number of changes in the league standings in any given week. So in the week before, the game week before any set of games take place, how many changes have there been in the league standings? That might motivate you to look at the league, hence the league standing effect. So I've used that in the analysis that I've carried out. But we need to sort out something else that, again, Humphreys and Zhao do, which is that we don't have, we need to separate out the effect of team quality on the uncertainty of outcome measure. So on the probability of the match outcome, so PIJT, we need to separate out the fact that that's a function of the two teams and their qualities. That should be alpha I times QI, not alpha I plus QI. And so what Humphreys and Zhao do is they regress their bookmaker probabilities on their measures of team qualities in order to then take the residuals, that lambda ij in equation 4, and use those for their probability of the match outcome corrected for the two team qualities. What I'm going to do is essentially the same thing, but because I don't have bookmaker prices back to 1888, I also don't have bookmaker prices for that football match taking place down in the park at step 15 of the English League system, is I construct a model of my own. So I construct a probability model, an ordered logic model, which roughly speaking looks like this. It's a function of ELO ratings. If you're familiar with ELO ratings, that's great. If you're not, they're a system of giving strength to participants, devised for chess, used in lots of sports. My sophisticated statistical measure is ELO ratings plus the share of points per game for the home and the away team, the share of a measure of form, number of points picked up in the most recent 6 games, and the share or the relative size of the goal difference per game for a team. So basically measures of the quality of teams that aren't the position of the team. So what I've used for the quality of the teams in these regressions, especially the ones going back a long way and the ones in non-league, is I just use the league position on the basis that football fans don't care about an ELO rating. They don't care about goal difference by and large. They don't care about points per game, etc., etc. What they care about is what position their team is in and what position the visitors are in. That determines whether or not this game is going to be interesting to watch. So position is our measure of team quality, and our measure of the probability of the outcome is a fancy statistical model constructed in this way. You might well sensibly ask, is this model any good? And I have checked. I don't want to spend too much time doing that, but the predictions are pretty good, both for going back to 1888 and for going down in the depths of the Football League. And if you don't believe me, a quick extra picture, just to make the point. This is a plot for the home win draw and away win outcomes, where we essentially filter or sort out all of the probability of a home win predictions, so that if we predict the home team's got a 0 chance to win, it's here, and if we think the home team's got a 100% chance of winning, it's here. But if the home team's got a 40% chance of winning, we're here, and we'd expect that if we predict if we're predicting 100 football matches and we say that these have all got a 40% chance of winning, well, 40% of them should be wins by the home team. And so then we've got a dot here, which tells us, and this is the 45-degree line, is a red line in each of these plots, that actually our model does a pretty good job. Basically, it's on the 45-degree line, saying that if our model says there's a 40% chance the home team wins, there's a 40% chance the home team wins. The draw is weird. The draw is weird for bookmakers as well. And the away win's a bit more funky the higher up you go. But this is mainly a function of there being fewer of these. There are fewer away wins than there are of home teams. But the upshot is our statistical model isn't bad. And there's evidence out there for that. I've got a few papers that I've shamelessly listed down there where I look at how well a statistical model might do or an ELO rating model might do against bookmakers. And they do okay. Okay, so our adaptation that's going to run through the development depth and diversity looks a bit like this, where we've got the log attendance, we've got our quality adjusted probability of the outcome, and squared. That shouldn't be there. We haven't got ticket prices. My apologies. We've got the league standing, total changes. We've got various measures of other things that might matter. We've got the local populations. We've got whether the team won recently, and so on. And what this means is that we can now look at our development depth and diversity. So that's looking at the evolution, you might say, of fan preferences over time. These are the coefficients for 20-year estimation starting in 1888, running through to 2003, because obviously that's the most recent 20-year period that we can get. And so it's a rolling estimation period, and what I've plotted here is each coefficient with the standard error bounds. For the black line is gamma 1, so that's the coefficient on the probability of the home team to win. And then the red one is gamma 2, so that's the probability squared. So remember that we want gamma 2 to be negative for the uncertainty of outcome hypothesis to hold. And what you can see is that in the very early days it was insignificant, but it was positive. Maybe there it got to 0. But ever since it's been pretty big. It then settled down a bit in the last few years, but fans appear to be loss averse rather than preferring uncertainty. That home win preference, we can calculate based on these coefficients, and the home win preference only actually, according to this, ticked positive in the post-war period. Maybe allegiances to teams really strengthened at that point. I found some work by the historian Martin Johns, who suggested that allegiance to particular teams was something that really developed only through time, and so that might be consistent with that. However, that's not correcting the forecasts for the fact that, correcting the forecast of the outcome for the quality of the teams. Sorry, I can't see the cursor there. If we correct it, it's even clearer. It was, well, it's a little bit negative there, but very positive. So no uncertainty of outcome hypothesis support here, loss aversion amongst football fans, and a home win preference from the very early days as well, according to this model. Other things that may be interesting, because we throw other coefficients in there. Okay, so I threw in the league standing effect, for example, so that the effect of the number of changes in the league standings before a game takes place. And you can see that the league standing effect, the more changes, the more people are attending, up until the 1920s, and then that's fallen down consistently since. But it's been fairly consistent. And that's a log scale effect, so essentially total number of changes, so I guess 10 changes before a week's games, and you're looking at about maybe a 5% effect, potentially, from that. This is the impact of the local population. By and large, nothing obvious there, but we have got fixed effects in the model. The populations are moving, but we have got fixed effects in there, so it's hard to really make too much sense of the local population effects. And these are the effects of the home team in black position and the away team in red position on attendance. They're negative because first place is lower than 20th place, and so the higher is the home team, the larger effect than the away team, and the effect on the away team on attendance has been gradually shrinking over time, but it's still tight, standard error bounds, and significant. But we can't salvage the uncertainty of outcome hypothesis. Oh, the other thing I put in there was a simple dummy variable for if the home team had won their last game. Did the home team win their last home game? Did they win it? Add an extra 6% to attendance, but then that's fallen away in recent times to only about 2.5% in recent times. So that is through history, and that's just a set of very small numbers. You probably can't see them, so I won't spend too much time, but that's the 1888, 1908, 28, 48, 68, 88, 2003 estimations of these models. What about the depth of the game? Can we salvage uncertainty of outcome via the depth of the game? So in these tables, so we've got, this is a non-league game, so this is all steps of the non-league game. This is step one, the National League's north and south, those 4 divisions, 8 divisions, and so on, until you've got loads and loads and loads of divisions. Do fans, when they think about going to attend grassroots football, a significantly inferior product, do they think, well, I prefer a more interesting, uncertain game? Here's the squared coefficient. I apologize for the lack of clear labeling, but it's positive, significant, positive, insignificant, positive, significant, positive, significant, insignificant, positive, a bit significant, a bit significant. It's always positive, though. So we're not salvaging the uncertainty of outcome hypothesis by going to look at one man and his dog watching the Dog and Duck FC play down the road either, unfortunately. I don't have much time, but there's lots of interesting stuff that you can do with spatial information. You can look at the extent to which your local Premier League team can affect attendances. They knock off about 3%, 3-4% if they're playing. Local championship team, you can look at the effect of these bigger teams. And it's a reasonably topical issue because there's a blackout in English football. You can't show televised football matches between 3 and 5 p.m. on a Saturday. The idea being that people will go and watch their non-league team if there's not a Premier League match on the television at 3 p.m. on a Saturday. So there's never been live television at 3 p.m. on a Saturday, and 3 p.m. Saturday is the traditional time for football in England. But there's recent arguments that we should abolish it. It's archaic. You know, why do we still have it? The results that I won't show you because there'll be even smaller numbers do suggest that each additional football match, certainly at the championship level, so that's the second division in England, where you've got, again, lots of big, large urban areas, but areas that have got also smaller non-league teams nearby, each extra championship match does knock off 3-5% of the attendances in these non-league matches. But nonetheless, uncertainty of outcome hypothesis not rescued by depth either. What about diversity? Our final hope. What can we say about home and away fans? Well, in this table, we've got, first of all of our observations over that 30-year period, so 22,000 football matches. Standard results. There you can see that the probability, the squared term of the probability is positive. These are by the way, these probabilities are bookmaker prices. I added in my own forecasts as well, and it had no effect. The uncertainty of outcome hypothesis is not rescued here yet. Teams, again, consistent with those results on the development side, 2 or 3% chance more fans if you've won your last game. If we focus just on the games for which we've got away numbers, total attendance, still no effect, probability squared, positive, very significant. So no uncertainty of outcome hypothesis here as well. We're all loss averse. What about if we look at just the number of home fans? So when we look at just the number of home fans, we're looking at the probability of the home team winning, so that's now the right probability to look at, because here we're looking at the probability that the home team wins, but we're looking at the total attendance, whereas here we're looking at the home attendance. So we've taken the total attendance and we've subtracted the away attendance from it, so we're looking at the simple number of home fans. And we still see that we're loss averse. We've got a positive squared coefficient. And what about those away fans, though? And here we've got the away probability, because, of course, we can use the away probability of a win. We know that these are the away fans, these are the guys that travel around, so we can look at that. And what we see is it's negative, but it's not significant. It's a T of less than 1. That's not correcting for the impact of quality, though. So if we correct for the impact of quality on the probability of the outcome, then we're back in loss aversion territory for away fans as well as home fans, as well as the lot taken together. So it doesn't look like we can rescue the uncertainty of outcome hypothesis. I'll just actually let's see if we can. These are some of the other factors involved in determining whether fans go to games. The distance involved, the larger distance, the fewer away fans will attend. They've got to travel a long way to get there. Each 10 miles takes off 8% of the away attendance. Away fans are much more sensitive to if it's a holiday, so if it's Boxing Day, a traditional footballing day, big effect on away fans, much smaller for home fans. Non-league fans are more sensitive to holidays as well than football fans as well. Away fans are much more motivated by the novelty. Has it been a number of years since we last played this team? Yeah, okay, let's go. So a significant effect, number of years played since we last played that team, we're going to go there. Football fans like to celebrate the first game of the season and the last game of the season. I've not put the last game in, but I've put the first game in, and you can see that no effect on home games, home fans. But away fans love to travel to the first away game of the season, 16% more of them, roughly speaking. The footballing calendar, I was chatting with Lewis over the break. The footballing calendar is incredibly condensed, such that football below the championship level, below the second division in England, takes place even when the national team is playing, when there's European competition on, because there are so many different kinds of games taking place. What's the effect of England playing on attendances? No effect on the day that England is playing, but if England's playing the previous day or the next day, you can see that there's a positive effect on attendance. And no effect on away fans. So presumably away fans are going to travel irrespective of whether England are playing or not, and home fans might want to make a different decision. This could, of course, be the fact that a lot of these games in this data set are from the third, fourth, fifth division, and so the second and first divisions aren't playing, and so these fans in the weeks that England are playing think, well, I'm going to watch England on the day that England are playing, so it's a normal set of fans, and then there's a little bump from Premier League and Championship fans on the same weekend if England happen to be playing, because it's an international break. But the most fundamental story from our uncertainty of outcome hypothesis perspective is we haven't rescued it. We've tried development, we've tried depth, we've tried diversity, and we've not rescued the uncertainty of outcome hypothesis. It was small in the early years from the development slides, but it got much, much bigger. It's smaller in non-league competitions, but it's still positive, so it's still suggesting loss aversion. And a smaller extent, perhaps fans of non-league teams are a bit less attached than fans of Premier League teams. And splitting into home and away fans didn't really appear to help us. What else there? In brief summary is, well, the league standing effects declined since the Second World War. There's no effect of the league standings in the non-league game. The home win preference emerged over time, and it's generally been significant, certainly in the Football League, and also non-league as well across. And there's an away win preference, of course, as well for away wins. I put in the local population in all those regressions, and there wasn't a particularly huge effect, which may or may not be surprising, but there is an idea that, again, that a sports club must have some relationship with its local area. And the impact of winning the last match has declined over time and seems fairly consistent now at around 2 or 3%. The spatial dimension was, I thought it was quite interesting. You've got questions there of inferior products. Why do people switch to inferior products? Why do people watch these inferior teams, these lower league teams, non-league teams? there is an effect of these big clubs. I didn't show you it, but there was an effect. Distance between the teams has an effect on reducing non-league attendances as well. Presumably, if you're supporting my local Didcot town team, I've not got a clue where some of these small towns from other parts of the southeast of England are coming from, so it's not going to really motivate me quite so much to go along, except maybe if it's a town close by that I know of. The spatial dimension seems interesting and worth exploring further. The public holidays have a big effect, bigger on away crowds and non-league crowds than home crowds and football league crowds or home football league crowds. And we've got that novelty effect as well. The National League, so the national team playing has an effect too, which might boost or might be a factor thinking about planning for international weekends, might be a factor thinking about these blackout type strategies that we have in England and the future of them. So to wrap up, I've looked at attendances, the numbers of people all around the UK, willing to pay, hundreds of people, thousands of people all around the country, different parts of the country with very different demographics, different population bases. And I've tried in the context of this talk to see if we can salvage the uncertainty of outcome hypothesis. I care about these numbers for all sorts of reasons. One of the things I really like about them is that they also give a remarkable insight into regional development around England as well, which is something that I personally hope to look into a bit more in the future. Regional statistics are pretty poor in the UK, and they're much better in other parts of Europe. But what we've got here, and actually I'm going to skip back and show you a particular slide that I didn't click on. What we've got with this depth, that's one day, November the 5th, 2022, and that's attendances. Each dot is a game taking place somewhere in England, range of different leagues, and the numbers where there are the numbers where we've got a number. And so you can see the red ones are football leagues, so they're big ones. There's Swansea, 16,000. That'll be Stoke, I would have thought, 22,000. Liverpool or Everton, 39,000, probably Everton. But then you've got the black ones, 142 there, 98, I think it is there, 52, 41. But also bigger ones, 1,251, 336. There's the northeast, Newcastle, Sunderland kind of way, Manchester, Liverpool, Leeds, Yorkshire, Sheffield, down to the Birmingham area and the London area, the Bristol area again. That's a remarkable amount of information on people being willing to pay, people making choices to go, leisure choices, yes, but their willingness to pay. And these numbers are there for, for attendances. They're there for outcomes as well. And if we do think that football teams reflect the strength of their outcomes, and Stefan and I have got a dormant paper arguing this, and maybe it won't be dormant at some point in the future. But if we do think that, then arguably these football clubs, these sports clubs reflect their local areas, and their fortunes may well be correlated with the fortunes of their local areas. And so we've got a remarkable depth of actual regional economic data for England that we can potentially plumb in much greater depth. But I've talked for far too long. I'm going to stop there and invite any questions that you might have.
Well, I'm no lover of the uncertainty of outcome hypothesis, so I'm with you pretty much. I was with you on the first slide, right? But just to play devil's advocate, I'm sorry, and just an aside, I want to say I always hated the Neil paper. I think it's one of the most horrible papers in economics. And the phrase, the Lewis-Schmeling paradox, is the most offensive way to describe that particular boxing match, which was, they fought twice. The famous boxing match was in 1938. Schmeling, so Joe Louis was the most famous black man in America and possibly the most famous American at that time. He had a level of celebrity that was unparalleled. He was a great hero to many people. And he was fighting, Schmeling was basically Hitler's boxer. He was a representative of the Nazi regime. He was a member of the Nazi party. And what the fight was actually about was about this titanic conflict between, the Nazi ideology and Joe Louis, the great black boxer, Black Moses, as he was described. And there was no competitive balance or uncertainty of outcome in this match. It took 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Schmeling was taken from the boxing ring straight to the hospital where he nearly died. And Joe Louis nearly killed him because he was not going to lose that fight. So the way that comes, the fact that gets transformed into the Louis-Schmeling paradox just irritates me beyond measure. Anyway, but that's just an aside. The question I was going to ask was this, which is, in terms of thinking about this, the way you present it, that you can't salvage the uncertainty of outcome hypothesis, is surely highly model dependent. I mean, this is nested within a whole set of assumptions about abstract concepts. Uncertainty of outcomes is an abstract concept, but surely loss aversion is a fairly abstract concept, and we're trying to disentangle these things from behaviors. And isn't there just a fundamental identification problem about this whole thing, that we really can't tell these things apart? So can we really say one way or the other whether we can support the uncertainty of outcome hypothesis?
I think it's a good question. I don't think I can really answer other than agree with you that it is an identification problem. I mean, my gut instinct says that it does exist, but it's alongside a range of other factors that are probably stronger in determining why people part with their money to watch sporting events. I mean, I think it's a nice model, in terms of trying to model it in terms of loss aversion and the uncertainty of outcome hypothesis. And yes, of course, the interpretation of the coefficients is contingent on that. But I guess if you discard the structural model, you would imagine surely that it's still the case that that squared probability coefficient should show a hump side, an inverse U shape, if the uncertainty of outcome hypothesis exists alongside a range of other measures that we've also included in our regression model. I've thrown quite a few things at the regression model, and that then therefore means they're controlled for. The fact that I like my home team to win, the fact that maybe I'm loss averse, whatever it might be, the fact that it's a local derby, it's on a public holiday, etc. All those other factors are already in there and controlled for. And so even without the structural model, I would have thought you should see a negative squared coefficient if it's there. So, from my perspective, just from a hunch, I think it should be there, but it doesn't turn up, and I guess, and I wouldn't want to state this claim too strongly, but my guess is that, that coefficient should be negative, almost irrespective of whether you've got a structural model or not.
So, since one of my papers is one of the ones that uses the structural approach, I want to kind of criticize it. When I presented that paper one time, and Rod Fort was in the room, or maybe it was Skip Sauer, and they made the very, I think, telling point, which is uncertainty is going to be important no matter what. I mean, it's more interesting if we don't know the outcome in advance. That's absolutely true. The problem is that Rottenberg says, the way he describes it is that interest and attendance will be greatest when uncertainty is greatest. And I think there's really two questions there. Does attendance depend on uncertainty? And the second one is, does attendance get maximized when uncertainty is greatest? That second one, I think there's tons of evidence that that's not true. But every bit of evidence, I think, requires there be some amount of uncertainty. I mean, it's a statistical approach with an error term. There's uncertainty.
Yeah. And of course, the leak standing effect is positive, so there's an uncertainty effect in there.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of carrying along the same lines. I think this is really, really interesting. One thing I think you've rejected here is that people homogenously have preferences that map onto uncertainty of outcomes. Because if everybody had those preferences, then yeah, you should see that inverted U. So I think as far as really what you've written down with the model, you're able to pretty convincingly reject that in the way that it's set up. But part of what can be going on is non-homogeneous preferences, right? So, with attendance data, you can't see the composition, right, of people who show up. So there could be some people who like to show up for, the real underdog matches, right? And there could be some people that like to show up for the slam dunks, you're going to win it. And then there can be people that like to show up because of the uncertainty of outcomes. And, depending on the sizes of these groups, you can generate essentially, kind of any pattern in terms of where those three will sit. This is not at all a criticism either. It's I think to dig into this as a next step, individual data where you can see, grouping people based on their behavior given these probabilities, then you'd start to be able to say, come up with some clusters and see if some people behave, along this uncertainty of outcomes hypothesis, whereas others behave along a, want to watch them clobber the competition, want to see them emerge victorious despite all odds. That would be where I would take this next. Another thing that I want to just throw out there, and I'm not sure quite what to do with it at this stage, but uncertainty here is measured as the probability of winning, or 1 minus probability of losing. There's no variance attached to that, right? You're using that probability as a sufficient statistic for uncertainty. But if you think about it in terms of say, like you spoke about earlier, like Poisson processes, right? If it's high scoring versus low scoring, that you can have equal probability of winning, but much higher variance on that probability. I'm not sure quite how to think about how that plays into this, but it's definitely another component of uncertainty that's not being thought about here that might be another really interesting angle to take on this, to think about that variance.
Yeah, no, thank you. Really interesting comments. I mean, I've also not even mentioned the fact that there's a literature looking at other ways to measure, fan demand, TV viewership figures, and, folk in the room and other people have looked at TV viewership figures, and some have found support for the uncertainty, hypothesis amongst couch potatoes, I guess, people that have got a different set of preferences. And so you're right, I've not distinguished between season ticket holders, guys who buy a bundle of tickets for the entire season versus those who pitch up on the day. I mean, what I quite like about the home versus away fans distinction is that those are two quite different groups of fans. Again, there's still plenty of heterogeneity amongst those as well. I watch my team because they play in the south, away games in the south, whereas there are guys that faithfully travel down from Oldham, which is north of Manchester, 2-3 hours out of their day to watch a 90-minute game that they'll probably lose, and then travel back 2 or 3 hours as well. I mean, incredible heterogeneity in these preferences, and bizarre habit, loyalty, whatever that word, brand loyalty on display as well. So yeah, I totally accept that. And I mean, in terms of that probability, I think it would be interesting to look a bit more and think a bit more about that. One of the things that TV viewership gives you is, of course, the fact that the probability of winning changes throughout the game, and so that then might influence whether you even leave the stadium before half time, or whether you switch the TV on, or whatever you do. But yeah, no, thank you. Some good points.
I would like to add another point to Lewis' arguments. You mentioned local derbies as being particularly attractive. If I recall the German situation, for example. Some local derbies are interesting for fans because they want to fight each other, while other local derbies are interesting due to the sporting content. So it would be very interesting to see whether in some local derbies 90% of the fans are middle-aged and young men, or whether there are families in the stadium. And I guess that data is as difficult to obtain for England as it is for Germany.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, in principle, obviously, as football clubs become online, tickets being bought online, fans having accounts and so on, in principle, you can do more to understand about the different types of fans that will attend games. But of course, data privacy, trying to get these kinds of information from the clubs, and it would only be, the top 4 or 5 divisions. Below that, the depth thing, below the 5th, 6th division, it is just turning up and paying cash still. So you wouldn't really be able to dig too much into that. But the violent side of thing is, the violent side of it all is, of course, another interesting. I shouldn't say interesting, but it's a big part of it. It's a part of why they segregated fans in the first place, and it undoubtedly drives some fans to turn up. We think positively about sport as bringing people together, but of course, it often brings them together to destroy things and fight each other. So there's a negative side that we need to counter as well with sport as well as the positive. Thanks, Bernd. Who's there?
Hey, hello, James. Hello, everyone. My name is Diego. I'm a lawyer, so I'm not really.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. And well, I am really interested, or I want to emphasize on getting a better understanding on the attendance of the sports. Especially because. Well, you heard the case about Bogota from Blanca at the beginning of the day. And so we do have, let's say, a really informal sports economy. So we do not have data as you guys do. We do not have a lot of things. But especially me, I'm really interested in this kind of things. And how we can make a bigger market out of sports, and well, I'm trying to say is, in my experience, I used to play football and hockey, and whenever I had a tournament, the attendance was really poor, and not just because we were bad, but because there's no interest, I guess. And so, well, the first question is, in your experience and based on the data you have found, what advice would you give clubs who want to bring more people into the games, besides, winning home games and, well, maybe don't letting know the outcome to the people, I don't know, and well, that's the first thing. And also for everyone in here is, well, trying to get a wider picture of the sport. I've been really interested lately on how the show entirely, speaking about sports, affect the attendance. Because, for example, in the United States, it's really common to have maybe a preview show before the game or a halftime show or something like that, and how these things affect the attendance, and if it's possible to bring more people through those channels, I guess. And well, that's pretty much what I want to, get to investigate and to know, to see if we can make a bigger market in Colombia.
Well, those are some big questions. I mean, I think, how do you get people to attend, is a fundamental question, and the only reason that I can show you this data from 1888 in England is because it then did develop into a very popular sport that has made its way around the world. I mean, perhaps if it hadn't, we wouldn't have this kind of information to hand. And that all, there's various arguments for why that happened in terms of the organization of the sport, the codification of the rules, but also social circumstances in England at the time in terms of working practices and so on. There are all sorts of reasons that are very specific to England. Trying to develop interest in a sport, I think, is it's a fantastically difficult question that I'm not qualified to answer. That's for sure. But I mean, I really enjoyed the talk that you mentioned from first thing this morning about things here in Bogota and the various initiatives and greater kind of public activity. It actually reminded me a little bit of some work that I've been doing with Burnt. There's a free 5-kilometer run that takes place at hundreds of locations in England. And that's, I don't know why, but it's recorded. And so there's a website where everyone that turns up on a Saturday at 9 a.m. in England at a different park, there's 700 in England, there's ones all around the world now. And that's measurable because people have turned up, they scan a barcode and they run. Because one of the most important things about all the wonderful initiatives being talked about this morning are that we want to have those numbers so that we can interrogate them, and look at what the positive impact is, and to what extent other activities, be they positive or negative, were displaced. Because if I'm now doing this thing, I'm not doing something else. I mean, in the wonderful case of these centres where women and carers can go and do exercise while their dependents are being looked after, that's a case where I don't see a downside, and that's fantastic. That they can then exercise. Obviously, in lots of other situations, if I'm spending my money at one sporting venue, I'm not spending it somewhere else, and they may lose out. So, I think if you're able to collect those data for all these wonderful initiatives taking place, there can be lots of really good things that can come from that.
Thank you, James, a lot for your presentation. I have a question of course, it's related to your presentation, but maybe not to the main topic, but it caught my attention when you were presenting these long-run trends of goals per game. In 1925, they changed the rules of offside because goals were going down. There was an effect of attendance. And looking at the long-run picture, we are reaching the levels that we had before this rule change. Of course, it has been a long-run trend, right? This is I don't see, as goals? Yeah.
Total goals, yeah.
Yeah. So do you think, because especially for female football, they have been talking about, this is male football, of course, but they have been talking about maybe adjust some rules to goals. And at the end, attendance, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff, but if there were no goals, no one would go, right? So do you think there's a regulation issue that might be worth looking? For instance, goalkeepers in the early 20th century were smaller, and that's why they suggest some that the goalkeeper for women should be smaller. They are 2-meter tall guys, most of them now. So in practice, effectively, the goal has shrunk. So how do you see that going on? And my other question is related to attendance estimations, prices. I understand what we're doing, but think about what is going on in many show business with dynamic pricing, which the objective is to increase revenue, maximize revenue, but to have a full attendance. So, getting that data is difficult, if not impossible, but how are we going to deal in terms of, understanding attendance, and there's these new things that are coming?
I mean, I think on that question, it's a big omission from any of this work is the fact that it's very difficult to get the pricing information. I think, practically infeasible because you have to contact each club and ask them, what their pricing was. And even if you know what the main price was, you don't know what the concession price was, and you don't know whether there was an offer on this week and, other kinds of initiatives. So I think there's an awful lot of stuff left that, we can't really get our hands on when we're analysing this kind of stuff. So I think it remains a weakness, really. It's why I still enjoy the numbers and I quite like messing around with them, but there's obvious limitations to to what you can do when you don't have any kind of information about what the price was that these people were willing to part with to watch this particular product, especially when it is an inferior product like these non-league games versus the football league games. So yeah, I think that's just it's a weakness. Thank you for pointing out why that shift up happens in the 1920s, because I wasn't aware of that. So that's, but I think the point's quite interesting because obviously, and the reason why I put that plot in there, and there's a few other ones, is because obviously these are outcomes, and these are outcomes that are a function of a whole range of decisions that are made at differing levels and different points. I kind of flippantly mentioned the 1960s fall. I don't doubt that Stefan's probably got a better explanation than me, but I happen to also know that at this point there was a big shift in terms of the formations that English football teams played. And they moved away from playing as many attacking players to more defensive players. And that all happened in the aftermath of the maximum wage being abolished. So a very basic theory is that attacking players, we've heard about the wage premium from today earlier on. Attacking players cost more. If you've got to pay more for them because your salary cap has been abolished, you play less of them, and then there are fewer goals scored. So that's, for me, that's one explanation why goals then fell. And of course, we had, in the 1990 World Cup, was well known for the goalless draws and the back pass and so on. And the back pass was abolished, but I don't think really, certainly in England, it wasn't the back pass rule, it wasn't 3 points for a win that really changed the number of goals being scored, which has ticked up. You can see ever so slightly, the black line is the Premier League. You can see it's higher than it's been. I think that's more because of the television deals. Because the television deals for the Premier League, the more you were on television, the more money you got. And so you're a team like Stoke City who don't score many goals, you're not on TV very much, you haven't got as much money, you get relegated. If you're a team that scores more goals, more entertaining, more attacking, you end up on television. So I think that it's actually, kind of an after product rather than any kind of deliberate policy decision that led to that change in the number of goals being scored. So, not giving you any answers to any of the questions you've asked me, but I think the points you make are really valid, and they kind of, I guess, motivate the interest that we have in looking at these kinds of outcomes that we observe in sport. Ben?
I'd like to come back to the attendance figures issue. Most clubs in the 5 big European leagues pursue 2 completely different strategies when they anticipate to sell out. You can either charge higher ticket prices for the particularly attractive teams, or you can, let's say, ask potential spectators to purchase a ticket against an unattractive team at the same price that you charge for the attractive team. In that latter case, in the extreme, half of the stadium remains empty against the unattractive team, but the club reports to be sold out. And that raises a couple of issues when estimating these demand equations. Most likely, some of the relevant coefficients will be biased. But we never know, or we hardly ever know, which club pursues which of the 2 strategies, right?
Yep, absolutely. The issue of tickets sold being announced versus actual people in the stadium, is a very big issue. And obviously, we're probably all familiar with Dominic Schreier's work on empty seats. And I think it's a problem. And you know, I don't think it's random measurement error either. You know, it's one thing to say, well, it probably only really affects a small number of clubs over a relatively small number of years. But you know, measurement error, I think, is certainly still a problem in this data. And I didn't really mention it much, but that's by no means to say that it's not a potential issue and potentially, you know, causing bias in the coefficients. So absolutely.
I think we spoke about this earlier a little bit, and partly it's more of a comment than a question, but I really like the emphasis on measurement. There's a lot of economics that's done about things that cannot be measured. You know what I'm talking about. And it's nice to see work done in a context where the things that we care about are directly observable, if not perfect. So yeah, I just like that emphasis. I had to throw away one of my slides on it for time, but I appreciate it.
I think, I mean, it's a comment, but you know, one thing I will say is that despite the fact there's lots of data in sport, there's still a surprising number of things that we, you know, again, we can't directly measure. You know, what is the level of uncertainty in a sporting event? What is the product even, for that matter? You know, there's still a heck of a lot that we can't actually measure. But yeah, I think it's a comment well taken.
Yeah, awareness of that is better than shuffling it, you know, sweeping it under the rug, right? So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
My name is Alice Aguiar. I'm from Universidad de Hemisferios from Ecuador. Today I'm going to present to you my paper, Identifying Brand Drivers for South American Football Teams. This is a work in progress. It is in early stages, so I welcome all your feedback and contribution to this research. And I think that today I'm going to be the disruptor of the day, because this research is more centered on management and marketing and not exactly on hard economics. This presentation is structured as follows. First, I'm going to explain you the motivation for doing this research, why I think it is important to understand how South American football brands are constructed. Then, how I select the football teams which I'm going to study, the theoretical framework, which is based brand construction, the methodology, what I'm planning to do and what I have already done, and some preliminary results with the pilot that I have done. Nowadays, modern sport business is referred to as brands. Sport teams are referred to as brands. And we observed this in late 20th century with Manchester United, who was a big case, that started to manage this club as a brand. And based on this strategy, the club was able to enter into new markets, mainly to non-traditional markets, but it was very remarkable that a European football club can do at that moment. And also, this helped the club to gain some brand positioning. To build a strong brand in sport business, we need to have sport supremacy. Of course, football teams have to have high sport performance to have a strong brand. Once the team has leveraged this asset, this brand, this strong brand, it can rely a little bit less from its sport performance. That is that past sport achievements have helped clubs in periods of low productivity. And also, several papers, we observed that how past sport achievements are more important than recent past sport achievements. However, having always to win a game or to have a good sport performance is not possible, and as we already were talking about, is not even desired for the good of the game. Yet there are other factors that managers can attend to and manage these factors so that they can still have this strong brand. Factors, for instance, of a famous player, the tradition of the club, the history, the use of social media, the use of new technologies, the creation of new applications. All of these can help strengthen a brand for what? For increased brand loyalty, which at the end will give us a good brand equity. Okay? So we can reach new markets, new fans, we can increase culture. I studied professional football as part of the entertainment business. And when we think about it, I think that immediately we all have in mind European football. And we understand how this is a business, an entertainment business. Not only sport, but also a very important part of entertainment. But what if we start to talk about South American football? Can we say the same thing? Let's see some indicators from the most important tournament of South American football. Here we have operating revenues of CONMEBOL. As you know, CONMEBOL is the South American Football Confederation in charge of organizing and governing all the international tournaments in South America. It was founded in 1916. Yet, only in 2017, it started to present financial information to the public. So we don't have a lot of financial information, but still we can look at some figures. We observe, of course, the impact of COVID. But before that, we can say that it has a remarkable or considerable increase of revenues. After COVID, it stabilized. Now let's see revenues of Copa Libertadores, which is the main tournament in South America. And we can observe that it also has COVID has also an impact. However, it is less than for the whole operating revenues of CONMEBOL. Unfortunately, in 2021, CONMEBOL started to publish its information, not disaggregated by each tournament. So again, we have lack of information about revenues of Copa Libertadores, mainly of this tournament. We only have information for these 4 years. Sorry, I forgot to mention that it's in millions of US dollars. Okay. Let's see how about the attendance to the tournament. And these are total attendance, not average attendance of the whole tournament. That's in millions of people. So for instance, we can observe that in 2022, it was 1.84 million people that attend to the whole tournament, to the whole games of the tournament. We have here an interesting data in 2016, which the attendance can remember that it was the final of Copa Libertadores here in Colombia against a very young Ecuadorian team. Okay, so after seeing these figures, and of course we already saw how is the trend in Europe, I asked this question: is South American football an attractive entertainment product? It is worth it to study this product. And my answer is, of course it is worth. Why? If there is a market for a product or a service, we have to understand this market and we have to understand how the consumer behaves. So there are indeed consumers that desire this product, that follow this product, so we have to understand these fans. How did they behave? So how did I select which clubs I will study to understand how these brands are constructed? I look at the product quality. This is the main product attribute to create a strong brand. So the product quality for football will be sport performance. I used Elo rating. I will explain a little bit more. James already mentioned it. This rating method became very popular in 1970 when it was adopted for the Chess Federation to ranking the players. Then in 2018, FIFA also adopted this ranking method. And here are some papers that have proved how accurate this rating can be to compare the sport performance of different sport teams and different disciplines. So, Elo rating in a nutshell, because this is really hard to understand how it is calculated. But what Elo guarantees, or what Elo suggests they do, is to take the importance of each of the game according to the game, according to the opponent, and they weight every tournament, every game that all of the clubs have. So, looking at the Elo ratings for South American football, I found this. Looking at the top 50 clubs, we have 19 clubs from Brazil, 15 clubs from Argentina, 4 from Ecuador, 3 from Colombia, then we have 2 for Bolivia, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, and 1 from Chile. So obviously, most of the teams are from Brazil. But it didn't make any sense if I studied only Brazilian teams to understand how South American football brands are constructed. So then I decided to look at the 20 best football clubs according to Elo points. And again, at the top, Brazil and Argentina. So how did I select the clubs? I thought to look at the first club of the first country that appear in the list. That will be Palmeiras for Brazil, River Plate for Argentina, Fortaleza for Colombia, Independiente del Valle for Ecuador, and Nacional from Uruguay. So these are the selected 5 brands to study how they are constructed. Again, which is the best for selecting these 5? Because according to the points, these are the strongest brands in terms of sport performance historically. Indeed, some people may say that some of the clubs may not be so popular or may not be highly followed, yet this is the basic for the selection. This research aims to help in understanding the construction of football brands, mainly in South America. For this, I'm going to investigate what are the main brand drivers or factors of the 5 selected South American football clubs. In doing so, of course, I'm going to explore how these football brands are perceived in South America and explore how South American fans behave so we can improve marketing strategies. In the previous session, some of you asked how we can make people to go to the stadium. Well, this can help not only people to go to the stadium, but to understand why they like more. They like more the history, they like more the logo, they like more the traditions, they like more the performance. Why? What is happening to these fans so we can increase? Because we can infer that there is room to increase the market share of these teams. And also to strengthen the football culture in Latin America, in South America. My theoretical framework is constructed based on the models developed for products and services when studying brand construction. 2 main exponents here are Aker and Keller. Aker was the first that started to study this brand construction in consuming goods. Then Keller came with a new brand equity model, which is called customer-based brand equity, which uses these 4 dimensions to understand how people perceive the brand. Perceive quality, brand loyalty, brand awareness, brand image. And he suggests that these 2 dimensions, brand awareness and brand image, are constructed by brand knowledge, which at the same time is affected by brand recognition, brand recall, and brand association. Here you can observe, for instance, that brand association has the attribute product, what we said, sporting performance, non-product related, for sports will be logo, stadium, problem, delivery, etc., benefits, and attitudes. So there are many different dimensions and items that can affect a brand. Studying brands in the context of football has been mostly direct for European brands. Here I put some of the literature where I'm using to identify these brand dimensions and factors, and they are most for European football. For instance, we can see here the importance of customer relationship management, or also the importance of interaction with the society, the importance of the history, and also there is a new dimension that is called love dimension, the love for the brand, that goes a little bit farther and wants to create this high connection with the customer. However, we cannot create a generic strategy for branding not for all sports teams, not for all clubs. So we have to understand each of the brand and understand what factors are important to that particular brand, and then develop strategies from that. The methodology that I'm going to use, and I already started a pilot, is first to gather data, qualitative data from interviews. This already done a pilot, and this helps us to identify what are the main items or factors in this market, and not using all the traditional or the generic items of a brand. Then a quantitative survey. And for the analysis of the data, I will make context analysis and factor analysis. And if possible, according to the obtained data, I would like to make some regression analysis. That is my thing, to do an economic model about this. So, regarding the pilot, I have already conducted a an interview using semi-structured questions about brand awareness, image, and knowledge. I'm going to show you some questions that were asked. I asked to participate 24 people, mainly ranging from 18 to 26 years. I would like to increase this age range from undergraduate and graduate level. And of course, they have to be fans of South American football. I didn't identify the intensity of fun. I mean, like, if they follow football or if they know something about South American football, they were able to participate in this interview. And, well, what we see here in all of the studies, more of the participants were a male than female. Some of the questions that were asked, for instance, were, what are the first South American football clubs that come to your mind? And in some cases, the 5 selected clubs, 2 or 3 clubs were not the first to come in mind. Another question, do you know something about the history of the club? Do you recall the main sport achievements of Club X? Here I start to ask of all the clubs, the 5 selected clubs. What comes to your mind when you see this logo? Again, some of the participants didn't know what was the logo, so I have to show them what was the logo. Where do you position the club in relation to the other clubs, to the 5? Do you often visit a club website? And, well, I think that I have 10 questions more regarding this whole brand awareness, perception, what they feel, what they think about these brands. Some of the answers that I found were really interesting. For example, this one, the second one. There is not a football culture in South America. I translated, it was in Spanish. So I found it very interesting that these young people think that there's not football culture in South America. I never thought that that was the perception that they have, but they thought that. Also, they thought that Brazilian fans were the only true fans, that the rest of the countries were not fans, truly fans. If I don't recall, that is Brazil and then Argentina. And for instance, from Ecuador, it was like the last country they were like fans. Also, very important, but this could be more logical, that the geographical location is something that influenced to assistance to the stadium. That makes sense. And things that maybe not be relevant, but again, if we have this market and we're targeting this market, we have to consider this. For instance, they said that the letters of the logo were friendly, and another logo that were boring. They were old-fashioned. Well, maybe this can help us to figure out how we can strengthen these brands and why they think that. This is also a good question, a good answer. Our sport performance is better than European football. And this also came when we started to compare Europe and South America. All of the responses said, no, we have an excellent sport performance, we are better, and they consider that. So, preliminary results, fans' response to a brand perception varies according to the culture, geographically market, and affiliation with a club. Well, this is a more generic result. When it comes to brand association, fans' response to historical brand status of the club seems to be more relevant for fans than a recent sport achievement. And this also was confirmed when the participants said that they want to see content, online content about historical performance. For instance, a very famous goal or a famous play. They want to see that instead of seeing something that may not be relevant or something regarding a player of his private life. They want to see historical performance. Fans perceive a lack of football culture in South America, and here, again, the content about sport performance. So, thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions and comments.
Thank you, Alice. So I have a more like a question. It is a comment. I noticed that you started your pilot with younger audiences, younger fans, between 20 and 30, I think, or 20 and 26.
18 and 26.
18 and 26, okay.
Yes.
So I was thinking if maybe there is a possibility of separating the analysis, including more non-digital savvy audiences. Because I think everything in the model is more focused on people who are familiar with social media, with access to content online. And this is why I was surprised when I saw Fortaleza as the one selected from Colombia. Because, I mean, we are aware, football fans from Colombia, we are aware of the importance of Fortaleza in the digital ecosystem. But this necessarily doesn't reflect on the behavior of fandom in the country. So, yeah, I know, I mean, the yellow points, they were related to these particular features, but yeah, maybe when you add this older ages, I would like to see the result of this. I mean, I don't know if you are taking this into account already, like you know this is going to change the result in a way.
Thank you, Maria Laura. Yes, in fact, when the participants start to respond to the interviews, indeed, they didn't know Fortaleza, and sorry if anyone from here is fan, but it was weird for them to understand. So in this particular case, it was not because they are using social media, it was only because of the product attribute that make it a strong brand. But yeah, definitely I would like to include more media clubs that have more media visibility or that are more followed, definitely. Thank you.
Alice, so I'm going to talk about Fortaleza again, so that you understand why it, from my perspective, it cannot be there. Fortaleza is a B division team whose strongest branding, actually, they have a really cool community manager. It's the best in the country. The guy is really good. I don't know who manages their accounts, but he's really good. And for a B team, they have way too many followers. I've read about the ELO, but I've never calculated. I don't know why Fortaleza is there, but they played in first division maybe a couple of years. It's a new team. It has no fan base. Obviously has never played international tournaments. It has never won anything in Colombia. So, you know, you have Palmeiras, River Plate, Independiente del Valle, you know, they have played finals, won and stuff. And if you have Fortaleza for Colombia, it loses, you know, it doesn't balance at all. So I don't know why, I don't know what kind of calculation is behind this, but Fortaleza should not be there, except because you say something like Maria Laura was saying that, you know, it's the coolest Twitter and Instagram account, and it has grown more in percentage terms than the other teams and something like that. But still, it's a B team. It will remain in the B series for a year. And if they come up, their business is to sell players. So actually, their best player plays in Millonarios right now, which is, you know, it was sold, but they still own 20% of the player. So I mean, it doesn't, I don't know if it's like if you have in Spain Real Madrid, Barcelona, and then where I played when I was there in Cortegana, which none of you have ever heard. You understand me? So yeah, that's my suggestion.
Thank you. Fortaleza is a scratch out.
Thank you for your presentation. Taking into account your preliminary results, where do you think teams, and especially local teams, where they can exploit that through branding, an opportunity to growth? You know, so your focus is on branding, but how can local teams especially use that branding to grow, especially in local settings?
Okay, so one of the main things that I will tackle, again, from these very preliminary results, will be how do we create, or how do we increase, or start to increase this culture in South America? Again, we have to take into account what Maria Laura said, that there is another different audience, older audience that maybe don't think like that, but look into younger audience that will be, in the long run, the ones that are going to consume for more years this product. How we can increase this culture, or how we can reinforce this? I will think that, first of all, I will start with that. Maybe we are taking into account that it's just something that we state that we already have, that is normal, but there start to indicate something, or we're starting to have these signs that we're not having a football culture. How? Maybe we have focused so much in European football and leave aside the other things. And also something that we do not, or something that we have very important to a factor, or something that's happening, is that nowadays America, well, not nowadays, from several years ago, America is the cantera from young players to European football. And how we can not take advantage, but how we can all win with that. For example, Independiente del Valle has sold his player Caicedo, and in the contract, he asked, I don't remember if it's 10% of the next transfer from this player. So it's not that we sell the player and we forget about it. It's still part of the club where it begins, where it races. So maybe to start to link these big stars, not just sell and we forget about it, but still to link them in a way with a base team in the country. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Alice. I always struggle with these kinds of issues with respect to brand, because I'm an economist, and I think brand is important to the extent that it affects people's decisions. So it's very different to say, I recognize that logo, and to say, I'm buying a ticket for that club. And for example, I recognize the logo for a Ferrari. I will never buy a Ferrari. And so I'm not sure what, once we know that people recognize it, what does that help us to understand? I would really like, because I have a couple of papers that try to get at brand in a way that I think is more practical, I would like to see that research go in that direction, and I'll propose to you this. So we talked about attendance, and James talked about the attendance of the away fans. So I have a paper with a couple of Russian colleagues where what we did was took attendance, and we had a dummy variable for each of the visiting teams. That means that fans of that team either went to the new place, the other team's place, or they already lived there. And that's a measure of actual behavior related to that club. And that's what I would like to see here. So I would propose to you that get attendance of these clubs and see whether fans of some club travel to another place. And that's an indication of whether it's a strong brand or not.
Thank you very much. And in marketing or in management, what have been proven of done is that, for instance, brand loyalty has a positive effect in purchase of intentional purchase. But again, it's just intention. It's not at the end a real purchase. So yes, it's difficult to say that because of the loyalty you have of the brand, you're gonna indeed buy the ticket or indeed fly to another country to attend the game. Yes, thank you.
So, contrary to Dennis, I would love to buy a Ferrari, but...
I didn't say I wouldn't love to, I just said I won't.
Seriously, I would like to draw your attention to a more recent strand in the economics, sports economics literature. So a couple of studies have tried to measure people's willingness to pay, and they have presented these people different scenarios. What would you be willing to pay to save the club from relegation? Or what are you willing to pay to buy the club an entry into the European Champions League? And the more serious studies in that field use representative population samples from the local community. So we have a study with more than 10,000 respondents for 12 Bundesliga clubs. And what you see there is the willingness to pay varies enormously. So in some places, 80% of the people say it's irrelevant to me whether the club plays first or second division. And in other cities, it's completely the other way around. 80% of the people say it's important for the city, it's important for the companies in the city, it's important for whatever. And take a look at that literature, and I'm pretty sure that will help you develop the next steps of your project.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So yeah, Alice, really interesting. And the statement, "There's not a football culture in South America," that's going to live with me for quite a while, because I grew up thinking that this was the home of good football. So interesting.
Okay, let's remember though that maybe these millennial, well, they're not millennials, they are Generation Z. So they are weird. Yeah,
so it could be a sample selection issue. But I think with Dennis, I think economists have struggled with the concept of brand, and we have, again, trying to figure out exactly what it would mean in economic terms is difficult. So I mean, I would argue, what would happen if you fired all of Palmeiras' players and you put this band of losers on the pitch next week? We ran out in the Palmeiras colors to play in the team. I think and we did that, for a month or two. I think within a month or two, they have no fans. Nobody's going to watch that rubbish. The reason they are in the stadium watching it is the players. Take the players away, and you have nothing. In other words, what that means is there's almost zero brand value in a football club, any football club, because without the players, they're nothing. And in a lesser extent, you see this look what happens when a team gets relegated. It loses a huge proportion of its fans, because the people are there not because they're loyal. I mean, they may love their team and so forth, but if their team is a bunch of bozos like us, they soon will fall out of love with the team. They love what the team could mean to them, but they don't love the team absent any measure of success. So I've always thought that, it's the same thing. Coca-Cola has the most famous brand in the world, but they still spend more than $1 billion a year on advertising. Why? Because people don't know this brand? No, because if they stopped spending for 10 years, then they would start to lose customers, because people would start to forget who they were. So in that, it's Sutton's argument that these advertising is just a barrier to entry, but that the brand is really just this is really being made up of the whatever you're investing in to prevent competitors from entering your market, and you lose that, and your brand is gone. I'm sorry, that sounds a bit confused, but I don't know. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Well, I can argue or say that, yeah, in fact, if the club doesn't have, the club is nothing without the players. But what if it is possible to make fans love that much the brand of the club that they keep supporting the new players because they are part of the club they love? So maybe in the long run, the club became Coca-Cola and it has to still selling because it's the club. So I don't know if we've, in core, I think we have this discussion that what makes a good player, the player or the team makes a good player. So maybe the brand can start to be the most important part. Yep. I don't know if I'm explaining it correctly, and that will be a way to go. Yeah.
Carrying on this discussion about brand, I want to make a point counter to Stefan's, which is that if you replace sugar gram for gram with salt in Coca-Cola, no amount of advertising is going to save them, right? No amount of brand recognition is going to save them. So, brand is always an assurance of quality of some sorts, right? The quality still needs to be there, but it plays some role in communicating that quality, right? And in trying to foster that loyalty. So yeah, there are really interesting discussions to be had about what the role of brand is. And maybe, sorry, the Colombian team that was mentioned?
Fortaleza.
Maybe they're a particularly interesting case study in this regard, because what's been said is that there's no sugar there, there's salt. But somehow they're doing something right in that they are generating interest, So no, I think there's something to be said here for brand as distinct from quality and the interplay between brand and quality. Does brand help you get through the lean times? When a team isn't performing up to scratch. And I think you actually mentioned something to that extent, right? So, no, studying this as an interplay between brand and quality, I think, is an interesting tact.
Thank you very much. Yes, in fact, what makes a good brand, not only sports, is the quality of the brand. You can't have a strong brand if you don't have a good quality. Yet what I said here in sports is that it's not always possible to have a good quality, meaning winning all the tournaments, because it's not possible. So what is left for the brand? Other things that we can manage or try to make it better, yes.
And this is actually what makes football different from Coca-Cola, right? No, really, it's that the quality of the product may vary over time. It may vary substantially and persistently. And so brand may play a different role in mediating the relationship between teams and fans. I think that's interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think what Stefan was saying about players and that they are the center in terms of the brand of the club. Examples come to mind that it matters more. So it's a matter of short and long run, what I'm thinking. So think about River Plate in Argentina or América de Cali in Colombia, which are major clubs, really big clubs, that went to second division. And what happened is, yes, they were crappy players at the time. Relative to their history, they were the worst player they had ever had. And what fans did is what they just did a couple of a week ago here in Colombia with Caldas, which is not it's a normal team, is fans go to the training site and they break the cars and try to kick the players, literally kick them out of the club. That's what they do here. But I think, you know, and actually when I read the title of your paper and you had Fortaleza, I was thinking, so interesting because, yeah, they have this branding idea of being really strong in virtual media and Twitter and all the stuff. And yeah, they are not comparable to any of the big teams or middle teams or whatever teams in Colombia. But if you compare them with all these business teams that have been founded in the past 20 to 25 years like them, I'm pretty sure they are the best. And they have, instead of having an attendance of 20 people, they probably have 100 people. So maybe 4 times that. So I think it depends on how you want to look at this branding. I would correct myself. Maybe you don't want to kick Fortaleza out of, you know, how you chose Fortaleza, yes, I don't know. But maybe it is a good example if you compare it relative to their peers, not to Millonarios, Nacional America, it doesn't make any sense, but to other small teams that were founded in the past 2-3 decades. And the way they are branding it, I've seen people, well, I've seen one person with the Fortaleza t-shirt, but that's impressive. Because it's a really small team, but it's not unknown, and that is really interesting. In the long run, so to finish my idea, in the long run, yeah, I think you have to match brand with quality. You know, you have to perform, and you know that's the main difference to make a big team.
Thank you, Jorge. Yes, maybe to look at the strategy that Fortaleza is using and compare this online marketing strategy with the peers to see what is on.
Sorry, brand discussions always get this going, right? So it's a really good way to, and I always think it's very good for economists to think about this. So here's the thing I think about football though, which is that, and this is, you know, based on the research I've done on the finances of European football clubs, we associate the word brand with value, right? They kind of almost go together. And the idea is that if there's a brand value, there's something above and beyond the other inputs that you paid to create the product, which then goes to the owner of the brand, right? So there's, you know, Coca-Cola costs, you know, 1 cent a bottle to make, but the brand is worth 10 cents a bottle, so 9 cents goes to the Coca-Cola company. They're one of the most profitable companies in the world, okay? What I know about football in Europe, and especially in England, where I've studied the financial statements of English football clubs for the last century, they don't make money. All of their money goes to buy players, and the more likely thing that a football club will do rather than make money is to go bankrupt. And it happens all the time. And so that suggests that all the money is going to the players because they generate the quality. There is no quality in a club other than the players. And if there were anything else, then those clubs would be making money. And none of them are generating revenue in excess of their costs. Even the big clubs, you know, even the Manchester Uniteds of this world, they're not generating significant revenues above and beyond the costs that they're spending mostly on players. So that I think is what the interesting kind of question is that we want to try to get to.
Okay. Thank you very much, Stefan. Thank you very much.
Jorge, stop.
No sé.
Con este paso, ¿no? Okay. Sorry about that, Julian. Thank you very much for being here. So I'm going to present a work I've been doing, a paper I've been doing with, but we're not seeing it up there. I'm going to present a paper I've been working on with Arturo Galindo. He's at the Inter-American Development Bank. And the idea is to think about how workers, football players in this case, perform after they recover from COVID. The idea is to analyze whether COVID has an effect on how individuals perform once they return to the working place. So I'm going to remind you those times. The pandemic was declared on March 11, 2020. It was an unprecedented disruption in the world, including football. And just a couple of weeks after the pandemic was declared, essentially every country except some very particular ones, Nicaragua, Burundi, Belarus, had stopped activities. Colombia and most of South America closed between March 13 and March 16. Colombia in particular closed on March 15. And it remained closed. It was one of the last activities to actually open in Colombia. In Colombia. Professional activities. It opened on September 8, 2020. So the first thing we do here is try to understand COVID on health issues. So this is a bunch of Nature and Lancet papers. And so there is this idea of long COVID, but not necessarily. So we hear COVID can persist even after the acute phase of the infection. The post-COVID syndrome consists of a set of not only physical but also psychological symptoms that can range from 2 to more, to a longer period of time. There is already some evidence, it's coming, this literature is coming and coming on, trying to find evidence of what happened to workers and mostly to people that suffer long COVID. So there is evidence that the burden of prolonged COVID is significant in the working population, and it associates with fatigue, depression, cognitive issues, and other effects that, of course, can affect not only workers in other areas, but also in sports. In terms of athletes or in terms of sports, there are a couple of issues that COVID can impact. It can do it via absenteeism. There is a nice paper, recent paper, using NHL data. And they try to study, the idea is, a player is missing, how will the team perform, or worse or less because of the absent player in this particular game or event. Then there is another strain, I would call it the literature, which is feature, well, this is actually James' paper, recent paper also, and they study the impact on individual productivity. They use data for German and Italian football leagues. They find that the individual performance drops mostly in the long run. The time on pitch decreases 5%. Productivity falls 5 to 7%. So here we are going to focus on the performance issue, and I will let you know why I'm only focusing on that. So the first question is whether there is an impact in performance. The second related question is whether there is a short-run effect or a long-run effect. And I guess the third question would be, well, if there is an impact, by how much? Performance is hit by how much? So we will use data from the Colombian Football League, Soccer League, Football League, for reasons that others have worked. Well, football data has this nice set of measures that can allow you to calculate performance pretty easily. And more important, we can actually track the individual, how they perform on the workplace before and after the COVID, and of course we can compare them to individuals that had no COVID. So you see the setup already. But why do this? James already did it, right? So don't repeat my work, yeah. But the first thing is, and I tell this to my students, everything in economics is done. So if you were trying to do something completely novel, then you would never write anything. But more importantly, there is very little work. Alice is trying to do something. There is very, very little work still on doing sports economics in non-European scenarios. So we're going to work with Colombian data and see how it goes. And second, and probably economically speaking more important, we estimate performance in a different way. So we do use alternative performance measures beyond minutes played, passing performance, accuracy, and other type of indicators that were used. And given my results, I want to claim from now that I believe it is an advancement in the literature in how we use it. So we use Opta data. Information goes for all games between the start of the season of 2020 and October 27, 2021. To be honest, that is not the end of the season of 2021, but is the end of my data. We couldn't get data for the few games that remained that year, but it covers COVID and post-COVID period, so it should work, and I think we work. It has event and player level data. If you know this type of data, it has all. It is the most precise information we have in Colombia. It will tell you. It will follow a player during a game, so you know what the player did, where he was, if he passed, he intercepted the pass, or headed, or whatever he did. COVID data, that was a hassle, because I guess in many other countries, true, health information is confidential in Colombia. So even if particular club was willing to give me the information, they wouldn't, because it would be illegal. So we had Mateo Rosso, a highly qualified research assistant here. He went to the web, to the dark web, and the other web, and every other web he found, and we really managed to get a picture of a bunch of players who had COVID and grab this information. You know, at the time, if you remember, because someone said it for basketball, Luis, I think, you know, they were tested essentially daily, and they have this bubble and stuff, so it came on the news at some point that this player was positive, this player is going back to training, and so he did a really good job on finding this information. We have data limitations, especially compared to James' paper. We have no information on other type of injuries. So in James' paper, he says, well, maybe we want to see how they recover from other injuries, because maybe COVID is different. We cannot do that. All we can say, and I think it's enough, is that unless you believe that they all had an injury while having COVID or something like that, you know, we are going to show that this is the impact of COVID. And the other thing that is really cool is the spillover on team performance. Maybe these are the absenteeism effects. But we don't have all the squad. We just know who played in that game. So again, we are limited there, but we are limited not in our main focus, which is to understand performance. We are limited in trying to do some nice extensions of the paper. So it's going to be a short paper. This is comparing COVID infections with general population. You see that it leads a bit players, and it makes sense because they are being tested more and better actually than the general population, but it follows the pattern, okay, in terms of the wave that happened. So that given this data, we are confident that we got, I won't say all, that's too much, but most, really the large part of players that had COVID during this period. The Colombian league is an unorganized league. It's not like the European leagues that go from September, August, well now July almost, but they used to go from August to May, more or less. We have 2 tournaments per year. So the one that had started in 2020, it was disrupted by COVID. So in 2020, we only had 1 champion, unlike other years where we have 2 champions. They are played every semester, okay? So this was the beginning of the season, this was the end of the season, another season, it stopped and it began, but then we had the Copa America that was also played out of time because of COVID, and this is the data we have. Of course, the semi-annual structure implies that we have more gaps in the data, for instance this, and so we have to be careful in terms of how we deal with that. This is our basic distributed statistics. The most important thing here, I guess, is we have, 533 players, 132 were infected by COVID, which more or less rounds for the percentage of the general population that was infected. The mean age is 25. Minutes played, total passes, touches, interceptions. Note that we don't need to have a balanced data here. We just comparing everyone with everyone. We are going to have to be very careful when we do the estimations to have actually some balance before essentially before players got infected. We want players to not be, infected players cannot be better players than those that were not infected. This is just everyone and sent into a pool, so it's just really, really descriptive statistics. So how to measure performance? We could use measures that were used in other papers, in many other papers. One is number of passes. It's not clear for me that making more passes makes a better player. I don't know. Of course, we know that the number of passes depends on the position you play. If you're a center back, you will make more passes than the center forward. I'm sorry, I'm going to open this bottle of water. Thank you, I can talk again. Even controlling for position is not enough to make you a better player just by passes. If you consider a game when the opponent, the other team attacks you a lot, and you are the defender, your number of passes will be different when you play another game as a center back, but attacking the other player. You have more space in the second case, right? And so you probably will pass more the ball. Similar issues with number of touches, interceptions. In terms of minutes played, well, in the long run, the minutes played can actually indicate that you are a better player. That's why you play. But there are specifics. So I had here, and I think I have time, the story of Barrabás and Pimentel. They were the defensive midfielders of the Colombian national teams in the 1990s, and if someone in Colombia here is old enough, maybe they remember. Barrabás was the friend of the assistant coach of the team, and Pimentel was the best, one of the top players of Millonarios, which was the team that was the main rival for the national coach. So at some point he just kicked him out of the national team, and only Barrabás played. So in that case, if we took, for instance, the number of minutes played by Barrabás and Pimentel, well, Barrabás played many more minutes, but we really have a big discussion whether he was better or not. So, and it's difficult to know the story of each coach, whether they're going to really put someone that is better or someone that is performing how I want. But when another coach comes, right, he probably won't play. So minutes played can be in the long run, but we are working per match, so we believe it's not the ideal. And moreover, the minutes played is an exogenous decision. Not only the coach has to decide that you play, but, well, if you get injured, or you won't play, right? And we consider that as something that you don't control. So what we do is we estimate an aggregate index using all players' abilities. We exclude goalkeepers because they're different. And we had to do an exercise for them, but there are not enough goalkeepers with COVID, and it's just not statistically possible to do it. And we estimate the index using a principal components analysis for each match day, as I did in some previous paper. And to see if in the previous paper, it was really easy to show that I was doing it correct, because I was estimating data for Europe, and I had Messi and Ronaldo, and they were the best. Here, if I give you names, it will say nothing. So, since in Colombia we have playoffs, what we see here is that if you move, to the last round of playoffs, you tend to have the best players, okay? And in the second round, they're better than on the regular season, so it kind of follows up. We did, of course, look at the names, and yeah, they're the best, but for illustrative purposes, we will do this. This would be the estimation equation, follows yours, essentially. And we are really interested in the betas. We want to see, first we want the leads not to be statistically different, because we don't want, as I said, that performance varies before COVID. And we are wondering, and that's the question, what happens to betas, to the betas in the lags after COVID. We use, because of how the Colombian league is structured, we use 30 days periods. We use a bunch of controls, I think, all of them, age, home, away, regular season, or playoff, match day, pandemic dummy, because of course after the pandemic there was no attendance, and we have some literature already saying that there was an effect. Player fixed effects, team fixed effects, the other team's fixed effects. And what we do is we use players that played at least 5 minutes in each game, because when they play just less than that, they're normally these guys that come in the game in the 19th minute and they do nothing, and so you really don't know what you're calculating there. So this is the regression. I'm going to talk about the betas in the following slide. Here, just we kind of find what we expect. Age, in fact, age is performance is maximized when you're in Colombia, at least when you're 26 years and 5 months. When you're home, you perform better, and this is our main result. As expected, before COVID, there is no difference between players, and that's good for us. After COVID, we only have an effect within the first 30 days. We did this with the errors in 3 ways. Of course, we use robust standard errors, and it actually looks better than this. We clustered the errors by week, thinking, that you kind of perform that, there is some kind of discorrelation within the week. It actually looks better than this, and I'm presenting, which it is statistically significant, but I'm presenting the errors clusters by player. And using either type of errors, we get an effect in the short run. Now, how large is this effect? Well, performance drops by 7% within the first 30 days. There is no effect after that. So we are not finding any long-run effects. We went to do some additional exercises. The most obvious is heterogeneity by age. Why by age? Because we all know that in the pandemic, elder people died more than at a higher rate than younger people. We find no heterogeneity effects. We did it in a bunch of ways, linear, non-linear. There are no heterogeneity effects in terms of age. Why? Well, we kind of then decide to look at this. First, this is a very homogeneous group, really. I mean, you can be 30 and 22, I don't know if that's a difference for an athlete, right? We have some elder guys, but there are very few. And so maybe that's why we don't find in our data set any heterogeneity effects. We, in any case, did the exercise using other commonly used measures. And I said before, I'm not sure whether we should find anything if what I said before, if I'm selling what I said before, that those are not the best performance measures. I just present one here, which is actually the one I believe should be used, percentage of successful passes. That can say something about you being able to pass better. We didn't actually use in the percentage of successful passer regression the position in the field, which we could by XY, because we are doing this per game, not per event. But we didn't find any effect. We didn't find any effect using passes, total passes, touches, or other measures. So, you have this idea that, we are doing this robustness test and it comes the same, and so believe me. But now they don't come the same. But believe me that if the performance measure we are using is an improvement, or at least an alternative that improves in some way what has been done, then we would claim that we are finding that in Colombia, at least in this particular tournament, there were some significant short-run effects. This has, of course, an entire discussion, because in terms of externality validation, it says that, if you go back to your workplace, people didn't realize that you were performing worse because you had COVID, okay? So there is a discussion on that. But we find in this relatively homogeneous population no other effects. It's just this. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yep, okay, I'm on. Hi, Jorge. Thank you for that very interesting talk. I guess a couple of things to say. The main one is that you may be familiar that the Butlers and Rob Simmons and Alex Farnell have a paper also on the effect of COVID on footballers. And they consider the big 5 leagues. Like you, they find only a short-run effect before things return to normal. Yeah, you're essentially
no, I didn't know that paper, but thank you.
Well, I don't think it's particularly. I think they may have presented it once or twice, but I know it's under review at the moment. But they don't find a long-term effect either, which obviously, as you know, we do. And I guess my only other question would be: are you able to look further, because I can't actually remember how far we looked, but I think it's more than 100 days. I don't know whether you might be able to look further.
Yeah, we did play with the number of days, of course. We find no effect, but the reason for that, we cannot be sure if it's because there is no effect or because, you know, if you get injured before the playoffs end and your team doesn't play, you're going to be out of the pitch for 2 months. So that's why we use only 30 days, and I think that's the proper amount of days for this case.
Well, firstly, thanks for contributing to the literature that I'm going to cite when I ignore long-run effects in my paper. Hold on, I had an actual question here. Give me 1 sec. Oh, maybe not so much a question, but a conjecture. Part of what might be going on with your PCA is that by combining the measures, you're kind of, I mean, this is what you're intending to do, right? But any one measure, even if it is a good measure, is subject to a lot of variation that isn't just skill, right? And PCA, by combining all of those measures within a particular game, is getting at the signal, right? It's increasing the ratio of signal to noise in terms of it being a measure of skills. I think it's a smart way to get rid of some of that impact of measurement error, which will attenuate, you know, your coefficients to zero otherwise. That could partly explain why you're getting that significant result with PCA, but an insignificant result with specific measures.
Yes. Yes, actually there's one more thing with the PCA. We estimate it per match day.
Yeah.
Which requires more variation, and it uses more variation, and it may be that, you know, per match day you have some players that may not be as important in terms of their performance, but I don't know if that would invalidate the result. Is that what you're saying? Or?
No, the opposite. I'm saying
okay.
saying it might explain why your result gets a finding that is
okay,
you know, the finding that you have, and why if you just used one of those measures in isolation, you don't get any results, right?
Okay, yeah, because you're essentially capturing only the ones that matter.
Yeah, I'm providing you for a hypothesis for why yours is the way you're doing this is a good idea in my view. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
So, I've had COVID 3 times. And one of the issues, the biggest issue is this is a lung disease. And I've never played football other than just pick up in the park, but I have a hard time understanding how a lung disease affects my ability to pass. I can see it would affect my ability to run, but passing in touches, I don't see the logic there. So could you walk me through why? Because you said that you thought that passes was the better measure, right?
No, I said that passes are not the better measure. My measure is better. That's what I'm claiming here.
Oh, that the PCA is better.
Yeah, and that's the idea, yes. I don't know if it's just because of COVID or not, but in football, the fact that you pass more, consider this an example. In Russia 2018, Spain, I think they lost that game, but they had a game where they had 1,100 passes. They lost that game, I don't remember against who, but they lost that game. Where an average team passes, a good average team passes 600 passes a game. So yeah, doing more passes does not necessarily imply that you are a better player. And that's, I mean, we agree in that sense. Of course, that was a question for James, not for me.
Yeah, I feel obliged to defend myself. I think we decided that passes matter because it's a sign that you're involved in the game. And if you're, because you're the lung condition and how you're recovering, you're not as fast, you're 5% slower, you're not in the game as much as you were before. Now football is much more of a passing game. I mean, obviously not necessarily always 1,100 passes in a game, but it's a very passing game. And if you're not able to keep up with play because you're just not as physically able as you were before you had COVID, then you'll show up less in the passes because you either won't make it there, you won't make the pass, your players, your teammates will decide, well, I'll pass to someone else instead because they'll be there instead. So that's why we used passes. We did feel it was a measure of the extent to which you are involved and therefore productive in a football match.
Thank you. Jorge, maybe I'm being too creative here, but do you think that if you analyze this, I mean, you're using the Colombian example, but maybe if we use this model for an economy, a country, a league where the quality of life is better, I don't know, like maybe this will change because the local healthcare system is better, maybe they have more money in order to protect athletes. Do you think these results might change only because of that? Only because you have money to invest into taking care of your players?
Well, first, James did it for Germany and Italy. Rob, I don't know for which countries, some European leagues, the Big Five. But in this case, I would claim, to the surprise of the foreigners invited to Colombia, we had a pretty good health system. And I would take it the other way. Maybe in countries with a very bad health system, you could have a stronger effect because, well, not so bad that you don't know if they're sick. You have to know that they're sick. So you're gonna kind of average. And it might be true that they don't know, they don't have the equipment or the technology or the knowledge when an athlete recovers that don't play this game but play the other game or play only 20 minutes like you say. So there might be, and that's why I think it's actually a good example of why it's good and valid to do estimations with other countries beyond Europe, actually, which is very homogeneous in that sense.
Okay, I'd like to make a wonky econometric point, which is, as I say, this is essentially an event study. And there's a big literature now on the problems with estimating two-way fixed effects with event studies and a bunch of alternative estimators that you can use. The one I like is the imputation estimator that you can use. And I think you could apply that quite neatly, and it's quite easy to do. And referees are increasingly demanding that people do these kind of things for this kind of research.
Okay, yeah, we'll look at it for sure. Just a comment on how James is here. So how to organize this data gave me a headache because I don't know if that happened to you. It happened to me because you want to know, you know that a player A got sick and 30 days before he wasn't sick and 30 days after he was sick, but then who to compare them to? It becomes a kind of, at some point, a complication. So yes, the best way we found is how James did it, but yeah, we had some weird estimations before, but we were not completely satisfied. And I will look at what you're saying. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, seeing your results and even thinking about like the discussion about vaccinating or not vaccinating, and even seeing some particular cases, for example, like Sergio Aguero's case, who had to retire due to some heart problems.
I was thinking maybe it would be interesting to compare if like the performance in players who were vaccinated and the performance in players who weren't vaccinated. What do you think about that?
That we thought about that, but it is impossible to know when or if they got vaccinated. I think because finding when the team got vaccinated, we did find at some point for some teams, they took this team to vaccination. But you don't know if this guy went or he didn't go that day. So it's impossible.
Yeah, I have one question for you. You create a model, but I don't know why you don't include the physical condition in the model. Maybe you can analyze the anaerobic or aerobic physical performance after COVID-19. So why you don't include this measure in the model?
Well, first we include player fixed effects that should capture for much of that. And second, if we begin using some other ability, what you call it, then we will start having not such a clean exercise, econometrically speaking. But I strongly believe using, because it's a short period of time, using player fixed effects will tell you more or less what his standard ability is over the period.
Since COVID is a lung disease, have you considered comparing the performance of previously affected players playing at a high altitude stadium with their performance at sea level stadiums?
That's an excellent question. You're going to put me to work more. I didn't think about that. We could, I mean, we would need, yeah, I mean, it's really cool, but we would have to see is how players that, the problem is that I was talking, I think to someone, to Stefan, I did an exercise years ago about the issue of playing in altitude using Copa Libertadores data. At that time, I used some of Colombian and there was no strong results. And the reason I have is that it's true, their home, the Barranquilla is at 0 meters, but they travel really frequently to high altitude. So at some point, you lose that effect that you are having all today because you are in high altitude, right? Because they come here every week, maybe they've been here for 2 weeks. Sometimes what they do, and actually would be really difficult, I don't think I can do it because sometimes they play in Bogota and they're then going to play in Tunja, which is the same altitude, a bit higher. So they stay here, and I don't know if they stayed here. Yeah, it would be a really nice exercise. Maybe with Copa Libertadores data I can think of. Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Javier, for being here. Thank you, Dennis, for being here. So we're going to talk a bit about, this morning, Javier's boss gave us a, yeah, she's your boss, no? I thought you were looking at me in a wrong way. She gave a nice lecture on the status of the sporting activity and policy in Bogota over the past 4 years. One of the big new things that this administration is going to leave the city is a new stadium. From the top of my head, the stadium was built in 1938. It had a major renewal in 1951, and then it had there were other smaller ones, but the last major renewal was in 2011, when they actually took out the fences that we still have in some countries of South America that separate the fans from the pitch, and that in England killed so many people in the 1980s, or help and Hazel and all this stuff in Europe. Now, Javier led I will call it a joint venture, I don't know how you translate it in English, a joint venture between the public and the private sector to build, it's in the same site, but it's essentially to destroy all the existing site and build a new stadium with 45,000 people capacity. The current stadium nominally fits 39,000. In practice, when you go to the stadium, it's around 33,000 when the stadium is packed. Originally it was built, and at some point, at some point the capacity was 50,000 people, but that was when everyone was standing cheek to each other, and there were no seats and all this stuff. The stadium, the new stadium, what we saw in the picture is going to be really nice. And so, Javier, that's you. Javier led that project. That's why he's here. Dennis has been working on, actually he told me the other day, he started thinking about sports economics in 1995 when they started to say that they were going to build a new stadium in what city? In Baltimore, and they were saying that with the stadium, the city was going, like with Taylor Swift, it was going to grow 5% GDP and all this stuff. And he started thinking about what stadiums really do in the cities. I guess there's always some politician that complains a lot, but essentially, I guess everyone is happy with the fact that we're going to have a new stadium. I think the major controversy lies on its size. Bogota has an 8 million, is a city of 8 million, a population of 8 million. We have no real alternative in terms of stadium. There are a couple of really small ones, really small ones, where the big teams cannot play because it's actually dangerous. So that's the stadium we're going to have for the next 100 years. That's how we work, every 100 years. So I think we can start listening to Javier talk about a bit the project, what they did, how they developed it, and then Dennis will comment on what Javier says, and I'll try to speak. I'll try not to speak too much. It's the idea that you two discuss.
Well, thank you very much, Professor. This is a project. This is the third biggest infrastructure project in Bogota right now, after the Bogota First metro line that we're going to have in 2 years, and one BRT line in the Carrera 68. After that, in CAPEX, this is the third project in Bogota right now. It's way more than just a stadium, a new stadium. It's actually a whole new stadium. It's a complex with a Philharmonic Orchestra building or venue for 2,000 people and several sports venue that we're going to have totally new in this complex. That's for the people from Bogota and from our visitors. It's the whole complex around our El Campín Stadium. That, as you have told us before, it's a 85 years old stadium, and it's a PPP project, and it's a public-private partnership. And we're going to talk about it, but it's a $600 million project, US million dollar project, about 300 million in capex and 300 million in opex. It's the first project in the world that's gonna build a cultural venue, a philharmonical project, and a whole new stadium with private money in this kind of PPP kind of project. We're very proud because of that. And it's going to be the first in Latin America that's going to be built totally with private project, with private funds in a project finance model in a 30-year contract. So we're very proud of that as well, because in the whole world of infrastructure, this is pretty unique right now, or pretty weird. And in a world that we're living in, I mean, high rates, a lot of investment going out from our country. Having investors, industrial partners that want to invest in Bogota, that want to invest in this sector that is it's a very pretty different sector in Colombia, because we don't have a lot of history in data, in economic data, in finance data. It's pretty important, and for us it's pretty interesting in order to develop these kind of projects. So I'll give you details later.
Okay. Is this on? Yes. Okay. So Jorge sent me a newspaper clipping about the project. And when I read that, I was absolutely stunned when I read that there was going to be a Philharmonic Hall as part of a stadium construction plan. And I thought, I've never heard of this before, so I'm really glad to hear that you say that it's the first one ever. Very unusual. My background is in the United States, obviously, and stadium projects in the United States are, generally speaking, welfare for team owners. What do I mean by that? Local governments pay for the stadium and give them to the teams. This project, as far as I have been able to understand, is actually quite different from the typical deal in the US. That the amount of money being raised privately is quite substantial, and it's not clear to me how much of it is coming from the club ownership and how much of it is coming from elsewhere. And that, whether it's coming from elsewhere or not, is only a little bit of an issue for me. And one of the things that's happened in the last 20 years or so is that the Chinese have been building stadiums and arenas and so on in developing countries as a way of developing favor with those countries, which obviously that's good for them, but I'm not sure that it's good for the rest of the world that the Chinese get that kind of influence. I don't know if the Chinese are providing money for this project, but I would be worried about that. What's that?
Since yesterday, we were going to be, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, because of the meeting in China between Putin and Xi Jinping about the whole road building project. So it's, this kind of new investment in infrastructure from China, it's a new way of gaining soft power around the world. Actually,
Absolutely.
For that bloke.
And I worry about that. I don't know if the Chinese are providing funding here. That's encouraging. And it doesn't seem to me that what is happening here, given the little bit that I know, is what would be the problem in the US, which is that the community is being told, if we build this stadium, you will have thousands of more jobs and income will grow faster and people will be happier, and a variety of these very positive outcomes that people would find as desirable. What I'm understanding from this project is it's one that private money is doing a lot of the work as opposed to public money, and that there is a huge community buy-in, that it doesn't seem to be controversial, that there's not, so in the United States it would typically be about 40% would be opposed, about 40% would be in favor, and the remaining 20% wouldn't have any idea what was going on. I don't know what those percentages are here, but the impression I have from the little bit of literature that I've read is that it's widely popular across the population, and that's encouraging.
It's pretty interesting because in our economy or in a country, in a developing country like Colombia, one stadium equals 3 hospitals, 4 schools. So investing I think for a city like in Colombia, like Bogota or any other city in Colombia, investing in a new stadium that could cost about $300 million is not the best way to invest or to have a social return for a city like us or for a country like us. So it has been, I've been making project finance for several years. So finding investors or industrial partners that are really interested in investing in this kind of infrastructure, in this kind of sector of our economy, knowing that they're expecting for a return over their investment in this kind of projects is pretty. At first, it's pretty difficult to convince people that that's possible. I mean, investing the money and having a return, and that they will not want to broken society and just for having a new stadium or on new or different venues. Having all these people on the same table from different cultures, from different countries, and with different interests. It's been pretty interesting, and I think in our countries, and in our cities, not just in Colombia, in Latin America, it's different because we can't afford the ego of and we have made it in a lot of sports or cultural venues and infrastructure. Because it's more, I don't know how to say, it's more expensive for us because, as I've said before, every peso, every dollar, that's who's not going to health system or education or infrastructure, is way more expensive. So convince the community that is good. It's better to have a industrial, private sector in this kind of projects. Has been a process in Bogota.
I can imagine it's been quite a process, and you've laid out the issue very, very well, I think, and that is that there's alternative uses for this money if it's public money, and in the U.S. we've never been able to convince politicians that there's an alternative use to this money that's probably more valuable than subsidizing the playground for the wealthy. It seems as though perhaps you were able to do that, and I applaud you for that. It is interesting to me about how big the project is, not just the stadium, but the Philharmonic Hall and an arena for basketball.
Yes.
So quite a number of sports venues, all part of the same complex. and that the population seems to be in favor of that.
That's because we don't have a lot of new infrastructure projects in sports in Colombia. And as you have said, we traditionally, our biggest sport is soccer. Actually, we subsidize soccer because because what I think, or we think that's going to be the future of this, of the sports sector and economy is that I think we're no longer living just in the sports, we're not having a sport experience or a cultural experience. We're going to develop, the world is developing an experience market. People is going after experiences. So we're not going to a stadium just as a hard fan, or not just the hard fans like is happening right now in Bogota, because we want to see just our teams, but we want to go in families. One of the things that happen right now in Bogota, for instance, and we have it in several studies, is that families don't go to the stadium because they have fear of what could happen in these hard environments. So I think that the future of this market is an experience market where you're going, and it's pretty much like it happens in the United States venues or stadiums. I'm not a fan of I'm not a connoisseur of the NFL, but I think it's very interesting because, and it's an anecdote for what I want to mean, because a really long matches, an NFL match, it's a really long one, plays are really short plays, 30 seconds, and then something's happening that I don't really understand. But in the meantime, you can go have a beer or take a hot dog, or if you have a kid, maybe you can go and have another kind of experience in the same venue. So I think that the venues and the economy of this market that we have to develop, it's an experience market where the whole family could have an experience, not just the whole family, but several experiences around the same spaces, around the same venues, not just the hard fan venue economy that. And I just want to, I just have one real quick data about this. I was I was last week in Switzerland, in Lausanne, because I make part of the Colombian Olympic Committee. And we're having a presentation from the president of the IOC. And we saw that 61% of the income of the IOC, it's coming from television rights. And 30% of it's coming from another kind of marketing, mainly social media. So it means that it's really going to change how we see sports, how we experience sports, how fans experience sports. And for me, I call it like an experience market that's going to be, that we have to develop, understand. And I think that this project tries to understand this kind of new market.
That's really, it's very interesting. Oh, Stefan. I think so.
I just looked up on my phone what a ticket price is for Millonarios. And it says on the web, it's telling me it's between $5 and $25 for a ticket. And you said it's going to cost 600 million to build this. I don't know, Dennis. I don't see how those numbers would add up. So how are you going to? How on earth could they possibly break even as a private sector project on that?
Well, that's been a 2-year adventure to find out that, because it's pretty interesting, because at first, in this kind of projects, the PPP projects, public, we have in Colombia, we have the private sector that tell us to the Bogota administration, this is the kind of project we want to make. The first project was just a renovation of the stadium that we have right now. It wasn't a new stadium. The city, at the beginning of this administration, with our mayor, Claudia Lopez, we told them, okay, but we want to have a Philharmonic hall. Is that possible? Can you afford it? So we have been for 3 years really trying to know how to adapt a model where not just the ticket is the I'm sorry, I'm thinking in Spanish because it's a lot of financial stuff. But how to make it adapt a financial model. And that's what you said before. We have had to develop several infrastructures and several income models that are not based on the ticket on a ticket. So we have mainly we have an hotel in the same venues. We have several buildings of office buildings. We have several other recreational sports venues like paddle or tennis courts that are supporting mainly the cost of the Philharmonic Hall. And the stadium adds up for itself between the whole experience, as we said before, a lot of commerce, restaurants. It's a whole experience on itself, not just for the day of soccer, concerts and other kind of experiences. And as I've said before, we are really convinced because of the numbers told us and because it's our need in our city that experience we need cross experience. This stadium is going to be in the middle of the city, so we want as a city that people go there, have a lot of experience. People can walk in a zone that today it's not a walkable zone because it's kind of a forbidden zone because everybody thinks that it's kind of dangerous or you can be in peril in this area. So that sorry for my English, and this has been a 3-year quest in order to find that it's not a ticket model in a financial model, but it's very interesting to know that we should have a lot of other income models.
So following my question and Stefan's question and the fact that I'm a football fan, and because my question was leading over there, and it's the way I saw, given the numbers, that it will close, it will add up, or will close the business. It's you have a lot of other activities, and that's how stadiums work right now. You know, the prime example is the new Real Madrid stadium, but football here is really unorganized. You probably talk to the Mayor, and you know it's difficult to talk to them. But we want to advance and become civilized. And at the end, the Bundesliga is the example I always tell my students. You know when you're going to play in August. That's the day you're going to play. But I have the impression that if you don't write it down, that football has to be played there. Maybe they will see, I'm bringing today Karol G and tomorrow Taylor Swift and then Shakira. So no football for 2 weeks. And so it will become what is already kind of become, and I'm worried about that. That was the sense of my question, because yes, only with football it's going to be difficult. It is important to have a venue for big concerts and activities, but I have the sense that these guys in the private sector, of course, they will matter. They care only about, yes, they care only about their money they're going to invest, and they will do everything they can, even if there is a welfare effect, a negative welfare effect for a bunch of the population. So that's a question. How are you dealing with this before you sign the contract? I don't know if it's signed. I think it's going to be signed. No? It's signed? It's going to be signed. Yeah.
It has been signed.
No, it's going to be signed in December.
In December.
Yes. At first, we have a constraint. We have a law in Colombia. It's called La Ley de Espectáculos Públicos. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a lay. It's a law that forces the public administrations to have at first the sports season organized and after that, the venues in Colombia or the stadiums could be used for the concerts or other kind of activities. So the main use is going to be football. It's a football stadium or a soccer stadium, and that's clear in the contract. The main use is going to be stadium. That's pretty interesting because what we have talked with the investors, is that over the time the main model is going to be soccer. It's going to be the experience of football, and that's one thing that we don't have right now in Colombia in our stadium. If you want to go tomorrow or something, you can do that. We're going to be pleased if you want to go, because the stadium right now, that's an 85 years old stadium, don't have the amenities to provide a good experience for people. So we don't have restaurants, we don't have bars, we don't have any kind of other activities that you can make in our stadium other than going to football. So what we have talked with the teams is that they're pleased with this kind of project because, for instance, today they can't sell boxes because we don't have boxes to sell. Project is gonna have 200 boxes that they can sell to enterprises. Los Andes University could have their box in the stadium. It's not gonna be cheap. But there are some other business model that they can develop in this venue that they cannot develop today. We don't have fan areas that have a lot of stadiums, for instance. So in the long term, in the medium term, not really in the long term, in the year 5, as we have projected, most of the income is going to come from football, from the business of football itself, because they will have a lot of more windows to provide a better experience and a bigger market that today they can't exploit.
This is interesting. I've never really been sort of at the ground floor of this kind of talking before. So, but let me tell you about some experiences in the U.S. One experience in the U.S. would be that a club owner would negotiate for construction of a stadium and promise that there would also be subsidiary development like shopping and apartment complexes and so on. And then the stadium would get built first, and then, oh my gosh, there's no money for all of the subsidiary development. That's something that you have to be very, very careful about, that if you've got this whole project, you get the whole project. It's also interesting to me that, Jorge has said this many times, football here is not very well organized. And I've never really wondered, I've always really wondered what that means. And it sounds like on any given day, you don't know when the next home game is going to be. Whereas in the US, the season schedule is published months in advance. So the stadium is going to be in use by the team on this day for sure, months ahead of time. And here's a day that nothing is. And so we can put a concert there. In many circumstances in the US, it is actually the club, the football club, the baseball team, that has control over the schedule of the stadium. So they allow a concert to occur in the stadium. Why do they allow it? Because they get a cut of the revenue. And so these are the sorts of things I assume that you've thought about these kinds of issues. I would encourage you to really think hard about them and be very careful in how you arrange these to make sure that the plan that you have matches up with the plan that actually gets implemented.
No, it's a good point. And in our contracts, or in this kind of contracts in Colombia, they are under the same model than in the US, or it's a pretty Anglo-Saxon model, the PPP model, or project finance model for infrastructure. But in Colombia, we have to sign a contract that's really, really, really clear in every kind, or in every, not just in the whole infrastructure, but in every detail that's going to build, when, how the income is going to come. And so, for instance, as you said before, the Philharmonic Hall, it's a pretty expensive unit that doesn't add, it adds value, but it doesn't make gains for the the developer. But they're forced to build it and operate it in the conditions that are going to be written down in the contract. So it's a way for the city to ensure that everything's going to be made in the kind of, in the quality of the status that we want or we have negotiated. And I think that we have made, or not because we wanted it, but because also because the law obliges us to have every kind of this, every detail or this kind of detail in the contract.
Okay, Javier, thank you very much. Anyone has a question?
First of all, an anecdote from Germany. A few years ago, a match played by the Frankfurt team had to be rescheduled because Bruce Springsteen fans had ruined the stadium. But that's one thing only. So, and since then, concerts occur only between seasons, in June and July. But my major point is connected to what Stefan has asked. There's a growing literature on cost overruns in public-private partnerships. In the end, a stadium is on average 30 to 50% more expensive than initially scheduled. Which measures can you take and have you taken already to avoid this type of cost overrun?
Great question, because it's a question we have had several weeks from some oppositor of the project. In this project, it's in the project we have developed in the risk matrix. We said, or it's going to be, or it's a condition of the contract, that every overcost in the construction and operation is a risk of the developer. Totally, it's totally given to the developer or the constructor of the project. So, and that's an experience that we have had before, because this is the third PPP project that we have in this institution. Actually, this is the third in Bogota City. This the first private-public partnership that we had is it's a concert venue called, maybe you have heard about, Movistar Arena. That's just 100 meters from 200 meters from the stadium, and in that project we have had about 80% of overcosting the constructions, and so in order to control this kind of risk, because for a developer, for a constructor, it's pretty easy to say, okay, this is going to cost more, but the whole project must pay this overcosts. So what we have in our risk matrix is that the whole risk of overcost is due to the developer. So that ensures that the design and the studies for the building of the infrastructure are going to be made. They need to be really well made. So, and if there are overcost, they have to assume it with their money and not the project, and that's in the contract.
Another question? Yes.
So actually, I think from what I'm hearing you say is relates to what's gone on in the US, which is thanks to the hard work of Dennis and many others, Americans now know that investing public money in these stadium projects is not a great idea. And so it's actually become harder and harder for teams to extract these subsidies. So they're doing something different now. And the strategy now sounds to me like what you're describing here, which is you don't just build a stadium, you do a whole real estate, commercial, retail investment project in a whole area, and you tack on a stadium as part of it. And that's possibly a good model. I mean, it's certainly one that seems increasingly common in the US. And I suppose the question is then here, which is again, being cynical economists, we say, where's the hidden subsidy? So I mean, if they're getting this prime real estate in the center of Bogota to build offices and commercial real estate, that's worth a lot of money, right? And who owns it to begin with? Is the government giving them to this for nothing? Is there a hidden subsidy here, I guess is my question.
It's not a hidden subsidy, but as you have, I think that you have made a clear lecture of the situation. It's not a hidden subsidy, but we really understand that what we have in the middle of the city, it's a whole terrain that has a lot of value, or that can add a lot of value to any project. So that's because the first project that we have, it was just rebuilding of the stadium that we have today. Something pretty much like the Movistar Arena, if you pass nearby. And that's what we say, okay, that's the reason that we could say, okay, we think that this whole area in the middle of the city has a lot of value that the city itself cannot get, because in our land planning, it's a whole park. So unfortunately, it's a park. It's a whole park, so it cannot be office buildings or housing. It has to be a lot of commerce or venues, but everything associated to the services, or that could be considered as recreational services. So the Philharmonic Hall, the new stadium, other venues, and having the private sector that could hear from us that we wanted to extract the most of this value for the city and for the return of their investments. I think it's been a pretty good idea that we could have. So we're conscious that costs a lot, and that's what we wanted to extract a lot of value that we can see in this infrastructure, and that it's clearly public infrastructure. In this kind of projects in Colombia, in this kind of model in Colombia, it's an infrastructure that's going to be built, operated and maintained by the private sector, but at the end of the contract, it's totally a public infrastructure.
I wanted to come back to something that you said earlier about making it an entire experience for the family and having restaurants and other sorts of things there that currently don't exist. One of the issues that we typically point out in the US is whenever you put a restaurant or an arcade or any sort of other venue within or around the stadium, that people who spend their money there are not spending it in restaurants and other places around the city. So you're moving money from one neighborhood. We went to what was it? Maracaibo? Where we went last night. What was that neighborhood? Macarena. So people will go fewer times to Macarena because they're going to a restaurant at the stadium. That isn't really an increase in value for the city, it's just moving it around. And I wonder how you think about that, and what kind of trade-off do you think is worth making there?
I agree with that. It could happen. But our trade-off, as you said, it's that the city needs to, or needs to develop this whole area that's a kind of a dead point or a dead area in the middle of the city. That's our main concern. Is really the center of the city. I don't know if you all know, or if you know where the stadium is located, but it's a dead area. I mean, people don't cross by. We have the studies where we can see that people prefer to go around the whole park or the whole area in order to get to their houses or their neighborhoods or the mall nearby, because they don't feel comfortable walking by. So we have a lot of, we have a whole area totally lost for the life of the city itself. So our first concern is how do we develop this as a walkable area in order to develop not just a project or a new stadium or a Philharmonic Hall, but in order to make it the heart of the city as it is today. So that's our main trade-off. I'm sure that could happen, but in order to have a Philharmonic Hall that we don't have in Bogota, we have been fighting to build one for the last 30 years, a new stadium, a lot of other venues, and how to recover these public areas for the people that walk, that goes in bicycle, that can find themselves in these public spaces and rebuild social tissue and economical tissue, even if it's pulling it from other neighborhoods. I think it's a trade-off that we're gonna pay. If it's fair or not, I mean, I think it's a pretty good question that I don't have the question right now. I think that the history of this project could answer better than us. But for us, recovering this area in this heart of the city, it is our main concern.
Okay, one additional question, and we have to wrap up.
Yeah, okay, this question has a lot to do with what you were talking about, making like an attractive show for people, for all sort of people to go to the stadium. And yeah, I agree. Like as a fan of Millonarios who goes to every Sunday to the stadium, I agree. But also talking from this perspective, I can say that the attendance has a lot to do with results and good playing. So I was thinking, yeah, it would be awesome to have a new stadium, but it would be more awesome to have it packed up in a Copa Libertadores match, in a Copa Sudamericana match, in a final. So yeah, I was thinking, how are you addressing that issue? Like if the team plays better, it would have more attendance, and even private finance would come easier. And yeah, like all that virtuous cycle that like retroalimentates. How are you planning to address that?
I mean, your question has the answer itself. You can be proposed to president of Millonarios. No, because I think that, as you said before, in our soccer disorganized world, that should be the question. How we have better teams, how we have better results, how we attract fans and families to the stadium because we have better players, because we have titles, because we have pride of our teams. That's the responsibility of the teams, not the city. The teams, the clubs in Colombia are totally private. I don't know if you know that. Some people think in Colombia that it's a public system or a public-private system. It's the sports system in Colombia. It's a totally private system. The clubs are totally private held. But I think that should be you are a really connoisseur of these kind of questions. That should be the core question of the teams. How we get better, how we attract better a new fan base. That's the same question I think for the women's football in our teams, in our professional teams. How they have a better vision to develop a new market, a new fan base. So I think it's a great question, but it's a question that we have. As you can see, I'm a Millos fan, so because I'm in blue, that's our team. But it's a question that we should pose to the presidents of our teams.
Okay, thank you. The president of Millonarios is coming tomorrow morning. We can ask him some questions. Javier, thank you very much for being here. Really exciting to hear you talk about. Thank you, Dennis. And thank you. We wrap up for today. Thank you very much.